all walks of life that come and sit in my chair. And I love connecting with them. Clients share their opinion with me, and it's like, oh wow, I didn't even think about it from that perspective. That's what people's minds were at, but you just want to make sure that what you're talking about is legit. When there is a disagreement, that excites me. I like there to be some flavor. That's what I think.
Alpha's a financial technology company, specifically asset finance. We develop our software here in London, and then we have technical and functional staff on site at our clients helping them move onto it. For example, Mercedes-Benz in the US, if you had a car on a lease or a loan, it'd be our software helping them run their business.
The key thing that makes us stand out is our delivery track record, and we achieve that delivery track record by recruiting people who are positive, engaged, energetic, enthusiastic, people who are willing to learn.
Graduates are important to Alpha because it's genuinely a set of fresh minds bringing in fresh ideas. We're also very keen to expand from the bottom up.
I definitely agree. I think one of the key things that graduates bring to us is the energy. They come into the teams, they're fresh, it's new, it's exciting, and they bring drive and enthusiasm.
Diversity and inclusion is so important to Alpha because we truly believe that people can achieve more when they can be themselves and when they can come to work and be their best selves.
Challenged all of the time to think differently, act differently, be different, and I think that's incredibly important.
I remember the first time I walked into Barclays, and I remember just seeing a vast array of people, both people who looked like me, but then also people who were from all different walks of life. And for me, that essentially just made it an incredibly welcoming environment.
There are so many different factors people differ on. It matters that all these different types of people are represented and have a voice within a group.
Life is so much easier when you can be yourself. There's no putting on a front, there's no expending any effort to be somebody that you're not.
It means I can be really proud of my background, my heritage, my culture, my gender, my ethnicity, and I'm not really trying to fit in.
For me, that sort of feeling of inclusion and being heard, again, especially in the current climate that we live in, is incredibly important, and it's the reason that I've stayed with Barclays for such a long period of time.
It shouldn't feel like anything, if that makes sense. It should feel normal. It shouldn't feel like you have to fight for something.
I am in Barclays because of sponsors and mentors who have gone to bat for me and who have actually put themselves out to support my career development, even when I didn't necessarily know what I was capable of.
For me, I also need to feel that I'm valued, that I'm respected, that I'm given the right opportunities. I wouldn't work for someone who didn't present me with those opportunities, right? Because I wouldn't be able to deliver. I wouldn't be able to do what I wanted to do. I wouldn't feel comfortable.
say you don't have the skills to reach the top? Who's to say you don't have the power?
This is how we do it.
Who's to say you can't boss it? Who's to say who's best? The best ever? Or the best in the future? She could be huge, trust me. And with this team to inspire us, who's to say what's possible for you?
People will always love travel, even if it's just in their own country. The adventure is just the beginning. So here's a bright idea. Engage family shoppers by helping children love learning through inspiring hands-on play. Our global food supply depends on bees. Where would we be without them? It's a perfect opportunity for brands to create a buzz.
16 national teams have traveled with their delegations to the U20 Women's World Cup.
Philippe joue dans une équipe amateur et ne vit que pour le football.
Una federación de fútbol está construyendo una academia formativa de base con instalaciones de entrenamiento.
Who's to say you don't have the skills to reach the top? Who's to say you don't have the power?
This is how we do it.
Who's to say you can't boss it? Who's to say who's best? The best ever? Or the best in the future? She could be huge, trust me. And with this team to inspire us, who's to say what's possible for you?
I have all walks of life that come and sit in my chair, and I love connecting with them. Clients share their opinion with me, and it's like, oh wow, I didn't even think about it from that perspective. That's what people's minds were at, but you just want to make sure that what you're talking about is legit. When there is a disagreement, that excites me. I like there to be some flavor.
That's what I think.
Alpha's a financial technology company, specifically asset finance. We develop our software here in London, and then we have technical and functional staff on site at our clients helping them move onto it. For example, Mercedes-Benz in the US, if you had a car on a lease or a loan, it'd be our software helping them run their business.
The key thing that makes us stand out is our delivery track record, and we achieve that delivery track record by recruiting people who are positive, engaged, energetic, enthusiastic, people who are willing to learn.
Graduates are important to Alpha because it's genuinely a set of fresh minds bringing in fresh ideas. We're also very keen to expand from the bottom up.
I definitely agree. I think one of the key things that graduates bring to us is the energy. They come into the teams, they're fresh, it's new, it's exciting, and they bring drive and enthusiasm.
Diversity and inclusion is so important to Alpha because we truly believe that people can achieve more when they can be themselves and when they can come to work and be their best selves.
Challenged all of the time to think differently, act differently, be different, and I think that's incredibly important.
I remember the first time I walked into Barclays, and I remember just seeing a vast array of people, both people who looks like me, but then also people who were from all different walks of life. And for me, that essentially just made it an incredibly welcoming environment.
There are so many different factors people differ on. It matters that all these different types of people are represented and have a voice within a group.
Life is so much easier when you can be yourself. There's no putting on a front, there's no expending any effort to be somebody that you're not.
It means I can be really proud of my background, my heritage, my culture, my gender, my ethnicity, and I'm not really trying to fit in.
For me, that sort of feeling of inclusion and being heard, again, especially in the current climate that we live in, is incredibly important, and it's the reason that I've stayed with Barclays for such a long period of time.
It shouldn't feel like anything, if that makes sense. It should feel normal. It shouldn't feel like you have to fight for something.
I am in Barclays because of sponsors and mentors who have gone to bat for me and who have actually put themselves out to support my career development, even when I didn't necessarily know what I was capable of.
For me, I also need to feel that I'm valued, that I'm respected, that I'm given the right opportunities. I wouldn't work for someone who didn't present me with those opportunities, right? Because I wouldn't be able to deliver. I wouldn't be able to do what I wanted to do. I wouldn't feel comfortable.
Good morning and welcome to our DAL Global Virtual Summit. My name is Layla Mackenzie Dellis and I'm the founder and CEO of DAL Global, and it is such a pleasure to be back with you again as we start the event. This is really one of my favorite bits of doing the job, and that's being able to bring you 2 days worth of incredible guests, crucial conversations, and hopefully some truly brilliant ideas and examples of best practice, which is really why we do what we do when it comes to moving the dial, excuse the pun, at DAL Global. Today we meet virtually and tomorrow we're getting together in person. Though don't worry, you can catch up on all of the content via our highlights from day 2 via the DARL Global Hub and on our website after the event. The theme of this month's summit is a call to action. And that's because sometimes we just need to put the talk to one side and just get going. It can be really daunting to harness your passion and to create an inclusive and equitable workplace. How do you start? How do you keep going? How do you keep the foot on the gas and keep that momentum up when it comes to making real and tangible change? We know how complex working in this field can be. Starting conversations, keeping the conversations going, making sure that people are still maintaining that amount of enthusiasm when diversity fatigue can be high, especially when it comes to the conversations that people don't want to have, or asking questions that colleagues may not want to address, and fearing rebuke if we say the wrong thing, no matter how well meant and intended it was. These concerns can really prevent us from stepping up and taking that first step of making comprehensive changes to our world. We understand that it can be daunting, but in this summit, we invite you to put any worries and concerns to one side, to dismiss the knocks that you've had thus far in the journey, and to really take a metaphorical blank sheet of paper and see the sessions today and tomorrow as an opportunity to reboot and to refresh. We have had so many incredible speakers, insights and ideas to share, and we hope by the end of this event that you will be revitalized and ready to start your diversity, inclusion, belonging and equity journey anew, motivated and ready to carry your colleagues with you and be a beacon for your very own powerful call to action. Coming up today, we have 7 sessions with some really powerful guests. We're exploring how to become an authentic leader, how to take action and to make bold changes, and some of the highest flyers are going to be joining us from Britvic, Communisys, and many, many more. We're introducing you to the brains behind some of the most impressive examples of best practice that we've seen as we share some of the incredible initiatives that we've discovered via the Mackenzie Dellis Annual Review, which is launching later this year for the 3rd time and later this year for the 2nd time in the US. So make sure you get involved. We're also going to be asking how the role of the Chief Diversity Officer is driving change. We've got some brilliant speakers from PwC, Lego, Oxford University Press, and the brilliant Ray Dempsey is backed by popular demand from Barclays. And we're also casting our eyes even wider, looking at the impact of diversity, inclusion, belonging and equity on global organisations. And tomorrow, we're talking about employee resource groups, or ERGs, or staff networks, or even BRGs, as they're more commonly known. The importance of mental health support and well-being in the workplace. And we have a fascinating penultimate fireside chat where we're going to be talking about why it's so important to harness the power of diversity when it comes to our supply chains and really switching out spend when it comes to giving back into diverse and minority-owned organisations. There's so much to talk about and so much to learn, and as ever, we'd always like to make our summits as inclusive as possible. So if you have any thoughts at all on this, please do get in touch with the fabulous team at DARL on hello@darlglobal.org, and don't forget to tag DARL Global on LinkedIn, in the hub, and on your social media channels. Use our hashtag #MovingTheDial. Finally, I'd like to say a very special thank you indeed to our headline partners. Without you, this really wouldn't be possible. Britvic, Barclays, GN Group, Alpha Financial Software, and Yahoo, in addition to our captioning provider, VoiceBox. Now, I mentioned this summit is about a call to action. So enough talking from me. Let's get going. Enjoy.
Well, hello and a very warm welcome to this first panel of our September Dial Global Virtual Summit. The time to take action is now. I feel as though there's a song in that or something, but maybe we'll join in later on. But this panel is titled CEO Activists Driving Change. My name is Rita Clifton. I'm a portfolio chair and board director of various organisations, and one of my roles is as deputy chair of the John Lewis Partnership. I'm joined today by three other extraordinary and very supportive leaders whom I'm delighted to welcome to this Dial Global virtual stage. And they are Andrew Denton, who's the Chief Executive Officer of Alpha Financial Software, Sharon Rice-Oxley, the co-founder of Q5, which is an organisational change firm, and also Joe Marshall, who is Country Service Line Leader and Board Member at Ipsos. Hello and welcome, and more introductions I know in just a moment. I hope that all of us during the course of this panel will be hearing how leading organisations have come together to support the CEO Activist Pledge, moving the dial on diversity. I know that Layla's already made the joke about the fact that the pun is, of course, intended there. Dial Global is calling on all organisations to sign up to their 4-goal pledge on diversity, inclusion, belonging and equity. So I hope that we'll be hearing about this panel's vision and also how other outstanding leaders are joining them in this movement and why. But before we get into the detail of that discussion, it'd be great to learn a little bit more about our panelists today and why they're so passionate about this subject of diversity, inclusion and belonging. So if I can ask each of the panel members to introduce themselves on a sort of bit of a "this is your life" sort of thing in a minute, as in do it in 1 minute, I think I was going to say. And Andrew, I was going to come to you first, if I may. I did happen to notice that you seem to be a bit of a dog lover on your social media feed. And I think actually you talked about dogs being the two dogs being 8-legged decompression chambers, which is a really unique take. So Andrew, please take it away. Your 1 minute, please, of This Is Your Life.
Okay, thanks, Rita. Andrew Denton, as people have said, I have the privilege of leading Alpha Financial Software. 2 kids, 1 extra kid that I've inherited, 2 dogs, combined weight 85 kilos, and a really irritating cat who's banished upstairs thanks to the dog. Alpha Financial Software is a group of nearly 450 amazing people. We deliver leading edge software across 37 countries in 5 continents, from London, Detroit, Dallas, Sydney and Auckland. And we are proud to be listed on the London Stock Exchange. There aren't too many of us tech companies left. Diversity, I've answered this question a few times before. Why DIB is important to me? 3 reasons. First thing is the right thing is the right thing. Bigotry, prejudice, oppression and disadvantage that falls behind them are just straight up and down wrong. At a personal level, I don't want to live and work in a monochromatic society. And the business imperative, I run an organization that is absolutely dependent on our talent being able to turn up, thrive and innovate, which needs them to feel included, needs them to feel that they belong, and it needs diversity to work to its maximum potential. So yeah, that's me, and that's why I'm here.
Great stuff. Thank you very much indeed. Some great thoughts and phrases there already. If I can now come on to you, Sharon, I couldn't find any dogs actually on your social media feed, but I did notice that you work with many different and very interesting organisations. So it'd be great just to hear a little bit about you and your background.
Thank you, Rita, and thank you for inviting me to join the panel. I feel a bit of responsibility as we're the first panel today to kick things off well, which I'm sure we will. So I lead Q5. I'm one of the partners and co-founders of Q5, which, as you said, Rita, we're an global organisational change consultancy. So we're a professional services organisation. We've got a team of 300 consultants across the globe. We work with many clients a year, and we are all about helping people think about their own organizational health inside our clients. So the theme of inclusion and belonging and diversity threads through all of the work that we do with our clients. It might be helping them set a strategy that fully assimilates all the things they need to do in this space. It might be about shaping their organization so that the roles and the structure and the size encourage inclusion and belonging and diversity, or it might be developing their people and leaders. So every day we are looking after that type of work with our clients. Me personally, I'm a professional. I've been working for 30 years as a consultant, so I'm delighted that the agenda is really coming to the fore now. Many people would say it might be too, it's long overdue. But I'm delighted that we're seeing the depth and the passion and the focus in society on this topic. I've got 3 children. Personally, I want to make sure that they can bring their true selves to work in the future, that they can create, to be the best that they can be in their working environment. And I've had myself in my career some amazing sponsors, some people that have looked after me and encouraged me to be the best I can be. And so that's what I'm passionate about. Anybody that knows me, has worked with me either in Q5 or in my clients, will know that that's what's really important to me personally, to build that platform for others.
Fantastic, thank you. And very inspiring thoughts there too. Jo, if I could please come to you. Again, no real dogs, but I do see that you're an expert in the egg and spoon race. Is that right? I'm not quite sure how you can spin that into this particular, but anyway, I'll leave it up to you on that one.
I did not think I was going to get asked about that, so thank you. Yes, that was a team event that we all did, and we had a sports day for the summer, which was a really good thing to do to get everyone together. So yes, thank you, Rita. So my name's Jo. I lead a couple of divisions for Ipsos, the market research company. Ipsos is a French company that we exist in 80 markets worldwide. We have nearly 20,000 employees, and we're all about helping our clients understand business, markets, society. So as part of that, we do a lot of work understanding consumer opinion, consumer needs, citizen opinion. And the diversity of the work that we do and the diversity of the audiences that we're researching means that it creates a really strong and powerful need actually for a real understanding of the lived experiences. If we can understand consumers and citizens' lived experiences, then we're going to give our clients much better insights, much better advice, much better consultancy. So having a diverse workforce is actually a business imperative for us. It enables us to understand our markets much better and our consumers much better. So there's a real kind of business need for that and commercial imperative, as well as everything that Andrew said about that this is just the right thing to do. I've been at Ipsos for 20 years now, far too long, quite rare to be in an organisation that long. I'm the executive sponsor for a number of diversity and inclusion networks, including our REACH, Race, Ethnicity and Cultural Heritage Network. Fantastic to work with a group of just really passionate people. I live in West London, 2 kids, one who is autistic. So neurodiversity is, again, a big passion of mine, and making sure my son can grow up and thrive and work in an environment in an inclusive environment where he has a sense of belonging. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to the panel today, and I'm sure we'll cover a lot of good and interesting topics. Thank you.
Fantastic, thank you. I think what was also really powerful about those introductions is the blend between personal commitment and sort of professional action, which I guess is exactly what we want to see, more humanity in organisations and at the top of businesses of all kinds. And on this blend of personal and professional, Sharon, I could just come to you, just to talk maybe a little bit more. Was there a particular moment? I mean, in terms of your personal commitment and care about this topic, was there a particular moment or period of time that really brought these issues home to you on a personal front? And secondly, from a professional point of view, in terms of your major actions on diversity, inclusion and belonging and equity over this year, what have the major initiatives been?
Sure. Yes, two big questions. Thank you, Rita. I mean, I think to your first question about was there a moment for me? I think, I mean, I'm going to say the dreaded J word, the journey word. I don't think for me personally in my career, there was one moment. I think it's been many moments, both good and bad, that have made me utterly passionate about this. And I think often when you're going through your early years in your career, you don't realize that you're having some of those. You don't even realize you're having some of those experiences. It's not until you kind of look back and assess where you've come. And then when you're in a leadership position, thinking about the environment that you want to create yourself. So I don't think there was one moment. I think I had some powerful people that helped me think, that made me feel comfortable about being myself in my career. I was at Accenture for a fair few years at the early stages of my career, and I had a number of sponsors there who were kind of happy for me to bring my whole self to work, and that hadn't always been the case. And so as I've become a leader in my own right in leading Q5, that is something that I hold on to very, very dear. And that takes a lot of leadership time and attention. You can't rush these conversations. You have to get to know people. If you truly believe in people bringing their whole selves to work, you have to find time to understand them, to make sure that they feel psychologically safe to have the conversation with you as a leader. So just to turn then to Q5 and some of the things that we've been doing. And I think I'm going to try and talk really practically about some of the initiatives we've got, because I think sometimes we can talk in really sort of emotional and big terms about the topic, and it's difficult for people to know where to get started. So I was going to try and highlight a few kind of specific things we're doing. It is a journey for us. We're not perfect. Nobody's perfect in this, of course. And it's a journey that we've been on for a while. We set Q5 up 14 years ago, and we've always put people at the heart of our business. We are a people business, so they've always been at the heart, and we've matured along that journey. So we have a vibrant D&I community that's made up of team members across the globe. And this group are there, they're self-selecting to a certain extent, but they are there to challenge us as leaders of Q5 about what's working, what's not working, what we might need to change. And they're responsible for creating our annual plan of activity in Q5, and they run our annual D&I survey. And I thought I might just share Q5's goals this year on inclusion. We've got 5 goals to ensure all of our people feel safe and supported, to make sure all Q5ers understand their role in creating an inclusive environment, to integrate diversity and inclusion into how we operate day to day, to push our conversations further so that leads to action, and 5th, to continue to grow and retain a diverse pipeline of talent. And those were created by the community for the community in Q5. And if you're okay for me to keep going, Rita, I'll just pull out a few specifics around, therefore, what are we doing to deliver those goals? We use offsites to bring our team together, because as a professional services consulting team, we face out to our clients. We're out in the client site. Now that the pandemic is over, we're able to get back more. So the teams can be very disparate. And so we use our offsites to bring people back together in the Q5 environment. And this year in March, when we were together, team of 200 in Edinburgh, we made inclusion an absolute focus of that offsite. And we did some storytelling in the run-up to the offsite around everybody, different levels of the organisation, myself included. We recorded some digital stories about times in our life when we had felt included or excluded, and how that had made us feel, and what we would have liked to have been different, what we learned from that. And that culminated in a conversation for the 200 people in our offsite in Edinburgh around what had they learned from that. What did they want to probe? What did they want to understand more? What did they want to ask individual team members? And we culminated in creating a charter called It's Okay, It's Not Okay for Q5. And that's a set of guidelines, very simple, 5 things it's okay to feel and do, and 5 things it's not okay to feel and do, that we created as a team. And we've embedded that in our induction, our performance management, and we use it internally for teams, but we're also starting to use that with our clients, because again, as a professional services firm, there's a boundary there. We're not only about thinking about inclusion for our teams inside Q5, but how they integrate with the client team. So that, and we'll continue the theme of that. We have an offsite coming up next week where we'll continue that theme. Another very specific thing we did this year in support of those goals that I described was we've introduced an anonymous integrity line. We hadn't had that before. We always hope as leaders that we encourage openness, transparency, that we're very available to our team. But it was clear that, that wasn't always the case. And so I think it's a kind of give, and you've got to have a place for the team to go if they don't feel comfortable. I always hope they would, but if they don't, somewhere that they can go and report or share concerns. And for me, success of that line will be that we don't use it. We'll be paying for it, but we're not using it. So we'll see. We'll know in a few months where we've got to on that. And then one more, and then I'll stop talking so that Andrew and Joe can come in. We've been running a Courageous Conversation series for a couple of years now. Maybe this is our 3rd year, where we invite, again, we bring the team together over informal lunches, and we sometimes bring an external speaker in, or we ask people within the team with their lived experience to share their perspectives on a whole range of different topics. And the next sort of few months, we'll be looking at women's health. I'm hosting a Courageous Conversation on menopause. We will be addressing race around the Black History Month, and then we'll be moving on to mental health. And so we're running those in the background constantly to educate and build our knowledge and experience. And we need to get a little bit better about translating into action from those conversations, but we're learning as we go. So I could keep going, but I feel I should stop and let Joe and Andrew come in, Rita.
Thank you very much. I mean, I think there are really important themes there, about practical actions, engaging people, further across the organisation, setting the agenda. It's not sort of a grand top-down sort of approach. I think that the other thing you said was about, setting a role model, creating a safe environment, all of those things that really do create space for people to discuss, to feel that they can be themselves, etc. And I think we can all remember times in our working careers where we've had someone who encouraged that in ourselves, and it shows the power and agency, I guess, that we've all individually got. So, Andrew, I'm going to come to you. I mean, any other things that particularly resonate maybe on that question from what Sharon was saying and some of the actions that you're taking? And is it more challenging to do that in a publicly quoted company where you've got so many other pressures?
Shouldn't be, should it? I think in terms of what Sharon said, a few things resonated in a massive way with me. I think the thing to maybe put some fairy lights and a big spotlight on and put into bold italic is this idea that we're all on a journey. Lots of people are watching us, so perhaps we have a responsibility as the first group just to make it clear to everybody who's tuning in and engaging with this virtual conference that those people that are talking out at them are not on a pedestal. We are all on a journey. Nobody's perfect. We've all got things that we need to do, things that we like, things that we don't like. And it's super important to understand that. Otherwise, you never take the first step. Employee resource groups absolutely resonates with me. I've gone into bat with Layla on this a couple of times before, actually. I really don't like the term. I don't like the term resource used with employees, but I appreciate it is the accepted turn of phrase. We call them communities. The thing I would add to Sharon's excellent narrative on the subject is that it's really important that with those kind of groups, communities, they're heavily sponsored from a top-down perspective. And I know that Joe talked about his sponsorship of groups within Ipsos. But that sponsorship is to create the time and the space and the ability to take bottom-up action so that people can feel a sense of ownership. And before I outstay my welcome on this particular point, on the being a public company, I think there's a lot of mystique around that. Actually, I think, despite the fact it gives me the slight ick, as my daughters would say, the idea that one can sort of regulate and legislate your way to doing the right thing. We're all now under a lot of pressure to do the right thing from an ESG perspective anyway. It so happens that I'm fortunate enough to have a board who are very proud of our corporate voice and our culture of inclusion and belonging and social conscience. So actually, for me, it's pretty easy because I know I've got the backing of the board and indeed the major shareholders in terms of being an activist.
Thanks very much, Andrew. A couple of really crucially important things here about visible sponsorship from the top, even though the agenda is often set and some of the priorities emerge from right across the organisation. I love that. Gives me a slight ick. I think I'm going to mark that down as a technical term. But I think that question about having the right board and having the right board support, I mean, we can't always choose exactly who we work with, but that does feel to be very important. And at least it's a very high profile, high visibility agenda now, quite rightly, which adds pride as well as visibility. So thank you very much for that. Joe, if I could please come to you, any things that would resonate from what's been said so far, and what practical initiatives that you're undertaking at Ipsos?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this very much resonated. I mean, for me, it was very powerful. This idea of the journey is absolutely right. I mean, personally, for me, there were a couple of very powerful moments that I think just accelerated the need for change, and these were things that didn't even happen in the business world. The murder of George Floyd, for example, was really lit a fire under these issues. And certainly for our team members, it was a real moment where we needed to take stock of what was happening, and we needed to do something, to affect positive change in society. And so that I think that was something. We had our employee networks for a number of years, but I think that really accelerated the pace of change and accelerated the need for change as well. And so I think the employee networks, as we call them, are really, really important. I think that point about sponsorship is critical. I think it's important that our employee networks can affect change. I mean, we have a number of employee networks now around different facets of diversity and inclusion, but I think the governance that those networks have, the sponsorship that they have, their ability to influence policy within an organization, HR practice, people practice is really vital. And one of the, there's a number of things that I'm really proud of that our employee networks have influenced within Ipsos. One of them is our paternity and maternity leave policies. So our gender balance network was really influential in bringing in a matched paternity and maternity leave policy. We were one of the first organizations to do that, whereby male employees essentially get pretty much the same paternity leave as females do for maternity leave, and it just really encourages our male employees to take more responsibility for those important stages of family life, and not feel like they can't take responsibility as well. And it was something that I think initially anyway some people took a bit of time getting their head around it. But I think, you know, pieces like that, quite radical, quite progressive, are really, really important for driving change. We've got sponsorship programs, we've got talent development programs. We'll talk about those later, I'm sure. I think another area that I'm particularly passionate about, and I think our networks have made a big influence on, is in with apprenticeships as well. So bringing in team members from different social backgrounds as well. Certainly in the professional services world, we need to do a lot better there. But our apprentice scheme is thriving. We're going to be growing that, probably doubling that next year. And we found it's worked really, really well. So I think that role of the networks and how they can really influence the practices within an organization to really make change happen on the ground is important, because that is what our team members are wanting now. It's not just about talk, it's about action, and it's about moving the dial.
Thank you very much for also just to reinforce the theme of this panel, which is, you know, grand theories and policies are one thing, but actually it's what you do, of course, as we know, that really counts. And very interesting point that about, you know, paternity and maternity leave. I found that in many of the organisations I'm involved with, and actually having just recently become a grandmother. Yes, I've said it now. Yes, what I've noticed is that actually, you know, my daughter and my son-in-law have a very different sort of, you know, home management setup and attitude, certainly than I saw in my career. So that's a lot to be appreciated. I think that, you know, it's very good sometimes to recognise some of the changes that have happened. Okay, next question. Thank you very much for that. Really great sort of start and opening gambits here. And I think some of these sort of topics we've already raised, but I mean, in terms of why you feel, Andrew, if I could come to you on this one, why you believe and indeed can demonstrate that it's so important for other organisations or organisations of all kinds to get involved and take a stance on inclusion right now. Are there any other things that you might add, you know, to help people, you know, listening into this for their own organisations? Andrew, you're on mute.
Somebody had to be the first to do it, and it was always going to be the tech guy, wasn't it?
We ought to have a little mug holding up saying you're on mute so that we could do some
gosh. Yeah, exactly right. There must be something in the. I'll probably give away a bit of our corporate law now, but we have a sign for conferences that I'm not going to share with anybody that says I'm in a tricky, boring conversation. Get me out of it. So it should be one of those.
Don't be looking out for that. Actually, now you've mentioned it, that secret code. Anyway, there's nothing boring about this.
I'm sworn to secrecy. I think you pulled out two quite important themes there. One of them was taking a stance, which is activism. And let's talk about that perhaps at a macro level. And the other one is why now. And I think I think from the way I feel about it, and perhaps the way Alpha feels about it, Joe pointed to a really important tipping point that I think resonates with a lot of us, which was the murder of George Floyd, of course. At a personal level, my involvement with charity and activism groups was money or zero before the murder of George Floyd. And today I was just totting them up as we were speaking that I'm involved in 5 groups. So for a lot of people, I think that was a call to action for activism. There's kind of like a pre and post murder of George Floyd, and the post realization, I think, is part of this, a far more macro version of the sponsorship we've been talking about, which is that unless the combination of the various white, cis, straight, male privileges actually speak out and take action, then nothing's very likely to change. Never mind equality. I think what we're going for here is equity, and there's definitely going to be no equity. So I've talked about having air cover from a board level. And this is really important because we need to make decisions for reasons of morality and not just about business. So from that perspective, Alpha's an activist business. It's my character, my organization's character. And organizations do and need to have a personality. Probably Sharon sees that every day in all of the great change work that she does. I think activism is important. Clarity of position is important. I've been in a few rows with people recently about representing and speaking up and why it's important to get involved and to take a stance and to say something. And it's important for people in my experience who identify with one or more facets of diversity to know that their employer's viewpoint on issues that are profoundly important to them. And on that basis, we get more out of the workforce. So summary, activism and speaking out is important. It's right. It's morally right. And it makes us a better business. Makes us a better business anyway. So why wouldn't you do it? So then the second leg of your question is why now? So let's pick on maybe one target for activism where certainly Joe and I are aligned, and probably all of us are to an extent aligned, that the George Floyd murder, we're 1 year on from that now. So this is activism with regard to racism, institutional racism, systemic racism. What's actually really changed? Digging into something else that's important to me apart from dogs, which is the music of Marvin Gaye, but the lyrics of What's Going On are now 50 years old and they still resonate. What's all that about? So George Floyd was murdered, people spoke up, then people shut up, and now we've got no further forward. And the story's being repeated, the narrative's being repeated in a very similar way, actually, across a myriad facets of diversity and intersectionalities. So for me, my position, my stance, and I think the stance should be that sustainable change requires those white, cis, straight, male, privileged people to speak out and take action. It's important to take a stance. Now's the time to take a stance, but then now's always the time to take a stance. And a good way that you can do that, I'll give a quick advert, is by signing up to the CEO Activist Pledge, which makes it very clear that you are taking a stance.
Fantastic, thank you, Andrew. A great plug there, but actually, in all seriousness, I think there were some fantastically powerful points there about being an activist business. Why can't most businesses, indeed all businesses, see themselves as activist citizens in some way, shape, or form? I mean, I'm tempted to write a book about how businesses can change the world. That's not necessarily how their role is seen, but when we see what's happening with governments and stresses between nations and countries, many businesses, you sit across borders, don't you? You can have an impact across borders in a way that it's difficult sometimes for governments to have that. And when you put brands and the relationship that brands, of course, have with their own customers, whether B2B or B2C, I think it's potentially energizing, exciting, and a source of great pride, isn't it, to really kind of, I guess, engage, the talent and the skills in your workforce to really, really make a huge difference. And we'll come back to that, the role of business maybe in general and why some businesses are doing it and some not. Thank you. Could I maybe come to Joe? Is there anything else you'd like to add just in terms of initiatives that you're taking? Anything else again that resonated there?
Well, I really like, the idea of CEO activism and getting more organizations on board with this, because I think there's just going to be a virtuous benefit of the more organizations that come on board, the more momentum that's going to be behind this, the more change that can be affected. And the what we want is for this mindset, the sort of activist mindset, to be the normal mindset, to be the mindset that everyone has. And what we're doing is I think really interesting. We've started to link up now with other organizations, some of which are clients of ours at Ipsos, some of which are media partners, but actually start to bring together networks from across organizations and actually share ideas, sharing best practice. We did a really good event actually for the anniversary of George Floyd's murder with the FT, where we got team members and senior leadership from the FT and Ipsos to reflect on George Floyd's murder, to talk about and share what we're doing to try and move the dial on equity and inclusion and diversity. And it was a really, really good session. And actually, we got some really good challenges actually from team members that were involved in that session on what more we can do. And I think we wouldn't have had that effect if we hadn't have got together with another organization to do that. So I think there's benefits there. We're actually running another one for Black History Month with Vodafone as well, in partnership with Vodafone, and we're expecting that to be, a really, really good session too. So I like this idea of creating, virtuous momentum around it, getting more and more organizations on board with it, and then using that to drive change in the wider economy. Because just one business or a handful of businesses like ours aren't going to make that real difference. And also, of course, there are the importance of doing the right thing is critical. But this idea that if you want to exist and be successful as an organization, this imperative that you need to be seen as progressive, you need to be seen to be pushing the dial on diversity and inclusion. There was some great research, I think, from maybe McKinsey, which showed that organizations with a more diverse board have better performance, better commercial performance, better share performance.
I think we've all used that, haven't we?
Indeed.
Very
I'm sure
strongly.
we have.
And it's McKinsey, so it must be right. Yes.
Absolutely. But yes, so I think the need is there, the imperative is there, and I just think we need to get more organisations on board.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I think that one thing that does popped out on the activist front, and this leads us, I think, into our sort of third and final question, is, talking about being an activist and being very visible on these issues, as all of you are, and indeed, I think we'd like to see every leader and organisation becoming a leader activist, is sometimes the fear that by putting yourselves out there, by becoming visible, you're asking to be punched. Whether by media commentary or criticism or etc. So maybe just reflecting on that in the last section, because what I really love, and Joe, maybe you could kick this one off, is your advice to future leaders. What sort of advice would you give to future leaders to act now? What advice on what they might prioritise and indeed do?
Yes, absolutely. Well, I think that for me, being a researcher as well, measuring and tracking progress is absolutely vital. So understanding where the organisation is from a diversity, inclusion, equity, belonging perspective is vital. So obviously we publish the gender pay gap. We also publish an ethnicity pay gap as well. I hope in the future we will also be looking at social inclusion pay gaps as well. And I'm really hopeful that the government is going to start making these kind of things mandatory for organisations. Gender is currently mandatory, but I would certainly like to see that broadened out, because for me, closing those pay gaps are a vital marker of change. It's absolutely fundamental. So for me, establishing those key metrics, how can we see if we're making progress? We always say what measures gets measured gets done. That for me is vital. Measuring the right things. Employee surveys as well. We conduct a survey that we call our Belong Survey. Sharon obviously mentioned a piece that she does in her organisation as well. Understanding employee opinions, getting ideas as well, seeing change, seeing improvement. Do our employees have a sense that our leadership is bought into it? Are they seeing us move the dial? Are we becoming a more inclusive organisation? All those kind of things are absolutely vital in terms of getting a set of metrics that are really going to enable you to see, are you making progress and are things happening? So that's certainly something that I feel really, really passionate about. I think also employees are going to sniff out quite quickly if a CEO is truly authentic in their belief and whether they're behind all this. It's going to be pretty easy for them to tell. So what are you doing as a senior leader, as a CEO, to actually make things happen? Are you volunteering for the right courses? Are you educating yourself in these issues? And how are you actually holding team members accountable for making it happen? You know, certainly we have accountability at kind of a corporate group level, so a bit more of a top down, but how can we get accountability right from the bottom up as well? So all of our business units in every market need to create a diversity and inclusion action plan in Ipsos, and you've really got to attack it from every angle, you know, from the group level, from the corporate level, from the divisional level, from the team level. Can you include objectives in people's performance reviews? You know, those kind of things as well. So what are the kind of softer pieces and also the more kind of measurable pieces that can be done as a CEO, as a leader, to really affect this change and make it happen? So that's, you know, I guess they're pieces that, you know, for CEOs, as well as signing up for the pledge, I think are going to be really, really important.
So that thing about measuring and tracking, and obviously that are the outcomes, but also seeding it into performance conversations and general performance metrics. This is, I guess, part of your review. Thank you very much. Sharon, any other things?
Yeah, I know we're getting close to the end of our panel. I really want to emphasize that point about authenticity of leaders. As Andrew was talking about, you know, why now, you know, why important, you know, alongside activism, for me, activism comes through authenticity. And you said it, Joe. I just, and that's authenticity at every level. And so what does that mean? For me, that means, what do I try and do every day to have an impact? And it can be really small things as well as the big things. So I taking action every day, authenticity as a leader, taking action every day. And then I think you have to, as a leader, you have to listen, you have to learn, and you have to take action. I think that, you know, just, you know, because I know we haven't got time, that would be my summary. And Rita, I do think that businesses can change the world. So let's write the book, because I do think they can.
Okay. Well, I'd be very open to, you know, co-writers on that one. I'm going to come to Andrew for the last words here, please, on
no
advice.
Pressure at all.
No.
Well, I'm up for a chapter as well, to be honest, because I happen to believe that you can run an unbelievably successful business and do a lot of good at the same time. So I'm in, as they say. I'm going to be slightly boring and again rehash the idea of authenticity and leadership. It's so desperately important. And as Joe said, people will sniff out a lack of authenticity, and you know, leaders should bring their true selves to work as well. It's something that's not always focused upon, but you know, you were kind enough in a fun moment to point out my 8-legged decompression machine. But I think it's important, because by putting that narrative out on LinkedIn, by pushing that narrative internally, the reason that one of my children is inherited is that we're second time arounders. I don't see my children as much as I would like to. And everybody here knows that there is nothing that's going to stop me going home on time on a Tuesday. Work will wait, because that's my day with my kids. And that sets the example, but gives people permission to run their work lives in the same way. Two other points from me. You, at the start of your intro to this session, you talked about people being worried about speaking up and getting punched, I think was the term that you used. And it's analogous to that hackneyed, but it's still very, very correct business cliche around the what if we train people and they leave, or what if we don't train people and they stay? If you speak out, yeah, you might get punched. But what if you don't speak out and your people feel like they're getting punched, your business is getting punched? Just speak out. And In a world that I think is becoming increasingly tolerant of verbiage and is starting to see underneath that and see intention, direction and authenticity, not only is speaking out with all of those things in mind very important, and I think you're less likely to get punched, but actually there's a really good journey and dialogue internally and probably internally within yourself in terms of, should I speak out about this thing? Why am I speaking out about this thing? Am I virtue signaling? Is this the right thing to speak out on? And as with a million facets of business, the journey can be more important than the destination.
Fantastic final words there. Look, I need to wrap this up, but a huge thank you to what inspiring thoughts, insightful conversation. I do hope that our listeners have been energized by all that. So a huge thank you to you. For our audience, please don't forget to tag Dial Global. Use the social media handle #MovingTheDial. Please do join us after this short break to hear from an incredible panel speaking on new leadership behaviours, taking bold, brave and authentic action, that word again. So anyway, we'll look forward to the book emerging. Again, thanks so much for your time and huge insights and inspiration. Thank you.
Who's to say you don't have the skills to reach the top? Who's to say you don't have the power?
This how we do it.
Who's to say you can't boss it? Who's to say who's best? The best ever? Or the best in the future? She could be huge, trust me. And with this team to inspire us, who's to say what's possible for you?
I have all walks of life that come and sit in my chair, and I love connecting with them. Clients share their opinion with me, and it's like, oh wow, I didn't even think about it from that perspective.
That's what people's minds were at, but
You just want to make sure that what you're talking about is legit. When there is a disagreement, that excites me. I like there to be some flavor.
that's what I think.
Alpha's a financial technology company, specifically asset finance. We develop our software here in London, and then we have technical and functional staff on site at our clients helping them move on to it. For example, Mercedes-Benz in the US, if you had a car on a lease or a loan, it'd be our software helping them run their business.
The key thing that makes us stand out is our delivery track record, and we achieve that delivery track record by recruiting people who are positive, engaged, energetic, enthusiastic, people who are willing to learn.
Graduates are important to Alpha because it's genuinely a set of fresh minds bringing in fresh ideas. We're also very keen to expand from the bottom up.
I definitely agree. I think one of the key things that graduates bring to us is the energy. They come into the teams, they're fresh, it's new, it's exciting, and they bring drive and enthusiasm.
Diversity and inclusion is so important to Alpha because we truly believe that people can achieve more when they can be themselves and when they can come to work and be their best selves.
Challenged all of the time to think differently, act differently, be different, and I think that's incredibly important.
I remember the first time I walked into Barclays, and I remember just seeing a vast array of people, both people who looks like me, but then also people who were from all different walks of life. And for me, that essentially just made it an incredibly welcoming environment.
There are so many different factors people differ on. It matters that all these different types of people are represented and have a voice within a group.
Life is so much easier when you can be yourself. There's no putting on a front, there's no expending any effort to be somebody that you're not.
It means I can be really proud of my background, my heritage, my culture, my gender, my ethnicity, and I'm not really trying to fit in.
For me, that sort of feeling of inclusion and being heard, again, especially in the current climate that we live in, is incredibly important, and it's the reason that I stayed with Barclays for such a long period of time.
It shouldn't feel like anything, if that makes sense. It should feel normal. It shouldn't feel like you have to fight for something.
I am in Barclays because of sponsors and mentors who have gone to bat for me and who have actually put themselves out to support my career development, even when I didn't necessarily know what I was capable of.
For me, I also need to feel that I'm valued, that I'm respected, that I'm given the right opportunities. I wouldn't work for someone who didn't present me with those opportunities, right? Because I wouldn't be able to deliver. I wouldn't be able to do what I wanted to do. I wouldn't feel comfortable.
The vision of the Mackenzie Dallas Review was to create a diversity report that looked not just at the single issues such as race or gender when it comes to diversity, inclusion and belonging, but one that looks holistically at all of the visible and invisible facets of diversity which make each and every one of us unique. By factoring in these 10 specific facets of diversity, inclusion and belonging, organisations can get a very real and measured account of exactly where they are today. They can then look at the ways in which they can move their dials significantly forward by identifying the areas that need the most work and development. The Mackenzie Dallas Review encourages organisations to step up and look at where their organisations are performing well and could do with additional support when it comes to the 10 facets of diversity, inclusion and belonging. We really encourage leaders to look at an approach which is based by scientific methodology as opposed to purely common sense. It is together that we can move the dial forward. We hope that the stories and the best practice methodologies that are shared inside the pages of the Mackenzie Dallas Review will equip your organisations and leaders to be able to really learn best practice and achieve holistic moving of the dial in the right direction.
People will always love travel, even if it's just in their own country. The adventure is just the beginning. So here's a bright idea. Engage family shoppers by helping children love learning through inspiring hands-on play. Our global food supply depends on bees. Where would we be without them? It's a perfect opportunity for brands to create a buzz.
16 national teams have traveled with their delegations to the U20 Women's World Cup.
Philippe joue dans une équipe amateur et ne vit que pour le football.
Una federación de fútbol está construyendo una academia formativa de base con instalaciones de entrenamiento.
Gemma, tell us a little bit about you and how you came to be where you are today, not only personally, but also within the wonderful world of Britvic, as you can see here behind us.
I joined Britvic around 10 years ago, which has been a delight, and I have had the opportunity to further my finance career, but also more recently move into more of a commercial area. So I now lead our business in Asia. So really being able to utilize my kind of finance background, but use it in more of a broader commercial role, which has been great. And our role is really to develop our commercial business in Asia, working across our brands London Essence and Matthew Tessere, working with a team of professional distributors that we have across the region, and really in partnering with them, building relationships to maximise our portfolio.
Talk to me about why it's so important that we as an organisation here at Britvic inject that culture in from a number of different places and international experience that you've had.
So from more of an Asian perspective, I think one of the things that is obvious but is very true in Asia is how important the relationship is. And actually, so with my distributors and my team, I've spent a lot of time trying to get to know them more on a personal level, take the time, of course, to always, before we go straight into business, to really have a polite way of interacting, which I would anyway, but that's quite important in a lot of Asian cultures. A lot of my interaction with lots of my customers, strangely, has been during COVID, where a lot of it was Teams focused. So it's a little bit, it's been a little bit of a different relationship. Now the world's opened up again. I've made sure on visiting lots of my customers, I've observed lots of the sort of local politenesses. So always taking a gift from my region, making sure we have time to socialise as well as just business. When I look aside from Asia though and look at the rest of our business unit, so I'm part of the French and International Business Unit. It came together in 2020, in the summer of 2020. And one of the big things that we have done as a business unit to help that integration go smoothly is we've offered language training to all of the employees in what we call the Britvic Tessere International Business Unit. There's around 430 employees in our business unit, and really pleased that over 80 people, so 20% of that team, are taking up language training, both French people learning English, English people learning French, and then other people have taken the opportunity to learn some other languages. We really wanted to make sure everyone can communicate and collaborate as effectively as possible, but we didn't want the onus always to be on the French people having to communicate in English and learn English as a language. So really pleased that lots of our UK-based employees or other employees around the world that speak English have also been taking the opportunity to learn French so that we can really collaborate better.
So Gemma, tell us a little bit about how diversity, inclusion, belonging, equity has grown and expanded internationally.
The cultures, even within Europe, there's vast cultural differences among the countries, and we wanted to really recognise and try and understand all of the different cultures in our new business unit. So as an exec team, we had a really great immersive day around cultural awareness. Again, that's been invaluable with helping us collaborate, understand where each other's coming from, where there's friction or you're working through a problem. It's so much easier when you can understand if there's a cultural belief underpinning that reaction, so that you can kind of respond to it in a more educated way, I guess. My team in Asia who are wonderful. I have learnt so much from them about different ways to operate internationally, how to be more aware of my usual way of communicating. So I've been able to kind of tweak and amend the way I communicate with people so that I'm really being inclusive to different Asian customers. For me, it's just very enriching. So I think on a human level, learning about different types of people and their story and different ways of doing things, I find really inspiring and just interesting.
Hello and welcome back to the DAL Global Virtual Summit, and it is absolutely wonderful to be on this panel. I think Zara's panel's just about to pop up there, but this panel is entitled New Leadership Behaviours, Taking Brave, Bold and Authentic Action, a word that you've already heard mentioned a number of times this morning. My name is Layla Mackenzie Dallas and I'm the founder and CEO of DAL Global, and I am joined by three phenomenal leaders this morning who I'm delighted to welcome back to the DAL Global virtual stage for the second time today. They are Ellie Tomlins, Chief People Officer at Britvic PLC, Andrew Neil, Chief People Officer at Communisys, and Dr. Zara Nanu, who is the founder and CEO of Gap Square. Welcome all.
Hi. Nice to be here.
So leadership is not about the titles or the corner office, and it's really, we're hearing more so now about this willingness and this want and desire to step up and put your authentic self out there and really lean into brave and authentic action. So in this session, we're going to be hearing from you all here as our trailblazing, inspirational leaders on your individual journeys, both personal and professional, to really step up, take that stand for employee engagement, authenticity, both within your organisations and also externally. But before we get into detail, it'd be great to hear a little bit more about each of you and why you're so passionate about diversity, inclusion and belonging. Ellie, I'm going to come to you first.
Thank you, Layla. So we're delighted to be here to start with. It's always a privilege to have these conversations. As you said, my name's Ellie Tomlins. I'm the Chief People Officer of Britvic. I joined Britvic in February, and so I'm relatively new in this role. Britvic Soft Drinks makes and bottles all of Pepsi's drinks in the UK, as well as a number of our own brands, and probably drinks that you have in your home. But I've worked in inclusion, diversity and HR for a lot of years now, and it's almost an impossible question about why I find it so fascinating. But I guess I would say I can argue the moral and ethical case for diversity and inclusion till the cows come home. But I also find it a really genuinely fascinating intellectual challenge and an area that's always evolving and changing, and there's so much to learn about yourself and about other people. So as society changes, it's a topic that changes, and therefore I genuinely love it for the day-to-day intellectual wrestle that it gives me.
I love the phrase intellectual wrestle there, Ellie, and it is absolutely on point, given the fact that diversity, inclusion, belonging, equity, everyone has an opinion on it, but ultimately it's such a more complex subject than meets the eye. Andrew, coming to yourself.
Sure, hi. And yeah, as you said, so I'm Andrew Neil, Chief People Officer of a business called Communisys. We're a marketing services business. We're often stood behind other brands. So unlike the world of Pepsi and Britvic, you probably haven't heard of us, but we'd have probably put something in your hands or you've consumed something we've produced over the last week or so. very similar actually to Ellie in terms of why I'm here. Having been in the HR function for a number of years, and again could argue the merits for the cows come home. I think at a personal level, the personal values of respect and equality and equity and being true. I don't think you could probably be in this profession if they didn't. But equally, when I really boil it down, as a single dad to a 7-year-old little girl, I feel a very clear accountability to contribute to a world where she can grow up and be who she wants to be and feel she is. So, both professionally and personally, this subject resonates. Ethnicity is authenticity. A very personal challenge, and we've talked about this before. And so, when you invited me to talk about this subject, it was something I was keen to contribute. And as a business, we've gone through a lot of change, and it's very much a tradition of the old meeting the new. So we've got a lot of interesting dynamics at play. So lots of challenges in this space.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Andrew, and thank you for sharing as well there about being single father to a 7-year-old. I've just become a mum for the first time to a little IVF baby called Peter, and he's the ripe old age now of 4 months old. And so it is it's great to hear about the personal story there. And last but never least, Dr. Zara Nanu, it's fantastic to have you here with our 3 esteemed panelists today.
Thank you very much, Leila, and lovely to meet you, Ellie and Andrew. Thank you very much for having me here today. So I guess I kind of have 2 hats in my passion for diversity and inclusion. One, I'm a woman in tech who has started a tech startup, bootstrapped, and subsequently sold the business to Relics PLC last year. So there's that, a thing that I was really passionate about being a woman in tech and really pushing through in this environment. And the other one is what the tech company was about. So I founded Gap Square to help businesses understand pay gaps, both across gender, ethnicity, and any other indicators, and be able to close those gaps with the help of data. The reason I did that is that in 2015, the World Economic Forum was telling us that we are about 250 years away from achieving parity globally. At the same time, the World Economic Forum was telling us that by 2030, a lot of us will be in self-driving cars. NASA's telling us by 2030, we'll be waving people off to Mars. So at the same time as all of this innovation and technology is happening and moving forward and accelerating and creating progress for humanity, we're still somehow going to be 240 years away from achieving parity between genders while we see all this innovation unfold. So I wanted to start a business in tech so that we can make the most of innovation and utilize technology to help businesses look at their data across payroll and HR and understand how they can accelerate that equality within the workplace so we can create that inclusive, fair place for all. So when we're all there in 2030 in our self-driving cars, waving some people off to Mars, we can be closer to achieving parity at work than 240 years.
Dr. Zara, thank you. 240 years really puts that into context. On the one hand, how far away we are, yet at the same time, we know having leaders like all of you on this panel allow us to really drive tangible action and change. And as leaders, be beacons for that very change that we want to see, not only now, but for future generations of leaders as well. Now, Ellie, I'm going to come to you first here because I know you are an absolute culture queen and some of the work done across the board, not only with now dipping toes in to your next opportunity here at Britvic, but some of the things that you've done historically, personally, professionally, and right now have been very, very much around culture and really changing the game from not only a people and an HR perspective, but from that real strategic game-changing perspective. Tell us a little bit about some of the key areas that you've identified. And they could be right now here at Britvic, but they also could be some of those many examples you have from the various other achievements you've had through the career.
Wow, what a broad question to start with, because there's many different ways I could potentially answer that. So, I guess when I look back and I reflect on what does it take to shift the dial, what does it take to change the game, I often start with the importance of leadership. And I think we've all read a huge amount in recent years about how leadership is changing, that pandemic trend where the human face of leadership came forward so much more. We saw compassion, we saw kindness dialing up at a completely different level than we'd seen before. And now, with the wellbeing trends that are going on, there's a lot of conversation about how performance requires things like rest and recovery to enable peak performance. So there's an awful lot going on at the time about the things that are always changing. What I find quite interesting when I think about the one or two things that I've always rested on is actually, in my years of leadership development and working with CEOs and working with leaders over a couple of decades, I always come back to three really critical traits that actually are true game changers for inclusion and diversity, but for any kind of change, really. They would be curiosity, courage, and self-knowledge. And I always start with curiosity because it's the power for learning and it's the thing that helps people, educate themselves and move things on. And I originally came across it at Thomson Reuters when we were doing a lot of work on what does it take to be truly global. If you want to lead diversity and inclusion globally, what is the trait that you need? And we did a huge project on it, and we discovered that curiosity had three different faces and all were equally important. So curiosity about yourself, curiosity about other people, so the empathetic curiosity to understand what makes people tick and why they are where they are. And actually curiosity about the world, about the cultures we live in, about the differences between those cultures, and then being able to reconcile those differences intellectually became incredibly important for if a leader wanted to have impact and resonance across different markets. The second thing that we will always come back to, and I think will never be changing, is the importance of courage. And I think, you look at society right now, never has it been more important to be bold, never has it been more important to be brave, and never has it been more important to challenge both yourself and the people you're in, and really hold yourself to account for, stepping into difficult conversations and holding a line, even if it's difficult for yourself personally. And powering both of those, I think, and the thing that helps people in the moment to do both of those things is to really understand yourself and that kind of concept of self-knowledge. And as I was reflecting on your question, I was remembering a leader and teacher and guru who I think developed a generation of HR leaders called Myung Chung Judge, who sadly died this summer. She was an extraordinary OD practitioner who worked not only with every large company in the world, but had also started to work at the government and societal level in reshaping Singaporean society. She was extraordinary. But she used to teach us all so much about the importance of knowing, if you're going to facilitate change, what is going on for you? Because what you have going on will change the dynamic and will change how you come into that conversation, will change how brave you're able to be and how you can frame those words, listening to your inner voice and listening to where you really are. And hammering that home for that generation, it was such an important piece of education for me, and something I've always gone back to is really coming back to curiosity and courage, being really understanding what you've got going on, because that is what it's going to take. If you don't understand that, you're never going to change the game. So I would always come back to those three things. And I suspect no matter what trend we're in, what current zeitgeist we're in, they will be important if you really want to stand up and make a difference. So that's where I'd start. But as I said, brilliantly broad question.
Thanks ever so much, Ellie. And the three C's that we have: curiosity, two C's and one S, curiosity and self-knowledge. Would love to know, Andrew and Zara, if there's any further builds at all on that. But as we come to you to ask, some of these societal norms, as you say, Ellie, they are absolutely shifting. Challenge, accountability, the employee voice. Literally everyone these days can take to digital or social media. And so actually being accountable for our words, our actions, what we say there as leaders externally, whilst also then being able to step into those difficult conversations, as you say, internally, when actually there are a number of things that are going on for us individually, as people, as leaders. Many different conversations are needing to happen now, be it boardroom table, be it externally. There's an expectation for organizations to be speaking up around, challenging conversations, which
probably wouldn't have been happening, 5-10 years ago. But then also that dynamic around kind of employee voice as well, and really ensuring that we do, as you say, dig deep into what it is that makes people tick and how can we bring those cultural kind of idiosyncratic details together. Andrew, any thoughts on Ellie's points here? Because I think there was some really rich discussion points raised.
Yeah, definitely. I couldn't agree more with all of that. I think curiosity for me definitely resonated. I think, that being very conscious that you don't know what you don't know, and walking through life and work and everything, being aware of that and being curious and interested, and then when you're finding something that you don't understand or don't know, and whether it be in the spaces we're talking about today or whether it be just generally in life, it's so critical. There's no stretch, there's no development, there's no growth without that, without accepting there's lots and lots of stuff you just don't get right now, and that curiosity. Yeah, so 100%, sign up for that. I think the other thing is that towards the end we talked about being brave and being bold. I remember a mentor telling me that if you're really going to affect change, Andrew, if you're really going to do this job in the people function really, really well, there's going to be times where you have to stand up and do things and say things that could get you fired, because you're going to oppose opinions, or you're going to oppose views, or you're going to stand up for what you believe, and people will have contrary views. But you're not going to affect change unless you're bold enough to take it all the way and stand behind it. And I think, linked to what you were saying there, Layla, and Ellie was saying, I think that that rings true even more now, the way we are with a complex world that's increasingly changing at pace.
Zara.
Yeah, no, this is not the first time I hear the word curiosity in a panel, in a conversation around diversity and inclusion, and I love it. I actually started thinking about it as curiosity closed the gap, because it's curiosity and wanting to learn more about structural inequalities within the organization, or anything that data is telling us about representation or about pay, that is going to lead to some questions being asked, and therefore some collective answers being found and identified. So I like that. And one of the other points you were making, Layla, around kind of availability of socials and how that accountability is moving quite quickly through society. And it's true, because many of you would know the Government Equalities Office has introduced legislation in the UK, which requires businesses with 250 employees or more to report on their pay gaps. And we've had that in force for 5 years now. And I think we were seeing some complacency starting to build up around these numbers. Companies were reporting pretty much the same numbers every year on year. We see small 0.02% change year on year, but not much else. And then this year, someone created a bot on Twitter. It was called the Gender Pay Gap Bot. And it was every time for International Women's Day, an organization was tweeting something about International Women's Day, the bot would automatically retweet that with the company's pay gap and say, this company's pay gap is 23%, or this company's pay gap is 40%. So a lot of, actually, as the day progressed, you could see a lot of organizations removing their tweets and deleting their tweets. And you could also hear stories of organizations decided to pause their social media campaigns around International Women's Day for fear of being retweeted by the bot. But in effect, what that has done is a lot of pressure on organizations to actually re-examine where they are and reignited some fire behind the legislation. So definitely that kind of accountability across multiple stakeholders does come into play in this space.
Oh, I think Zara's frozen for just a moment there, but I was chuckling somewhat just because the bot was a he on International Women's Day, and these tweets are being removed. But it's just a really interesting concept, isn't it? Because it is we do live in this, as I think you pointed out, Andrew, a VUCA world. It's volatile, uncertain, and all the rest of it. There is being brave and there is being bold and speaking out. Yet also there's that huge fear of rebuke at the same time. Where does individual personal boldness, braveness, come to play, in line with company brands and how they wish to be seen. Does that marry up between what is being said and also the employee voice, and so on and so forth? But I am going to come to you, Andrew, with this next question, because actually you've alluded to already a lot about your kind of, the younger people in your life, but actions around your younger self on this importance of authenticity and change. Can you talk a lot about this curiosity piece, the boldness piece? Talk to us a little bit about your younger self on this, and subsequently then those who might be aspiring to be in the positions that you are all in today.
Yeah, and wasn't the Paybot a great example of authenticity and calling out businesses that weren't authentic, right? It was brilliant. Yeah, I mean, I had a journey with this as I sort of growing my career and developing my career, and I worked at a couple of organisations where I was privileged to work with some amazing leaders, either directly or in and around, and I kind of fell into this imitation is flattery and steal with pride and all that kind of stuff, because it felt like a shortcut to getting on, and it cut it for a while. I'd sort of summarize it as what would Sarah do, was how I kind of phrased it in my head, because she was a boss that really kind of sort of first boss that sat me down and had influence on driving my career forward. And like I said, it cut it for a while, but you sort of get to a point where it feels like things start to jar, and that's the kind of moment of dawning where you go, I'm not being authentic now, and I'm not behaving, performing, leading, making decisions, whatever it might be, in what's truly authentic for me. And when you get into that place of, right now, I need to start defining what I really stand for, and thinking very long and hard about, why does this not feel comfortable, and why does it not feel natural? And that authenticity, when you're in a place where you're clear what your personal values are, what your personal ethics, morals, what's important to you are, it becomes a lot easier to be authentic. It becomes a lot easier to be natural. And I think that the response, whether it be leading teams, whether it be leading change, we've all probably seen examples where someone's been inauthentic and things haven't rung true, and you just don't trust. You don't connect, you don't engage in the same way you do when someone's super authentic and shares things about themselves, or allows them to be put out there and feel maybe exposed. You get to that point of a deeper level of trust. And I think if you're really going to drive change, if you're really going to take people with you, if you're really going to enable something to happen, that you need that connection and that trust. So, rambling on without answering your question, I think if I was to sort of talk to my younger self, or my daughter as she gets older, I think, be clear on what you stand for and what's important for you. What is that hill you're going to die on, and what is that thing you're going to go toe to toe with leadership on and fight the battle for, and accept that's going to be uncomfortable. Accept it's going to be a difficult journey, because you're probably going to do an awful lot of soul searching to get there. I think there's to truly get into what's really core to you is, take some fairly difficult thinking and approach some stuff that maybe you haven't done. So I think accept it's going to be uncomfortable and accept that, but it shows growth, and it shows development, it shows stretch, right? And if I trust your gut, trust your instincts. If you're clear on all the other stuff, your gut will lead you well. There's a reason you get that nagging feeling in your stomach when something's not quite right. And being authentic is listening to that and doing something about it and standing up for it. So yeah, I think it's super important in modern day life. I think we are beyond the phase of leadership where you can read textbooks and understand psychology and think that's enough. It's got to be, you've got to be an authentic leader. You've got to stand up in front of people and be yourself, and people aren't going to get on board unless you are.
Perfectly well said, Andrew. And I can see Ellie, I'm feeling myself here kind of nodding vigorously, in agreement here, but some really wonderful nuggets of wisdom there. I like the piece around imitation being flattery and stealing with pride, yet also actually this word of authenticity, it's almost been a little overused to an extent. And every way you have described this in bringing yourself facing into what are really often uncomfortable conversations, but also having that trust at the center of it, absolutely ring true. And if you don't mind me very briefly just coming back as well to some points whilst you were speaking, made me think very much about equity over equality. I know we talk a lot about gender equality, some of the stereotypical aspects of diversity, but actually you very kindly shared there that right at the beginning of this conversation, that you are, a single father. And so actually, if our expectations are to really drive true equality, we need to first recognize equity. We need to recognize that there are differentials within every single area of those dimensions of diversity. And so, the gaps with, even parenting, time off, they need to be equal for women as they do men, as they do other people and other individuals within organizations. But Ellie, I'm going to come to you because you were mirroring one another there with our
I do love nodding along absolutely. So I think there's a really interesting theme around authenticity, because I absolutely agree with you, Andrew. Everyone's got to find their own path, and you really need to and that's a kind of a journey for everybody. I also talk to a lot of, individuals often earlier on in their careers who are dealing with imposter syndrome. And I have to remind them that basically everyone I've ever met has always had some sort of version of imposter syndrome. And I often point them at the work of an academic and speaker who's brilliant, a lady called Hermina Ibarra, who's worked on the paradox of authenticity and the trap that people get into when they are trying to learn to be different, that for the period where they are learning a new habit or learning a new behavior or learning a new skill, it feels inauthentic. And they often hold themselves back. And actually, she talks about the mantle, and she talks about trying it on, and she talks about acting into something. And you almost have to go through the period where something feels a bit raw and a bit edgy and a bit different before it becomes comfortable and then therefore feels authentic. And I often use that as a metaphor with people when they are talking to me about imposter syndrome. And I certainly used it myself, to actually just consciously remember to experiment along the way, rather than always saying, to be authentic, I must automatically be able to do it and be able to do whatever I'm asking of myself without trial, error, and to be patient with yourself whilst you're learning something, which I think is just a really nice angle for us all to think about as we are encouraging people to change. Is sometimes there's a period where it feels a bit weird, and then people get themselves into that authenticity trap. So I think there's a really nice nexus in there, because we have to remember to play with things, to experiment, to try stuff out, which brings you straight back to courage. But it's an important, I would always tell my younger self not to worry about imposter syndrome and to just try some stuff on for size a little with some, liberal thought and action.
If I can also add into there, I think in thinking about what I would tell my younger self, if I was going to go back and tell my younger self that I was going to work in tech and deal with math and statistical regression models, I think I would have laughed in my face, because back at that time when I was doing the equivalent of A-levels, maths was not for girls. Maths was hard. It was more for boys. You saw very few girls go into this field. And so it's also about like following your journey, because although I didn't do that then, I very much live and breathe maths and tech right now. So it's my life right now. So kind of follow the journey that brought me here. The journey that takes you to a destination isn't always straight journey, and there's lots to learn along the way. And I think in addition to in feeding into this kind of being yourself and being your authentic self, I think sometimes it's also important to acknowledge the challenges that come with that, especially if you are, say, a young woman in a new career, or if you are a woman in tech, or a woman in a more male dominated occupation, or a male dominated kind of pay level and grading within an organization, because it can be hard. The number of times I was at tech events or in tech spaces where I was confused for the waitress or the person signing people in or the person who's going to sort out the air conditioner is too many to be recounted. And it's important to acknowledge that these things do happen and they can be challenging. And sometimes it's easy to wake up the next morning and be like, I'm going to get back on my feet and go and smash it. And sometimes it's hard because you think the whole world is set up differently. So yeah, I guess it's the journey. Well, my addition to this, as I kind of say a lot of words, is that the journey can be different for everyone, and authenticity is sometimes very hard and challenging. And it's just not something to stop us, but more something to acknowledge and recognize.
Oh, sorry, Andrew, you're going to say something.
No, I was just going to say I totally agree.
I think we're all nodding in agreement here, and it is ultimately how we break these systemic barriers and really, as you all are here, be great role models. But we often like to say at Dial, it's those real models as well. You know, it's being what you wish to have seen. To your point, Zara, you know, perhaps when you were being mistaken for a waitress or whomever else within those kind of constructs. And you know, I think the amount of tenacity that it takes to keep on pushing through what has been this almost perceived kind of glass ceiling, you know, is something that is one of the most powerful traits that we can have in the world that we live in today. You know, felt very much, you know, the same myself sometimes, you know, but ultimately, you know, role models, real models, they can come from many different walks of life. You know, they can be male, they can be female. We're sitting with a number of them right here today. And you know, it's amazing how these different types of influences around you really can have a huge difference, in particular on the younger generation, thinking to themselves, you know, hey, I absolutely can be, you know, an LE chief people officer within a large corporate. Andrew, you know, single father, you know, be actually doing it all, having it all with the career, you know, not easy, certainly, but having everything I wish for. And Zara, you know, clearly, you know, being able to grow, scale and exit an organization is just phenomenal. Now, taking the conversation into a different gear, let's talk a little bit about some of the shifts that we found from viewing diversity, inclusion, belonging and equity as an HR imperative. It's one of my favorite subjects of conversation, this one, but to seeing it as from HR to your responsibility and ultimately that of the entire leadership team. Zara, I'm going to come back to you here to kick this one off, and then we'll go back around our group.
Yeah, absolutely. So, such an important question, Leila. And I think the main thing that I'm seeing, we're seeing a lot of data from a lot of organizations across the world, looking at their payroll and HR data to understand inequities within the organization, both in terms of representation, but also in terms of pay and anything else related to that. And what we're seeing is the increased alignment of this agenda with the C-suite. So it's no longer just something that sits within HR or sits with an appointed D&I person, with a role that usually was seconded and usually was done by someone on top of their job. We're seeing kind of increased funding and support and investment into this agenda, both in terms of having it lead in the C-suite conversations around business development. So when the C-suite is talking about business growth, how are we going to grow? How are we going to scale the business? How are we going to maintain those profit margins? They very much are aligned with conversations around how does this fit with our people? How does this fit with fairness within what we're doing with our people, with diversity and inclusion, and the agenda of equity in general? So we're seeing that alignment of the diversity and inclusion agenda with the business imperatives and business growth, which is really great to see. And we're also seeing increased focus on data. I mean, I'm now a data geek, and I know the role that data can play in helping organizations really understand where their gaps are and how they can narrow those gaps faster is huge. A lot of the times, conversations around diversity and inclusion were more or less kind of blanketed in terms of what actions can happen within an organization to address any existing gaps. Data is helping organizations understand there's no one size fit all, and actually everyone has their own issues. And in addition to that, what we also find is the conversations around diversity and inclusion are we're already playing catch up. We're already trying to close existing gaps. And this isn't happening in a vacuum. The world is evolving, roles are evolving, organizations are evolving. You have jobs now that didn't exist 10 years ago. I mean, a digital marketer wasn't something that people did 10, 15 years ago. So within that kind of shifting economy of jobs, you also have additional pressure of creating and facilitating change. And again, data is that point that can help bring everything together and help organizations shape more inclusivity and more diversity. It seems counterintuitive because it's like, the way I think about it, diversity and inclusion is very much about authenticity, about the journey, about inclusivity, and data seems very hard and rough. Like, what does data understand about people? But actually, when you look at the entire organization and you look at that data, it helps bring everything nicely together.
Well, you're here with a fellow data geek, Zara, and I'll come to yourself, Ellie, in just a moment. But as you rightly said, this is a board-wide issue. We need to have buy-in from our leadership. It's not just an HR issue. We've got brilliant HR leaders who are beacons of change and transformation, but they cannot be expected to do this alone. It needs absolute fundamental buy-in from our CEOs, our boards, our other leaders, in order for it to trickle down throughout the branches, the roots, the leaves of the organizations. But Ellie, I'll come to yourself first, and then Andrew, to you.
Yeah, well, just let me comment briefly. I certainly fully agree with you, Zara, that data is the fuel for all these conversations, the fuel to understand how you're tracking. And without it, you're really stabbing in the dark in terms of working out whether your interventions are actually doing anything anyway. I mean, and because I've been in this space a long time, I would say, the first 5, 7, 8 years, we spent a lot of time talking about the business case and trying to talk about the business case and talking about the value of innovation and why diversity gave better performance outcomes and so on. And now it feels different, actually. You don't talk about the business case anymore. And now I get emails from our investors asking where we are, whether we are compliant against the Parker Review, or whether we are compliant against the Hampton-Alexander 30% target, and what our ESG targets are and how they're built into our bonuses. And luckily in a PLC environment, you get quite a lot of that. The energy that's now coming off the investor community is genuinely different, and I think that focuses the mind. And if you're in an organization that has built those things into your bonus pool, it's increasing the trend, because the expectation that you're, as an organization, are having an impact on society, but it's also building a sustainable business for the future generations, is increasingly part of a broad suite of those stakeholder expectations. And that has fundamentally changed the attitude of the entire organization and the leadership team to the conversation. And it is quite different now, because you're starting from the position of, right, we all know this is a good idea. What are we going to do to shift the dial, and how do we actually accelerate our progress? Hugely grateful that I'm no longer in the conversations about the business case.
I agree, and I think the business case has shifted from what's the ROI to it's the right thing to do, is one sentence on the page, and let's move on and get on with it type thing, as opposed to spend, as you say, months worrying about it. Just on your last point around investors and similarly with the privately owned space, but again, investors asking all the same questions as much as they're asking around financial metrics. We're also seeing it very heavily from a client perspective as well. So our client base of a mixture of financial institutions, FMCG type organisations, are acutely aware of this as a critical part of their business, and therefore expect it from us as well. So there are additional pressures that help this become a business issue and not a people function issue, which is great. I think I look at my leadership team and I feel pretty lucky that I've got a gender balanced leadership team that gets this, and I've got female COOs that are passionate about getting young females into tech and into manufacturing, which is brilliant. So pushing on open doors. But I think the other thing we've done that feels like it's made traction, to talk sort of slightly tactically, you've got to make space for it though, and you've got to give the organisation permission. So, example, we're running listening sessions around various subjects around diversity, and we ran sessions on pride, and we talked about pronouns, and we talked about what a good ally is, and all that kind of stuff. And our chief exec came along to the session. I'm sure he won't mind me repeating this because he said it's 300 people, so another few thousand can't hurt. He came along to the session and said, do you know what, until I sat down and had a conversation with Ricky, who's one of the guys that works for Responsible Business, and Ricky really explained what pronouns were all about, I didn't get it. And I then realised that I didn't get it, and now I do. So I want everyone else to try and go through that same journey with me. And that was incredibly powerful for the organisation to hear the boss turn around and show a bit of vulnerability that said, I'm learning this stuff and it's okay if we all learn it, but I want us all to learn it. And then it shifted that focus away from it being the people function tending to do something to, as an organisation, this is what I expect of us to be doing. And it also gave everyone else permission to feel like they didn't understand it too, but also the space to go and learn. So, and we've had the same conversation around women in leadership, had the same conversation about mental health. And we find colleagues starting to share very personal stuff. And that then, it spurs off and it becomes by osmosis through the organisation. They then connect after the calls. And I have lots of conversations with colleagues come back to go, oh, I've had 3 people reach out and talk about my experience of, and actually, Leila, you shared about IVF. We're talking about our parental policies and how do we build more support in around IVF, because I've had a colleague come to us and say, I've now got 4 people ask me, but I don't feel I can represent the business on this. So help me build something else perfect. That for me is the sign of the business owning it, because now the business is coming back to us and saying, we found an area we need to do more on, and can you help us do it? And so that's worked for us.
I love the way that you're talking about diversities within diversities here, Andrew, and the fact that, I mean, we're almost full circle back to where we started. This is a far more complex conversation to a certain extent than actually meets the eye. What is diversity? Well, it's the difference amongst us all, that diversity of mindset that we have from all of our different rich experiences. But IVF within the context of parenthood and caring responsibilities, amongst many other areas. We're talking a lot more about the menopause now, which is wonderful. Again, many other areas within each of those different facets. But how do we track it? How do we measure it? How do we manage it? How do we utilize the engagement from our wonderful groups, often employee resource groups within the organizations, to really spearhead this? But then how do we, as you are yourself, Andrew, being vulnerable enough as leaders to actually share? Because the trickle effect that I think you were describing is how you've created that safe space that then starts to cascade throughout the organization. CEOs, CPOs say, share their personal stories. It keeps going down each level of the classically corporate hierarchy almost. So really good to hear. Any other final thoughts before we start to wrap up and summarize?
I'll have a quick final thought. I think there's a lot of points of discussion, and this is indeed, as you say, Leila, a very complex issue, and it's important that we continue these conversations. And I mentioned at the beginning, we're 200 plus years away from closing any gaps, but I think we also have to understand that we can't boil the ocean. Anything that we do right now, after finishing this call, in terms of actions we can take in our places of employment, they can't be about boiling the ocean, because then we'll never succeed and we'll also feel very bad about ourselves in the process. It's more about doing it one kettle at a time and one small step at a time, because in the end, all of our small actions day by day will lead to bigger change.
Mm-hmm. I love that, because it was mirroring a phrase that was going around in my head, which was just to remember that culture changes one conversation at a time. So if the invitation to be bold and go for it, but do it one conversation at a time.
Yeah, and I think I agree with all of that. And I think the other overriding thing that I've been thinking about is that back to that bravery and boldness point. You're not going to boil the ocean, you can't. But to go after even the one kettle at a time, still needs to be brave and bold and lean into it.
Mm. Oh my goodness, I could stay on this panel all day. There's so many things that I'm trying to wrap into a summary in my mind right now. But culture change, diversity, inclusion, belonging, it is a constant evolutionary process, as I think you have all alluded to. It's wonderful to hear that we are finally through the, not speaking about this necessarily as a business case at the board. We all know why. We all have the quotes that we can, sit there and say, more business, more profitable, etc., etc. But actually, this conversation now is becoming far more rich. The investor community, the board conversations around sustainability, stakeholder expectations are changing, moving on rapidly. The acceleration process for all of these different facets is really moving on, because we live in a far more educated world in a way, where actually, there's lots and lots of different things happening in business and politics, in society, and we want to keep inspiring this positive change without this fear of rebuke. Now, a couple of quick last things just before we summarize for this panel are to say a huge, big thank you to all of you. It has been, truly insightful having you all here. I know that the chat will have been going crazy on the front end inside the summit. So thank you to all of those that are putting comments in on the front end in the chat. I know, like myself, you'll have learned a huge amount from our leaders today on the panel around accountability, conversations, stepping out, stepping up, as Ellie put it, curiosity, courage, and also self-knowledge and self-belief, just to add to that. Incredibly important. Now, for those who are inside the summit, please do look to the left of your screen for speed networking and the virtual booths during our advertisement break. And make sure you tag Dial Global, use our social media handle. It's #MovingTheDial. As ever, do join us after this short break to hear from a phenomenal panel, which is entitled Driving Change, and it's a lens on our intersectional Mackenzie Delis review. Enjoy.
I have all walks of life that come and sit in my chair, and I love connecting with them. Clients share their opinion with me, and it's like, oh wow, I didn't even think about it from that perspective.
That's what people's minds were at, but
You just want to make sure that what you're talking about is legit. When there is a disagreement, that excites me. I like there to be some flavor.
Alpha's a financial technology company, specifically asset finance. We develop our software here in London, and then we have technical and functional staff on site at our clients helping them move onto it. For example, Mercedes-Benz in the US, if you had a car on a lease or a loan, it'd be our software helping them run their business.
The key thing that makes us stand out is our delivery track record, and we achieve that delivery track record by recruiting people who are positive, engaged, energetic, enthusiastic, people who are willing to learn.
Graduates are important to Alpha because it's genuinely a set of fresh minds bringing in fresh ideas. We're also very keen to expand from the bottom up.
I definitely agree. I think one of the key things that graduates bring to us is the energy. They come into the teams, they're fresh, it's new, it's exciting, and they bring drive and enthusiasm.
Diversity and inclusion is so important to Alpha because we truly believe that people can achieve more when they can be themselves and when they can come to work and be their best selves.
Challenged all of the time to think differently, act differently, be different, and I think that's incredibly important.
I remember the first time I walked into Barclays, and I remember just seeing a vast array of people, both people who looked like me, but then also people who were from all different walks of life. And for me, that essentially just made it an incredibly welcoming environment.
There are so many different factors people differ on. It matters that all these different types of people are represented and have a voice within a group.
Life is so much easier when you can be yourself. There's no putting on a front, there's no expending any effort to be somebody that you're not.
It means I can be really proud of my background, my heritage, my culture, my gender, my ethnicity, and I'm not really trying to fit in.
For me, that sort of feeling of inclusion and being heard, again, especially in the current climate that we live in, is incredibly important, and it's the reason that I've stayed with Barclays for such a long period of time.
It shouldn't feel like anything, if that makes sense. It should feel normal. It shouldn't feel like you have to fight for something.
I am in Barclays because of sponsors and mentors who have gone to bat for me and who have actually put themselves out to support my career development, even when I didn't necessarily know what I was capable of.
For me, I also need to feel that I'm valued, that I'm respected, that I'm given the right opportunities. I wouldn't work for someone who didn't present me with those opportunities, right? Because I wouldn't be able to deliver, I wouldn't be able to do what I wanted to do, I wouldn't feel comfortable.
to say you don't have the skills to reach the top? Who's to say you don't have the power?
This how we do it.
Who's to say you can't boss it? Who's to say who's best? The best ever? Or the best in the future? She could be huge. Trust me. And with this team to inspire us, who's to say what's possible for you?
People will always love travel, even if it's just in their own country. The adventure is just the beginning. So here's a bright idea. Engage family shoppers by helping children love learning through inspiring hands-on play. Our global food supply depends on bees. Where would we be without them? It's a perfect opportunity for brands to create a buzz.
16 national teams have traveled with their delegations to the U20 Women's World Cup.
Philippe joue dans une équipe amateur et ne vit que pour le football.
Una federación de fútbol está construyendo una academia formativa de base con instalaciones de entrenamiento.
The vision of the Mackenzie Dallas Review was to create a diversity report that looked not just at the single issues such as race or gender when it comes to diversity, inclusion and belonging, but one that looks holistically at all of the visible and invisible facets of diversity which make each and every one of us unique. By factoring in these 10 specific facets of diversity, inclusion and belonging, organisations can get a very real and measured account of exactly where they are today. They can then look at the ways in which they can move their dials significantly forward by identifying the areas that need the most work and development.
The Mackenzie Dallas Annual Review is the most comprehensive corporate survey that really digs into the 10 facets of diversity and inclusion. The 10 facets are important because it actually puts a framework around it that makes the industry have a better opportunity to manage it in both the UK and the United States. The diagnostics in the report help organisations benchmark it themselves against what the industry is doing, how they report, measure, but most importantly, take action on the findings across the report. It's useful data that, in my opinion, everybody who is responsible for culture should absolutely read.
So you should take time to read the report, and I know there are many reports that cover the different characteristics. The reason for it though is it really is that one-stop shop. It has all of the 10 facets in there, but also it's great because it gives you feedback about how you're doing. There are fantastic case studies in there, and what I really find valuable is there are absolute nuggets of ideas that you can take and you can put them into your organisation. You can create a fantastic discussion in your organisation from all the insight that's in there, but through those ideas you can actually turn those conversations into action.
The future of diversity is in reporting. It's so important. We say at the foundation, what gets measured gets done, but you can't improve unless you can measure. And so it takes inclusion, diversity and belonging within all forms of organisation to a place where you actually know if you're making progress, you understand what your baseline is, and unless you can do those things, it's just talk, it's just in the abstract. So what we do is we provide practical solutions to allow people to affect the change.
Not only do you get a report on how you've scored as a business, that means that you can look at it and see where you're scoring well against other businesses or not so well, but it also then enables you to build a plan and actually really understand where there's opportunity.
As a diversity practitioner more than 15 years, it's really important to consider why you should do this review. And I would say that the Mackenzie Delis review is overall the one that I would want to do because it covers so many different areas. It gives you research as well as insights and also fabulous case studies that tells you what the best of organisations are doing and how we can work together to move the dial.
We really encourage leaders to look at an approach which is based by scientific methodology as opposed to purely common sense. It is together that we can move the dial forward.
And welcome back to the Dial Global Virtual Summit. This panel is providing a lens on the McKinsey Delis review. My name is Clarissa Valaket. I am the head of customer experience and solutions here at Dial Global, and I am joined by three phenomenal leaders who I'm delighted to welcome to the Dial Global virtual stage. They are Johnny Briggs, Diversity, Inclusion and Resourcing Director at Aviva; Lindsay Johnson, Senior Diversity, Equity and Inclusion Program Manager at Qualtrics; and Joe Portlock, Vice President, Diversity, Inclusion and Early Careers from LexisNexis Risk Solution. Welcome all. Our Mackenzie Delis Review 2021 has some incredible case studies on real action from many organizations across both the UK and the US. And today, you're going to hear from some of these leaders, our lovely panel, who were instrumental in driving change at their organization and really what their actions have delivered. And really, we hope that their examples will provide some food for thought on how you can take this leading practice back into your own business. So before we get into the detail, though, I would be great to learn a little bit more about each of you and why you are so passionate about diversity, inclusion, and belonging. Johnny, why don't we start with you?
Thank you. So I'm Johnny Briggs. I've been with Aviva for 6 years now. And prior to that, I was with Thomson Reuters, and I was with the company formerly known as Royal Bank of Scotland before that. In terms of my interest in D&I. I have to confess my background and my experience is very much talent acquisition. So I've led talent acquisition functions, which I do at Aviva. But 4 years ago, I was very fortunate to be asked to pick up DEI, which I've done and I've enjoyed. And I'm really looking forward to talking to you about one particular case study and trying to give you a bit of a flavor of some of the other things that we're doing here at Aviva.
Fantastic. Thank you, Johnny. Lindsay.
The infamous unmute.
There
Hi. Hi, my name is Lindsay Johnson. My pronouns are she, her. And as I mentioned, or as Clarissa mentioned, I am the Senior DEI Program Manager at Qualtrics. I've been here about 3 years. And I think I'm incredibly passionate about this space. It's a space as an IO psychologist that I've researched and that I've studied in my past and former life as an academic. But I also think it comes from my own experience, right? And the experience of feeling less than valued or othered in some capacity. And so I also think from that experience, I believe we have a basic duty as human beings to make sure everyone feels valued and treated fairly and equitably. So that's why I'm so passionate about it. I'm happy to share more about the road that we've been on and the journey that we've been on at Qualtrics.
Amazing. Thank you, Lindsay. Joe.
Hi there. So I'm Jo Portlock. I'm the Vice President of Diversity and Inclusion and also lead early careers within our business. I've been doing this role for about 4 years now. I'm so passionate about it, I guess, for a number of reasons. Firstly, I completely agree with what Lindsay says. There have been times when I've felt empowered, authentic, and there are times when I felt I've held back and not been my true self. And equally, I feel it's our responsibility to make the workforce the right work culture for the future workforce and generations. And also, I love data, I love technology, I love innovation, and diversity and inclusion can be like the rocket fuel to your organization when you get it right.
Amazing. Yes, thank you. And thank you for sharing your passion on diversity, inclusion, belonging, and equity. Let's move on now to each of your case studies, which featured in the Mackenzie Delis review. Lindsay, why don't we start with you? Tell us a bit about the Qualtrics case study, what you did, why this was a priority in the first place, and what critical actions or changes have been driven through this work since. Oh, I think you're on mute again. 1 sec. There you are.
Got it right each time. But sure, happy to answer that question. So I'll start with where we began in 2020, and it's really the journey from 2020 forward that's the basis for our case study. And within our case study, we discuss and call out our commitment to being an anti-racist company. In 2020, we declared and codified an anti-racism policy targeted at systemic racism, a lot due to what was happening in the world around us, right? That was the impetus. And so this policy was a first for the company, a first for the business, and it really started us down this path of how do we deploy and embed this policy at scale, like across the broader organization, and how do we strive for inclusion and culture and behavior change? And I think from this came numerous things. The obvious is the build out of DEI as a function. We had our first lead of global head of DEI appointed, our team and the investment, right, in our team and growing that team has been the biggest part of that, or the first step. And some things we did right away just to set sort of a baseline, we developed and implemented anti-racism training across the company, enabled all of our employees and resources to start individual action plans, personal DEI journeys. We also deployed our unconscious bias training, which has now been added to our onboarding and new hire orientation and is a regular part of our cadence and training rhythms. But I think those are kind of just baseline. But as we continue to grow on this journey and really wanting to lean into the lens of anti-racism and our commitment to DEI that honestly comes top down, right, from our CEO, we found ourselves still with many questions and considerations that we had to make. So if I think about diversity, the first of the three, we want to cultivate an environment that reflects the broader diversity in the world around us. So we have set 5-year goals and a plan of how we get there to really change the makeup of our organization. And we've done that not just at a top line level, but we've been very granular. We've looked at departments, at functions, we've looked at technical roles, we've looked at managers, we've looked at our leadership levels, and what that makeup looks like from a representation standpoint. But I think it's the proactive approach to know where we stand, right, from a demographics and an employee segments perspective, and really assessing the nuances within certain functions and considering things like intersectionality, right, where we have the data. And we leverage our own solution to do that, which I'll talk about in a minute. But it's also been a part of the diversity journey is not just our ability to collect data, but to disaggregate data. Data we have, data we are missing, and to do this in ways, right, that makes sense from a governance perspective, but also helps us mobilize teams and organizations to really help us achieve, right, our representation goals. I think for equity, if I go to the second of the three, we've been primarily focused on identifying and removing systemic barriers. We've leaned in specifically and focused on assessing and closing a gender pay gap, right? But that's just one example. But we started and continue to audit and evaluate all of our talent management and people processes, which has really required this holistic view from recruitment to hiring to onboarding to growth and development. We've been keenly focused on the internal mobility of our employees, particularly underrepresented groups, BIPOC communities, women, and other of our communities. We've been focused on advancement, right, and making sure there are clear pathways to advance across roles and across functions. We've even revamped what we call our performance development feedback process. It's our performance review, but paying close attention to things like promotion rates and looking at that with a lens towards intersectionality and demographics and what that looks like, and sharing that publicly with the company, right, in our town halls, and getting transparent with our data and where we stand. And then I think from an inclusion standpoint, if I think about kind of this anti-racist sort of policy kind of spearheading everything that we've done to date, we really have been focused on not just how we treat and engage with each other, but how we cultivate spaces that are truly inclusive, and making sure that every employee has the opportunity to have the same experience, right, when it comes to inclusion at work. And I think it's at this point we understood that we needed to evolve our traditional measuring and mechanisms such as training and our former listening strategy, employee listening strategy, which were a great baseline, but we were not actively measuring inclusion at the time. So, and I think the adage is you can't see what you don't measure. And so as a result, we pivoted our entire measurement model, EX measurement model, our employee experience model, to a solution and a methodology that was developed and validated in-house by our team of IO psychologists, right? And using this methodology, we were able to see data on the inclusion experience that we just hadn't seen before. Disparate differences across employees when it comes to things like psychological safety, belonging, authenticity, particularly for marginalized and underrepresented groups. So we just were able to see things, right, in the nuances happening within certain functions and certain departments. It just made that more salient and something that we could, tangibly try to intervene on. And so I think from there and moving forward, we continue to consider how we grow competency, right, in this inclusion space and in this DEI space, particularly for people leaders, for managers. How do we equip them? So there's been like a learning and development approach to inclusion to date and going forward as well. So I think all of this comes from our commitment 2 years ago to anti-racism. And so it's the basis of our case study. And that's the journey We have much more in front of us, but that's the high level view of some of the things that we've been working on and the things that we're continuing to focus on into the future.
It's such an amazing journey in such a short amount of time. And I love how it spans literally across everything the organization does. It's funny when you talk about the data and sort of always evolving, right? It's number one, the job is never done. Diversity and inclusion, there will always be new things that we need to think about. But also from a data perspective, it is so tricky to get, lots of our members are always talking about how they can't, they don't know how to measure certain things. And I'm hopeful that if Qualtrics is taking a stab at it, then, if anybody can crack that nut, it will be you. So you'll have to come back and share with us what you've done on that front.
Absolutely. Appreciate that.
Joe, same question for you. What is your case study? Why was it so important? And what changes have come about since?
Yeah, thank you. And I just want to echo, this work is never done. It's always better to share. It's not a competitive sport. And, we're all looking to find the solutions. So happy to share. So the case study we used was one of the first things I put in place when I started in the role, which was a leadership program for high potential women in our organization. I guess when you look at the blank sheet of paper that was my job description when I started, it kind of felt like gender felt like the best place to start in terms of representation. And I'm sure like most organizations, our representation, certainly at the most senior levels, is not where it needs to be. But there was also this hesitancy around, is a development program for women the correct thing to do? Because the fair challenge to that is always, well, is it the women or is it the culture? Why are people not getting promoted? And I think, and I would echo what Lindsay said, it's so complicated. It's bias, it's empowerment, it's psychological safety, it's how you do things, it's your culture. What we found to take the approach that felt right for us is, firstly, we did a lot of listening. So we didn't design any programs. We listened and we did invested in a lot of time around focus groups with these women and kind of asked them what they wanted and what would be a valuable use of their time. And we're on our third cohort. So I say that because the feedback every cohort is almost identical. So what we were told is it was something other than capability that was holding women back. There was a lack of connection and time to build relationships with senior leaders, which meant a natural sponsorship wasn't happening. Networking opportunities felt quite exclusionary because they tended to be outside of work. And that felt like the majority of our senior women have childcare, and they felt that was an arena they didn't have access to. And I think most critically, people are saying that they weren't turning up as their authentic selves. They were either choosing to be quiet because they were one of very few, if not the only woman around the table, or they were trying to act in a way that wasn't authentic to them, typically trying to sort of be heard and use their voice and shout a bit louder to get heard. I'm sure we're all familiar with these typical gender biases. So we created a program that first really focused on coaching around authentic leadership. That felt comfortable to us. We have lots of work to do around D&I, but I think it's fair to say as we make those moves, you have a different experience if you're the only one in the room or if you're the one of few. We know you're less psychologically safe. You're more likely to experience imposter syndrome. So we delivered executive coaching to support that. We also created mentorship pairings within the group because our business is actually 9 brands within one, and those silos are quite hard to sort of break down. So creating those mentorship connections and those networks of women across the different businesses just really fueled that partnership and supporting each other and sharing ideas together. We put in place sponsorship pairings with our executive leaders to really get them to know our talent better. And as sponsorship was sort of naturally happening with some leaders, not typically with women and also women of colour. So we actually created those partnerships and told the executive, this is how you need to get to know your talent and effectively sponsor your talent. And sponsorship is different to mentorship. And we had to give some guidance because relationships could turn into mentorship type relationships, but really emphasize that sponsorship is talking up your talent. It's knowing your talent. It's advocating for your talent, because these are the things that help get people promoted and known within the business. And really also kind of making the senior leadership aware of why we're doing the programme and the purpose of it, because it could be misinterpreted that it's sort of, I don't know, somehow treating women differently to men. It was absolutely not. It was there to help create that inclusive space and culture. And we encourage women to share their insights and learning as they went through the programme. So there's a slight element of reverse mentorship and those sponsorship connections as well. I like numbers. So some of the numbers that we have. So we measure promotion rate, which for the first two cohorts was over 70%. We had to be careful to say it's not just about getting promoted, but we measure that. And for the third cohort, it's 25%, but that only started last year. So that will take some time. We've retained nearly 90% of these women. And also, which is really interesting because this isn't the norm in our business. Of the ones that had got promoted, 25% of them moved to a completely different business area or function, which was quite a challenge for us because we are quite a siloed business. We also have a publicly disclosed inclusion goal around women in senior leadership. So we are tracking towards that. We're aiming to get to 30% by 2025. I would stress that's the top 150 in our population, and we're a technology business. That isn't that easy to achieve. I think there were some other consequences that we didn't or outcomes that we didn't quite realise would happen. So this has absolutely paved the way for our next programme we've launched this year around race and ethnicity, because some of the themes are very similar, some are not. So we're looking at that, but I think it helps set the way on how's the best way to deliver talent programmes. And also thinking about how we improve general mentorship and sponsorship awareness, because that's true for all diversity demographics in the business. It just so happened gender felt like the obvious place for us to start. That's my overview.
Amazing. Thank you so much. It sounds really comprehensive, and I've heard not that many other companies actually talking about a full sponsorship and development program. I like what you said at the beginning, because it's not necessarily development of the people. It's not a talent problem. It's how are they seen and heard and listened to at all stages of the career, especially at senior leadership level.
Absolutely. I always say there's no secret skill that everybody's missing, that you just have to say, here you go, if you only knew this. It's absolutely about authenticity and empowerment. And we know we are just exhausted when we're not ourselves, and it's not sustainable. And you see that sort of manifest its way in terms of retention, people not leaning into their careers, people quietly checking out, as the phrase goes. So it's really about kind of utilising and really valuing our talent.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. And last but not least, Johnny, tell us about your case study. What drove the action and what impact has it had on the organisation so far?
Of course, thanks, Clarissa. So I want to highlight something that our ability community drove. So we, like most organisations, have a number of employee resource groups, which we call communities. And this particular community is called Ability, which looks at physical and neurological conditions. And I should say that each of our communities has two of the group execs sponsoring it. The idea being that therefore you have every member of the group exec engaged in DE&I rather than just one representative on the group executive. And the beauty of that is it, of course, creates a bit of competition. And everybody knows that group executives like to be competitive with each other. So actually it's brilliant because it means that they spar for each other to make sure that their community is striving. The group wanted to chase for the Business Disability Forum accreditation. And there are certain criteria they needed to work through to try and make sure that we got there. So I'm just going to highlight some of the things that we then did as an organisation to do that. The first thing they needed to do was to understand the different experiences of colleagues. And we wanted to collect the data, like everybody said. So we, again, like most organizations, ask all our colleagues to share their data across all the different characteristics. We got very well with ethnicity. Interestingly, ethnicity, we've got to 86% quite quickly. In the other characteristics, it's a lot lower. And that's one of the challenges we'd said in regard to ability to really push so we can better understand our colleagues. So they set out some of the initiatives they looked at were, first of all, having an accessibility champions group. So working with the comms team about understanding what more they could do to help everybody to be included. Now, of course, technology's helped us brilliantly. So things like live streams, are now the case, but we now ensure that there's transcripts, and anything that goes out live has then subtitles that go with that, so people can use that. And that's come from what this group has done. An obvious thing, but every single office is accessible. We are over 325 years old, and I think some of our estate was here when we started. So you need to make sure you go through every part of your organisation to make sure that it's accessible. We introduced the Workplace Passport, which again, it's not unusual. Other organisations have that. That is something that's open to every colleague to then highlight whatever they need in terms of their requirements. And why that's really important is, if you have some of those requirements, it can be, and your line manager changes frequently, that can be a very anxious conversation you have to constantly have. But actually, the Workplace Passport gives you the kind of platform to have that conversation right at the beginning and make sure that you are accommodated in whatever way that is. We, as you may know, we're the largest insurer in the UK with presence in Ireland and Canada. We have got enormous contact centres where our customers are calling very often with extremely troubling situations. So we have a vulnerable customer team, and we took them to help them to understand how they can maybe help our customers, whether that just be empathy or understanding the challenges the customer will have, and make sure that they can ensure that they get the best service, whatever their circumstances. We have a university, and what we've put in that is we've got a new module to help leaders understand how they can work with anyone in their team who has any neurodiverse condition to again make sure that they can, small things, actually in some cases hot desking doesn't work, so what do they need to do and how can they accommodate their team in regard to that. Set up an anonymous mailbox to try and make sure that people have the right to be able to make any comment, and we also promoted our Speak Up, which is the kind of anonymous whistleblower, because that's important. It's for everything. It's not, I think people assume it's fraud. It's not. It's for colleague experience, and make sure that if they really want to call something out, that they have got the platform to allow them to do that. Some great things that's been mentioned in terms of intersectional. So our Pride community and our Ability community came together and had something about coming out. So whether it be sexual orientation or whether it be any form of condition, that they could come out and do that. And that's going to be taken forward to looking at social economic mobility as well. The result was we attained the Business Disability Forum. We actually got silver. We went for bronze. We got silver. We're delighted. And your follow-up question will be what's next at some point. And I'll obviously say that we want to strive to try and get gold, but there's a good bit of work to do to help us to get to there.
Amazing. Congratulations on silver, beating your own target. That's fantastic. And I love the idea of the joint initiative on coming out for the ability in your LGBTQ plus group. That's fantastic. I also really love you had some very easy things in there, what seem easier than trying to set up massive ERGs and things for those of us maybe who are just starting on the journey. But things like the anonymous mailbox is a really easy thing that anybody can set up in a day, essentially. Or the Workplace Passport, I think, is a really great example as well to to create that safe space. Essentially, it's really good. Yeah. Excellent. Thank you. Some really powerful case studies here with clear impacts for employees. Moving on, then, how do you sustain this? I mean, how do you keep going every day and drive more change, even build on it, essentially? Jo, why don't we go to you this time?
Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah, I was just smiling because it's like, how do you personally sometimes sustain these things as well? Because everybody who works in D&I is so passionate about the topic, but it takes a lot of personal energy as well to keep going. Look, I think we've talked about it already, but I mean, I'm a big believer in data. The most critical people you have to influence the CEOs, and most CEOs really like data, and it's the first question that they ask. So I always like to have good data available. We very much started with representation, but now we've got a bit smarter with our data, so we can actually look at some of our processes, how fair they are. For example, within the recruitment process, is it our hiring selection, or is it our initial screening that's causing us or need to have areas of improvement? We've got some publicly stated inclusion goals. So they're for 2025, that feels like the right approach, because I think if you annualize targets, sometimes you can drive the wrong behaviours, and we very much position that our goals and numbers are there as indicators that the work we're doing is the correct thing to be doing and it's having the desired impact, not that we need to look at the number and improve the number, because that just drives the wrong behaviours of people thinking they have to promote or hire based on somebody's demographics and diversity, which is not the case. Specifically with the programme that we ran, the one thing that I think had a real impact is we put people through this year-long development programme, but we actually created an alumni group, which we keep building every year as people complete this programme. And actually, in a way, the value is almost greater in that alumni group because it gets bigger and bigger. And actually, there's more connections and sharing of expertise that happens within that group. So it was really critical to us that we didn't kind of say we're done at the end of the year. We kept that alumni group going. We build on it. We invest in it. In fact, we put as much money investing in the development of the alumni as we do in the programme itself. And I think that's really helped improve the longevity of the programme. And we also keep tracking how people are getting promoted, our retention rates, which are really positive, and ultimately align it to our inclusion goal of women in leadership and our goals around that. I also think it's always important to keep listening, and I think you can be humble in D&I and just ask people, because no one person represents everything, and you can always learn from others. And I think you have to be open to being challenged, keep listening, and humble enough to say we may not get it right every single time, but we're really committed to learn and keep moving forward. And I think in doing that, we've pivoted, we've shaped and adapted. In our second year, the pandemic happened, so we definitely had to pivot how we approach this. But I think that's all fine, and I don't think it's ever detracted from the quality of the programme.
Yes, that would have been a tricky pivot for sure. Great to hear about the alumni network, though. I mean, given how many women would, as it keeps growing, the sponsorships that will evolve from those interactions as well will be quite huge, I'm sure. Johnny, what is Aviva doing to continue momentum?
And just following on Joe's point, so we have a women leadership program. The alumni is a brilliant network, and actually it has become a brilliant talent network within our organisation that has been doing, I think, what's happened over the 300 years of the insurance industry that's advantageous men is brilliantly happening for women now. We've had it going for 5 years, so it's excellent. But in terms of where we go in regard to this, so as I said, gold, it's great having something to strive for, and it doesn't mean it's if we get gold, it's the end. It's just but that gives us something. We know we've got measures that we can do to go and get that. The sharing thing is really important. So having worked the majority of my career in talent acquisition and then coming into DEI, it is a breath of fresh air in the fact that there is absolutely total sharing. Everybody's really happy to do that. And that happens really well internally as well. So if you went back 5 years ago, all we really had was a thriving Pride community and a women's network. And that therefore meant that the lot of the organisation just really didn't think that inclusion was for them. And actually, they weren't given the platform. Now, with all the communities, every individual should be able to join at least 3. And it is about them promoting to each other the work that they're doing so they can learn from each other. And there's just things like, someone says, well, they've got a workplace platform. Could we do something similar within our particular community? So it's about sharing. It's about then learning from each other and making sure we can all make those kind of marginal gains. We've got a lot of work to do in our data. So as I say, ethnicity in a fairly good pace allowed us to produce an ethnic pay gap, but actually could we do a disability pay gap? Not with the information we've currently got. We would need to get more data to help us to go and do that. So there's another push in a campaign that we call This Is Me, which is just around why all colleagues should put their data in for all characteristics, even though, again, they don't necessarily think that it's something that's for them. So it's important to really push so that we have got brilliant data to try and help us. We have an engagement survey, which was mentioned other organisations and most do. Last year, we did a big deep dive in a number of different areas. We did broad inclusion, we did gender, and we also did ethnicity. And one of the things that came out of that was that 20% of the organisations stated they either had a diagnosed or a non-diagnosed condition in regard to neurological or physical. So that told us that actually replicated the UK in terms of the UK population. But that wasn't something I would say that we had, we'd expected from the organisation. Half of that was mental health as well. So we've then undertaken from that a lot of wellbeing initiatives to make sure that we are there for colleagues. We're aware that COVID had different challenges for different people. So how have we reacted to that? Now that we're returning to the office, how are we returning to the office? So what sort of requirements are we making of people? We've got a fairly clear statement, but within that there is unquestionably an interpretation, and we need to make sure we get that right for individuals. So I suspect for most organisations that will be take a number of years to get to the place that is right for the organisation and for all colleagues, because that's something that's proving a bit more difficult and for very, very good reason. So we need to just keep an eye on that. But in the ability space, it is really important. We've got to take advantage of technology, and we've also got to make sure that others who aren't physically collaborating aren't either missing out, or some are receiving any advantage because of that. At the end of the year, we've got, for the first in-person all communities event, and that's just going to be absolutely brilliant. It brings everybody together. So we have a steerco, co-chairs, they're going to all come together. There'll be an element of a celebration, but it's really about, right, what can we learn from each other, from initiatives we've been doing within all the different communities. And it's so important. The bit that we're trying to get across is everybody's going to have something they want to celebrate. We celebrate all successes, whatever community they come from. It's not a competition. And if somebody might receive some more significant accreditation this year, fine, that's great. Let's everybody celebrate and then push everybody else to see what they can do. So it's continuous improvement. It's constant. It's always changing. But it's great to come in something like this, because you learn from other people and take things back.
Yeah. Exactly. That's what, and even listening to the three of you all have such different examples, and you're at such different points within your organization, what you're focusing on, which of course, every organization is going to be unique in the kinds of challenges that they face. But it really highlights for me for now that, the approach really needs to be customized, sort of the gender ethnicity piece is, from the review, we know is the top priority for almost all the companies that we spoke with, but then it's looking at the data and finding out where else you can prioritize, where else you can make subtraction and measure it, which is great. Customize it to you, like you said, and you didn't necessarily know that ability was the one you were going to focus on. Amazing. And Lindsay, how about you?
I love everything that's been said. I echo so much of the wonderful sentiment. I think for us, one of the big things and how we sustain is we put like inclusion and our goals around inclusion as our big bet, like our number one big bet. We call them big bets as a business. It's but it's on par, right, in terms of level of strategic importance as revenue, as sales. So I think that's a big signal from our executive team down that, this is important to us. I also think, some other things that we're doing to kind of sustain the work that we've started is really, I think I mentioned this briefly, investing in our managers and our people leaders and making sure that they have the right tools, the right resources, the capability, the competency to really create cultures and team norms and team practices and processes that are inclusive, right, within and for their teams. And I think it goes back to kind of my example of thinking about embedding and continuing to embed DEI and that lens towards anti-racism across the full life cycle, right, of employees, and continuing to audit proactively in that capacity. I also think another opportunity area for us is accountability. So like, what are the mechanisms that will keep our entire employee base accountable to like the inclusive behaviors and the culture change that we're striving for and want to see. You know, how are we thinking about accountability, particularly at the leadership level or at the executive level? Like, one way we've done that is address our leadership competency model to make sure that that competency model aligns to how we're defining inclusive leadership. We've invested in that competency building and that work. And so that is now a part of our leaders' competency model and how they'll be evaluated. But there are other ways that we probably don't have the full answers to in terms of accountability and how we really push for transformative culture change. So that's something that's top of mind for us. What does that look like in sustaining the work that we've done so far? I think as Joe and Johnny mentioned, data will continue to be a big part of what we're doing. We wanted to take a data-informed approach to a lot of the actions and the initiatives that we've started and invested in. And so I think optimizing that for the future. How do we have and continue to have mobilization and agency around the data that we have? The publicly disclosed goals, as Joe mentioned, that we have around data in our representation in our workforce as well. And I think it resonated, Johnny's point about kind of leaning in more to this full spectrum of diversity in all dimensions and intersections of that diversity and taking a global lens, right? I think that's a big opportunity area for us. I don't know that we fully vetted out, right, all of those different communities and those experiences and tapped into understanding that in very informative ways. So I think we'll continue to invest in learning and making sure that we're considering, again, just like the review points out, all dimensions of diversity and what that means for inclusion overall. I think those are kind of the big things that come to mind for me in terms of how we'll move forward.
That's great. And I love actually that you mentioned accountability and not just accountability. Obviously, how do you hold people accountable, but giving people, you know, updating your competency model to give people real direction and exact, you know, specifics on this is the behavior you need to display or, you know, need not. So it's not just like, well, you know, don't have any biases. Okay, well, that doesn't really help you, right? Like it's providing those real concrete examples is really good. While everybody loves data so much, I do have one more question, if I may. I know we only have 5 minutes left, but maybe we can get like 1 minute answers. If you had any advice for our listeners, how would you say you can increase the number of people who self-identify with certain characteristics that they are less likely to do so?
I'll jump in. I think for us, and I'll be quick, we've leveraged our ERGs and we call them Q groups, and tried to leverage them as strategic business partners to help us with, right, the messaging and kind of the campaigns around wanting this data, why we want this data, how we're going to use it, how we're not going to use it, what it is going to serve or the outcomes that we're seeking from the data. And I think there are nuances that our wonderful ERG leaders fully understand about their constituents that, you know, I think our business has tried to tap into specifically and leverage that. That's been a part of it. There are many other stakeholders involved, of course, but that's one quick answer.
I would just add, so things that this work brilliantly. So we, and I'll happily call them out, we went to see the BBC, Channel 4 nationwide and said, right, what have you done? And they all shared what they'd done, and they created something called 10 Reasons Why. And you'll find it on our website. It's the 10 Reasons Why, which is just to say, so to make sure everyone can look at what are you going to do with that? Who's going to have access to it? So in Aviva, we've got 22,000 employees. 4 people can look at that data, and they can only look at it when it's aggregated. So it was important for people to understand, why we want it and what we're going to do with it and how it would be viewed. And that, I think, helped us to help people see what we were going to do with it. But more importantly, it then tells you how much they trust you. Because as the figures went up slowly, it was a case of, oh, right, this is not looking good. Because actually, to me, it's trust. So you've now opened your soul. Is somebody going to trust you in terms of that? So when we got to the kind of 86, genuinely ecstatic, because that means that people are, they're trusting. But it is interesting that we were now going down and looking at social economic, sexual orientation, faith, and all the other. We've not got as high. So we're asking ourselves around that. Wait a minute, where's the trust here? Why are people not doing this? What are the barriers to that? So, as Lindsay said, we're working with the communities to help understand that. But of course, the communities don't cover the entire organisation. So it means that we have to have the leaders saying we want this and this is how we're going to use it. And they have to be able to see some tangible benefits from the data we've hired. So the ethnic pay gap is a brilliant example of, we wanted that information, we've now got it, and we now know the makeup of our organisation. We've now got a leadership target for ethnically diverse colleagues on the back of what we know we've got. So I think you need to be able to say, if we do it, this is what we will do, rather than it's a vanity project that we're just going to collect information.
Yeah, well, I think you've both answered that really well. I'm struggling to think what I would add, but I completely agree. I think use it all as data. So if people don't give you their data, that is data, right? That's telling you something around how people feel within the organisation. And we're quite early on our journey around, we have race data and age and gender, but we don't have disability, LGBTQ. That's the next phase we're looking at. But as we've been discussing it, the benefits of disclosing this data, because this is less visible, have to outweigh any perceived challenge or negativity around disclosing this data. So ultimately, you have to make it safe for people. So that's around your ERGs, providing that community, the psychological safety and inclusion in the culture, the action you will take once you get that data, the accessibility in the case of disability of your business, and how you treat and use that data. And I see it as quite a long project. I think you have to keep building. And I know Channel 4 was mentioned because they're a great example of a company that raised their self-ID of disability from 3% to 11%. They didn't change the workforce, they just encouraged and improved self-ID. So I think you've got to go on that journey and keep communicating the message and the intent and the why and what you're doing with that data.
Yeah, that makes sense. So I mean, I think, wrapping all of this up, I guess, the biggest 3 things, I guess, maybe we want people to take away is listen to your employees, listen to the data, learn from it, prioritize from it, measure it, and evolve. Never stop evolving. So thank you very, very much for your time indeed on this panel. If you are live inside the summit, please look to the left of your screen for speed networking and our virtual booths during the ad break. And don't forget to tag Dial Global and use our social media handle #MovingTheDial. From an incredible panel, which is called How is the Chief Diversity Officer Role Driving Sustainable Change?
all walks of life that come and sit in my chair. And I love connecting with them. Clients share their opinion with me, and it's like, oh wow, I didn't even think about it from that perspective.
That's where people's minds were at, but
You just want to make sure that what you're talking about is legit. When there is a disagreement, that excites me. I like there to be some flavor.
Alpha is a financial technology company, specifically asset finance. We develop our software here in London, and then we have technical and functional staff on site at our clients helping them move on to it. For example, Mercedes-Benz in the US, if you had a car on a lease or a loan, it'd be our software helping them run their business.
The key thing that makes us stand out is our delivery track record, and we achieve that delivery track record by recruiting people who are positive, engaged, energetic, enthusiastic, people who are willing to learn.
Graduates are important to Alpha because it's genuinely a set of fresh minds bringing in fresh ideas. We're also very keen to expand from the bottom up.
I definitely agree. I think one of the key things that graduates bring to us is the energy. They come into the teams, they're fresh, it's new, it's exciting, and they bring drive and enthusiasm.
Diversity and inclusion is so important to Alpha because we truly believe that people can achieve more when they can be themselves and when they can come to work and be their best selves.
Challenged all of the time to think differently, act differently, be different, and I think that's incredibly important.
I remember the first time I walked into Barclays, and I remember just seeing a vast array of people, both people who looked like me, but then also people who were from all different walks of life. And for me, that essentially just made it an incredibly welcoming environment.
There are so many different factors people differ on. It matters that all these different types of people are represented and have a voice within a group.
Life is so much easier when you can be yourself. There's no putting on a front, there's no expending any effort to be somebody that you're not.
It means I can be really proud of my background, my heritage, my culture, my gender, my ethnicity, and I'm not really trying to fit in.
For me, that sort of feeling of inclusion and being heard, again, especially in the current climate that we live in, is incredibly important, and it's the reason that I've stayed with Barclays for such a long period of time.
It shouldn't feel like anything, if that makes sense. It should feel normal. It shouldn't feel like you have to fight for something.
I am in Barclays because of sponsors and mentors who have gone to bat for me and who have actually put themselves out to support my career development, even when I didn't necessarily know what I was capable of.
For me, I also need to feel that I'm valued, that I'm respected, that I'm given the right opportunities. I wouldn't work for someone who didn't present me with those opportunities, right? Because I wouldn't be able to deliver. I wouldn't be able to do what I wanted to do. I wouldn't feel comfortable.
say you don't have the skills to reach the top? Who's to say you don't have the power?
This how we do it.
Who's to say you can't boss it? Who's to say who's best? The best ever? Or the best in the future? She could be huge, trust me. And with this team to inspire us, who's to say what's possible for you?
Refreshed the diversity, equity, and inclusion strategy at Barclays just earlier this year. And as part of that, we added the language of equity in the way we talk about the work and our team. It's really an acknowledgement of a really simple idea that people don't all start in the same place. And it's important to us that we are conscious of that. We meet people where they are, and we provide the targeted, focused support for their development, their progress that enables them to be at their very best. We talk often about this idea of a level playing field. The realization, like many that we've come to, is that not everyone actually is at the same starting line. And so we've got to be intentional about the way that we meet people where they are, understanding lived experiences, challenges, experiences, points of view that we can support and shape and enable them, again, to be at their very best. The work of diversity, equity, and inclusion often feels a bit like pushing a very large rock up a hill. And the reason I say that is there is always inertia. Everything that we do is really framed by the idea of change. It's born out of a discontent with the status quo, and that just means we're working against human nature in almost every way and trying to create the outcomes that we are seeking. And so that means for me, in my role and in the way that my team and I think about this work, there's at least 2 or 3 key traits that we think matter most. One is resilience. Pushing that large rock up the hill is difficult and sometimes tiring. And many people who work in this space recognize the emotional ups and downs of the things that we have to work through, whether they're events in the world around us or the challenges even within our own organization. So that resilience really does matter a lot. I have a personal belief and commitment to the idea that the work has to be underpinned by real data. We have to really understand where we are, where there are gaps, and then with very clear intention, what it is that we must do about it. And then maybe the third element here that I'd highlight is a real commitment to transparency. It's been a struggle in lots of companies, lots of industries. People don't always like to share the data, the outputs, the consequence that they see in this space. My belief is that the only way to really fully engage the entirety of a workforce, of an organization, of leadership, is to arm and equip everyone with really clear knowledge and insight about where we are, where there are gaps, and why we've got to be determined to work together to close them.
Yes, intersectionality has been a core pillar of Barclays' work around diversity, equity and inclusion for some time, and indeed reflects the work of DIAL, because it really accommodates the many facets that every individual has, and that intersectional relationship across our DEI agendas has underpinned all of the work that we've done in this space. And we've built our strategy for many years on 5 diversity agendas. And those 5 agendas are gender, LGBT+, disability, multi-generational and multicultural. But we've realized that there was something missing. And so in the refresh of our strategy very recently, we've made sure that socioeconomic inclusion is now one of those core agendas. And I think socioeconomic inclusion really reflects the importance of intersectionality, and is one of the most important reasons that we've now embraced this. So we no longer talk about 5 DEI agendas, we talk about 6. And most importantly, we look at the intersectionality across those agendas, reflecting the many facets of our colleagues and indeed the customers that we serve. Well, we are lucky that it is an agenda and a function that we've had within the business for some years. However, I think we're always learning, and we're looking to really expand the maturity model of diversity, equity and inclusion at Barclays, and making sure that we take this to new depths. So it's not enough just to talk about it, it's not enough just to build awareness. What we really want to see is DEI embedded within the business. And I think it's that embedment that is a mark of maturity of how an organization really looks at diversity, equity and inclusion. And with that, it's really driving that element of intersectionality. And we're really seeing that through our employee resource groups, who are building up a strong sense of collaboration. When one focuses on one issue, they bring the others into play. And we're seeing that through our colleagues as well, feeling really respected, that we're looking at them bringing their whole selves to work and not just focusing on one aspect of D&I. I think the introduction of equity, recognizing that not everyone starts from the same place, is a huge illustration of that maturity. And that's what we want to see, the embedment of equity, the embedment of DEI across the business, and real ownership and accountability at all levels of our colleagues, including our senior leaders.
Hello and welcome back to the Dial Global Virtual Summit. The time to take action is now. This panel is titled, How is the Chief Diversity Officer role driving sustainable change? My name's Sarah Churchman and I'm the Global I&D Leader at PwC International and also the UK firm's Inclusion and Wellbeing Lead. And it's not about me, I'm delighted to be joined by a phenomenal panel today. And welcome to you all to this summit. So I'm going to introduce you all individually. I'm joined by Lauren von Stackelberg, who is the Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer at the Lego Group. That just sounds such a fun organisation to work for. Ray Dempsey, who is the global, we've just seen the video, Ray, it's fantastic, who is the Global Chief Diversity Officer at Barclays. And Dr. Parul Pandey, who is the Group Director of Talent, Learning and Diversity at Oxford University Press. So welcome to you all, looking forward to the conversation. But before I hand over to you to introduce yourselves a bit further and before I put some questions to you, I just want to set the scene, a little bit of context here, which we've drawn today from the latest Gartner research, which says, rather worryingly, that only 35% of HR leaders consider diversity, equity and inclusion as a priority for 2022. Now, I don't know what planet they're on, but they need help, surely. And contrast this with 76% of employees and job seekers saying that they want a diverse workforce when they're evaluating organisations and considering whether to join them. So here's the rub, the common challenge. 36% of HR leaders say that they really struggle to hold business leaders accountable for DEI outcomes. And they state that low diversity in the leadership pipeline is a really big problem for them. So we're going to hear from our panel of Chief Diversity Officers today about how their organisations are really driving action with top-down accountability to deliver change. And before we get into the detail and some of the great questions that we've got lined up, let's hear a little bit from each of you about, why be the Chief Diversity Officers? What are you passionate about? Why are you in the roles that you're in today? So Lauren, could I ask you to kick that one off?
Of course. Hey everyone, I'm Lauren von Stackelberg. My pronouns are she, her. And as Sarah shared, I'm the Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer for the Lego Group. I've been really working in service of equity for about 15 years now. So leading diversity and inclusion through microfinance, banking, technology, travel, consumer. For me personally, and I'm assuming you won't be surprised since I work for a company that believes children are our role models, I get out of bed every day to do diversity and inclusion work because I think we need to ensure the generations following in our footsteps don't inherit all of the inequities and biases and self-limiting beliefs and grow up steeped in the same systems of oppression that we've experienced in our lifetime. And so to me, it's an opportunity and an obligation to just make the world a fairer place than we found it, and to really play a role in working towards solutions, kind of progressing human rights and protecting and saving human lives.
Great, Lauren. Thank you so much. Ray, can I come to you next? Can you hear us, Ray?
Lauren, I could hear you perfectly. I am really struggling with Sarah, and I don't know if it's my bandwidth or something somewhere else, but maybe to keep us going, if you can hear me, I'll jump in and quickly introduce myself, and hopefully it'll all catch up. So my name is Ray Dempsey. It is such a great privilege and pleasure to be here. I always look forward to the Dial Global Summits. I learn so much. Oh, I could just hear Sarah coming back in, but it's still breaking up at my end, so I'll carry on. I always learn so much, and it's a special honor to have the chance to participate by way of being on a panel like this. So I have been the Group Chief Diversity Officer at Barclays for now 19 months. It's been a great adventure. I've learned a lot already about financial services, having come to Barclays after a bit more than 30 years at BP, where I worked across just a wide range of businesses and functions. I'm an engineer by background. I picked up an MBA, and indeed I've done jobs across a very wide range of fields. What I didn't appreciate for a long time, though, is just how my my breadth of experiences were contributing to my preparation to do this role, leading diversity, equity, and inclusion. I think the reason I have such a passion for it is I've seen the benefits, the value creation when organizations, companies, firms, governments get it right. And I've seen the consequence when those same groups get it wrong. And I'm just determined that we find ways to not just lean on our very good intentions, which many of us have had for decades and decades, but that we bring to life the full execution of those things that will make us all more diverse, equitable, and inclusive.
Brilliant. Thank you, Ray. And I'm so sorry I'm not reaching you.
It's real time now. It seems working better. So good.
Marvelous. Phew. Oh. And last but not least, Parul, tell us about your motivation. Why do you get out of bed in the morning?
Why do I? Oh yeah, that's a lovely question. So yeah, as you would have seen from my role, I look after diversity and other parts. So it's really like, through other facets of HR, I grew into diversity, and I'm not sure I can take the full credit of really choosing it. I got chosen for it sometime in the middle of my career a few years back. And that I think probably came from the passion that kind of exuded in every interaction that I had. So there is a basic belief that I bring to the table around the magic that teams can experience if each one feels safe and included. And with that, I've actually, with that belief, I've actually worked with teams and organizations and senior leader teams for a long time. And each time I did work in that area, I realized that it's not just about every person feeling safe and included, it's every person feeling safe with the whole full background that they bring to the table. So a lot of us feel safe in the known areas. I could be playing a role of head of HR or head of whatever, or I could be playing a role. But can I feel safe being a mom here? Can I feel safe belonging to a race which is minority in a majority? That nuance, I think, kind of came alive for me every time I worked in this area, and I grew into diversity and inclusion. So I feel really blessed that now I'm full-fledged looking after that, contributing to organizations, particularly OUP, through the whole conceptualization of strategy and implementing it, bringing it come alive in people's experiences. So that's why I get up every day and come to work.
Fabulous. Thank you, Parul. And slightly different, great stories, all slightly different, but clearly what you all are is making change happen, and you are change makers. So I feel privileged to meet you all today. Thank you for that. I've got lots of questions, but I'm probably going to focus on 3 questions because I sense that we'll have a lot to talk about. And whilst please all do chip in, I'm going to actually, direct a question to each of you if that's okay. But that doesn't mean that you the others can't respond. So, Laura, can I start with you if that's okay? And the question I've got is, how do you see your role as Chief Diversity Officer supporting your organisation's performance?
This is a question I absolutely love answering. And I think actually the Barclays video touched on it a bit around just where companies are on their maturity curve. Why do I say that? To do this work well, diversity and inclusion should touch every part of your organization. And I think a lot of people see it as an HR-centric topic. And don't get me wrong, HR is a critical partner in kind of your people, your talent, your processes. But the nature of the work is company-wide and it's holistic, right? So it might span human resources, inclusive marketing and communications. It could be accessible digital technology, inclusive design, supplier diversity, and more. It really kind of underpins the way you do business, and it really future-proofs your business. You asked why. So first of all, how are you going to authentically represent and innovate for your customers and communities if you don't reflect them and understand their needs deeply in your own house? How are you going to live the values you espouse into the world? I think that's a really important question to reflect on. As important as diversity and inclusion is to consumers, we heard the Gartner research, right? It's incredibly important to talent. And so we have more and more folks proactively seeking diversity and inclusion in their interviews, prioritizing companies with inclusive benefits, So D&I is a core tenet of how you'll deserve to attract and retain talent in the future. And then lastly, look, the world's getting increasingly digital from a transformation standpoint. And so when you enter into e-commerce or the metaverse or gaming, or you're building just digital tools for your talent, you have to prioritize platforms that are accessible to everyone, right? If you don't have inclusive design and accessibility expertise, you could narrow your market. And so I wanted to give you a quick example of, what does this theory and all these words look like in practice, right? So if you take the Lego group and you just start thinking about kind of binary gender, let's say that there's an opportunity where you prioritize gender balance in your hiring efforts through targets and goals. You work into people policies and practices around equal parental leave, around investigating menopause. You work on brand campaigns around girls. You'll see it in our product portfolio, right? So innovations like Women in NASA, you'll see it in external partnerships, building pipelines for girls in STEM through partnerships in Women in Data, UN Women. And then lastly, you'll even see it in social responsibility and really the role we play in communities, right? So the partnership with UNICEF around child rights and development to really look at discriminatory norms, stereotypes, and practices and how they impact children and girls in particular. And so I hope that illustrates a bit about kind of scalable impact across an organization. But to me, if we're coming together, we're embedding D&I into everything we do, we're just creating kind of more equitable opportunities and outcomes for us all, and delivering products, experiences, and communications that are really inclusive of everyone. And I would love to hear from other folks in the panel here as well.
Great, Lauren. Thanks so much. I mean, that's a really comprehensive answer, and you're absolutely right. It's not just HC, it's organization-wide. I love that. Ray, Parul, anything to add there, or specifically some examples, perhaps?
Yeah, I think clearly, being Oxford University Press, being while headquartered at Oxford, is spread across more than 50 countries. And one of our divisions, which is Education Division, is, while it's spread across in different countries, also producing locally. So our content is done locally for local consumption. And then the other divisions are doing a lot of content for the rest of the world from 1 or 2 countries. So exactly the same logic for us as well. If we do not reflect and respect our customers, if we do not represent our customers, the content doesn't land the way it needs to. So we actually take our responsibility of almost shaping the thinking, shaping societies, shaping learning, and next generations, particularly a lot of it is education content, very seriously around what is our stance on a lot of these topics around diversity. So we take a lot of effort in engaging with communities who are our users, bringing in experts who help us look at the content and make sure that it lands with the same message, with the same spirit as we intend for it to. So yeah, just building on that.
Thank you, Parul.
Sarah, I'll build maybe just for a few more moments. I love the way Lauren and Parul talked about it, and I agree completely the things they emphasize. There's another element of this that we talk about now often in Barclays, and we call it license to operate. And what I mean by that is increasingly our stakeholders in the world around us care very much about what we are doing, the progress we're making, and our commitments to close any gaps. And when I say the world around us, as a financial services institution, we are subject to regulatory focus, and our regulators are paying a lot of attention now to diversity, equity, and inclusion. I just 6 weeks or 2 months ago now, I spent 90 minutes with the regulator in the UK as they prepare to issue consultation papers on the way that they'll engage on diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's not just regulator though, there's legislative focus and real law now setting out expectations and requirements. There's investor focus. The amount of time now I spend with investor relations within Barclays and engaging with our key investors is meaningful, and they make choices now about who they will invest with as a function of their understanding of genuine commitments and progress in diversity, equity, and inclusion. Our clients increasingly make this a criteria in the selection of the banks with whom they'll choose to do business. And there's been many examples brought to me of fabulous banking opportunities that we didn't win because our pitch team or the messaging and the language around our commitments in diversity, equity, and inclusion weren't clear enough. So in ways now that absolutely shape our ability to be in business, there are stakeholders who literally hold in their hands our license to be in the business that we are in. And that really converts this conversation for business leaders away from this just being the right thing to do or a good thing to do. It really shapes a genuine business imperative.
Great. Yeah. Very comprehensive answers. Thank you so much. I mean, for many years in my role as kind of the I&D leader, or in the old days, we were just the diversity leader, right? But I lost track of the number of years we spent trying to make the business case for this agenda. I mean, I think it's really clear. It's so very clear to me, and I think to most organizations today. I think the real challenge is kind of living up to expectations of all of those stakeholders that you've talked about. But no, thank you for those great answers. Really appreciate it. So my next question now is, and this, this is a tough one. So this is rotten, Ray, that it's coming to you first, because the others have got a bit of time to think about it. But the question is, what's the biggest challenge you've faced as Chief Diversity Officer? And more importantly, how did you overcome it, if you have?
Wow, that's a great question. If you watched the video a short while ago, you heard me talk about this work is often feeling a bit like pushing a very large rock up a hill. And there is truth to that. It's also, though, it's easily the most rewarding work that I've done in all of my career. But if I think about what is the biggest challenge, it probably is best illustrated in a story of an experience from some years ago. I went to a site for the company I worked for and did a town hall presentation about our work in diversity and inclusion. And it was really well received, some great questions, some great dialogue. And at the end of it, a gentleman walked up to me and introduced himself, and he said, "That was great. I really, really enjoyed it. A fabulous conversation. I really like the way you talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion." And they said, "But I have to tell you, this is not really a priority at our company." And I was a bit taken aback. And of course, I was surprised given the other things he had just said. So, but I inquired, "Well, that's interesting. I hope you're not right. Tell me why you think that's true." And he said, "My boss talks to me every day about safety. I understand how important it is to the enterprise. I understand the value when we get it right. I understand the consequence, sometimes life and death consequence when we get it wrong. I know it's a priority at our company." He said, "My boss talks to me every day about cost stewardship. I know the implications of the way that we do our work and the way we use our resources wisely in service of the results that we create in our business. I know the value created when we do it well. I know the consequence when we don't do it so well." And then he said, "My boss has never said a word to me about diversity and inclusion. So you come and you visit, and it's a great conversation, and I understand, and I love the ideas. But my boss talks to me every day about diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's not going to be the thing that I focus most on. The other priorities that are the things that are clearly the priority to my boss, that's what I know is a priority for the company." And it was a revelation to me, because I realized that my job actually wasn't to just be an ambassador, an evangelist for diversity, equity, and inclusion. I couldn't change the company just by way of the things I would say on a webcast or in a town hall. And that really the most important thing for me to do was to equip and enable leaders at every level, right the way through the organization, to talk clearly and powerfully about where we are, where there are gaps, and what we must do, and to demonstrate their shared ownership and accountability. And that really shifted the way I think about this work. It shifted the way that I recognize that big middle that we often talk about in the DEI landscape of practitioners. And Sarah, it would be foolish of me to say that I have solved this. If I had, I'd probably be on a beach and enjoying retirement. There's still more to do, but I have shifted in the focus of the things that I try to push for in the transparency that I seek to create for our data so that people everywhere can see very clearly where we are and where there are gaps and understand differently their role in the work that we have to do to close those gaps.
Thank you, Ray. That's such a good example, I think, of the challenge. And I personally, I can absolutely relate to that. So one of our priorities in my own organisation at PwC is leaders setting the right tone from the top, because it's what they say. It's not only what they say, of course, but it's how they behave themselves as kind of role models for this agenda. So yeah, I can really empathise with that story. Not sure I can place it though to a moment like that when somebody really brought it to life for me. I think it probably took me a bit longer to twig what was required, but that's a great story. Thank you. Lauren, Parul, any other examples you'd like to add or thoughts?
Yes, I was waiting for Ray to say he solved that, and he was going to be my first phone call after this panel. But I guess we all persist in working on it. But it's definitely a challenge that resonates. I think for me, and I'm going to use a made-up word as my biggest challenge, but it's a word I use a lot, which is glocalization. And it's having an agenda that's global, but actually resonates and is kind of authentic locally, right? And so diversity and inclusion, I think in a lot of countries or contexts, it's seen as a kind of colonial export, right? It comes from the US or the UK or a company headquarters, and it goes out into other countries or other markets. And I think we can't really expect shared accountability when people aren't seeing themselves and their context in the agenda. And so the challenge I'm constantly tackling is, what does this mean in various kind of societal contexts for global companies? How do we take this as an opportunity, right, to marry up our global goals and strategic priorities with kind of local and regional customization and cultural context? Wouldn't say I've solved this either, so Ray, don't call me right away. But I think that's where what we call employee advocacy groups or councils or task forces, really communities on the ground, and staying connected and listening. Your output's really as good as your input. And so making sure that your diversity inclusion team also has a global footprint. And then I think the last thing I'd ping within there is you also look at the difference in the ways that people work, right? When you have hourly populations and salaried populations, and making sure that there's no inequity inherent in how those folks access communication or events, how managers are engaging with them, how much access to leadership they have. And so really being very thoughtful about the global, the local, and then how do retail workers, production workers, folks in call centers or customer service centers get equitable access to this agenda, because none of us would have jobs without those folks as well. And that's an important thing to remember.
Yeah, great thoughts, Lauren. Thank you for sharing. And Parul.
Yeah, I think I can completely resonate with both the leadership as well as the global and local challenges. Lauren, just to share a little bit, and what we did last year was that we actually decided to build bottom up and feed into a holistic D&I strategy. And that really worked because it came, the whole local agendas, they came alive, and we made those the local goals and added those up and added something like a global flavor to it instead of the other way around. So far it's working. I wouldn't say we've solved it fully, because a lot of our global initiatives don't catch enough attention and mind space as the other way around. But it's a good balance. I think we are striking a good balance. Another challenge that I have experienced is when you're looking at anything which is global, it's not just about region, but it's also about multiple identity groups. Invariably, one of the identity groups or a couple others will feel not fully there. And there will be conversations between these groups which at times derail the bigger intent of inclusion of all. So I'm still trying to figure out a balance between how do you include all while having nuanced attention to all identity groups. And it's an ever evolving set of identity groups. So on one hand, intersectionality seems like a great solution, but in actual implementation, you end up having loads of identity groups having very different expectations. How do we co-opt all of them and think about more holistic approach? I think I'm yet to find a solution to that, but I look forward to hearing more on that.
I think, Parul, that's I'm hearing that a lot at the moment in other diversity officers that I speak to. And I don't know, Lauren or Ray, whether you've got any thoughts on that particular topic, because I think that has become probably a more visible challenge over the course of the last few years, probably sort of as a result of the pandemic.
We have talked about this in Barclays, and Parul, it's a great observation. It's a real challenge, and maybe we'll have to form a commiseration committee, because I don't have the suggestion that we've solved it. One thing that's come to us is that, particularly in the last 2 years or so now, there's been quite an emphasis on race and ethnicity, much of it prompted by the tragic killing, the murder of George Floyd in the United States. And the reason it's meaningful is that in many of the geographies where we've been driving this work on diversity, equity, inclusion for some time, there's been more of an apparent focus on gender. And that's not wrong. And it was entirely needed and appropriate. But there's a sentiment now that with the shift in our focus onto race and ethnicity, that we're now turning our attention away from other agendas. And it isn't clearly just about gender and race and ethnicity. You heard in the video about the 6 intersectional agendas we pursue in Barclays, and that's actually probably not a full breadth of all the dimensions of difference that matter. And so the struggle we have is to provide the assurances that we really do care about all those dimensions of difference. We really are working to cause greater inclusion across all those dimensions of difference. Not all of them lend themselves in the same way to metrics and ambitions, and that's part of the challenge. But all of them create the opportunity for us to recognize where there are gaps in the way that we are truly inclusive of those differences, the challenges, the lived experiences, and really honor those differences in a way that we see the value that they bring. So it's something that we're determined about. We're trying to be more thoughtful in our communications and messaging to ensure that that balance is presented. But we can't be apologetic for adding focus and attention in areas where there previously hadn't been enough. And so that's the balance we have to strike.
Yeah. I totally agree with that. And I think one of the challenges I think we've created for ourselves to some extent is many of us activate on certain days throughout the year. So we may have an International Women's Day celebration or Black History Month or Pride. And I think that has started to feel to people like those are the moments for those communities, and those are the chosen communities. And if they don't see themselves reflected in a certain celebration or an activation date, it feels like it's not a priority. And so one of the efforts we've been undertaking that's been impactful is shifting and having an inclusion month once a year, and really having a variety of events underneath that umbrella to talk about shared accountability and inclusive leadership, and to really progress. Yes, there are dialogues within that, right, about anti-racism and about accessibility and different components, but it's invited more people in. And some of the feedback we've had is, oh, I didn't identify as part of this community, so I wasn't going to that event. But I am engaging in Inclusion Month because it feels like there's more kind of learning and space for me. I think the other piece is inclusive design. I would shout out Fearless Futures on this one, right? It's not just making targets or metrics for representation. It's also coming back in to say, hey, when you're building a people policy, what's the framework with which you're actually embedding intersectionality into that? And how do you think about who's been unintentionally harmed or excluded by the way you've done things? And how do you redesign? And so when you're looking at your healthcare plans, how are you looking at gender transition or familial realities and structures? How are you looking at who has access to various mental health support? And so it's just really giving people the confidence transparently back that when we're building people policies, these are the questions, the intersections, the ways that we're looking at identity. And if there are some that we've missed, there's a feedback loop to know that you'll be heard and seen and valued in that process, so that we're constantly, we know better and we do better. And so those are maybe 2 small ideas, certainly not fully successful in implementation, but 2 paths maybe to help go forward.
Great. Thanks, Lauren.
Yeah, no, super helpful from all of you. Thank you. I know I'm chairing this panel, but I also feel I'm slightly in therapy here, because it's really comforting to hear the challenges, but also some of the solutions or the approaches that you're taking to overcome them. So this is really helpful. Thank you. I hope the audience is too. So we're going to go into the third question now. How does diversity, inclusion, belonging, equity play a role in shifting, changing employee engagement? That's a broad question. You might come at this individually in many different ways, in a variety of ways. But Harold, shall we come to you first on that one?
Sure, Sarah. So you're right. It's such a broad question, and I also was thinking about where does one start. I thought it's important to figure out within OUP what we've done and how it connects up with engagement. So we look at engagement as two energy cycles. The one energy cycle is the one that consumes energy that Ray was talking about. We have targets and we have objectives and we have orchestration of effort. All that comes very naturally, normally in the due course of a business. All managers and leaders are already talking about it. This is the energy consuming cycle. The other is the energy generating cycle, which is in a sense the engagement that brings people to work, something that wakes them up, and that's why they come to work, is around the deeper purpose of the organization. And me as an employee or a colleague, knowing that I can add value to that purpose. How would I know if my manager or the leader is talking more about the purpose, is talking more about transparently creating a path between my goals and the larger purpose, the mission of the organization? What am I doing that connects up? And the third element of engagement that I see is very integral is that I'm trusted and I trust. I'm valued and I value. I feel safe and I create safety, And these three elements are deeply ingrained in any D&I work as well. If we are talking about creating safety, it's not just a generic concept. It is about recognizing that individual who brings their whole selves, feels safe to be authentic. And that's what creates engagement. I think just unpacking that helped us work through how each individual is different, and certain segments of our colleagues need more support. The whole, the whole unpacking of the conversation around equity. We knew that not everybody is seen or heard, particularly because we are an organization that has 500 years of history of being deeply entrenched in a particular country and its legacy. So just creating mechanisms for people to be seen and heard, knowing that they are great talent, they were chosen and selected, but somewhere in the middle in the organization, their visibility reduced. So we started some specific programs. Of course, programs don't touch everybody, but at least they're setting the tone. There is identification of talent from underrepresented groups. There's a whole process of applying and doing a lot of visibility and competition, and then they get in, and it's a 9-month journey where very unique, specific challenges of that group are addressed through creating forums for open, safe sharing, reflections, and so on and so forth. It's not just that's just one of the programs. It doesn't end at learning and reflection. We are tying it up with our global targets around representation. We want to increase women. We want to increase, other ethnic groups representing not only in leadership but across the whole ladder and all levels. So engagement for us really is deep engagement where we give space to people and they feel trusted and valued. There's another initiative that we're starting around psychological safety. In itself, it could be run anywhere, right? But we want to then nuance it over psychological safety for you to bring your whole selves, all the roles and all the intersection, through the different identities that you bring to work. And any manager can ask for assessment. They can assess their teams and then work through it. So taking the larger initiatives into micro teams to individuals to make them feel that they're connected with the larger purpose. That's how I think where there is an interplay between our D&I work with the engagement work. And we see this deeply entrenched. every time we do a good D&I intervention, like 2 years back, we had the listening exercise where across the world, we had sessions where people could just speak about what they're feeling. And that fed into our overall strategy. That year, the kind of feedback we got on our engagement survey significantly peaked. We knew that people felt listened, felt valued, and that showed up. The next thing that we also did was we created forums where we said, D&I is not just leadership work. While leaders are taking responsibility, all of us co-own that agenda, and each one of us has to have a role in it. So there's this whole campaign around allyship. What can you do? Can you stand up for people who are underrepresented? Or can you just make a safe place where if people have a different perspective, can they just speak and listen? So the next survey, we changed our questions around, do I know my role in creating a safe environment for others? That shot up our scores even more. Inherently, it also gives people a sense of purpose, where they're working alongside the leadership teams in creating an environment where everybody feels safe and included. So yeah, that's really the whole path we are taking, not just top down, but find your role and create that environment.
Absolutely, really interesting. Thank you for sharing that, Parul. And I could see, I was nodding my head. I could see Lauren and Ray nodding their heads as well. Is there anything more you'd like to add, guys, to that supports what Parul said, or how you're doing it in your own organisation in terms of the alignment with engagement?
I will. I was waiting to hear from Lauren, but she didn't move, so I'll go first. In Barclays, we talk about our approach to this work as being through 3 principles. They're transparency, accountability, and engagement. So engagement is central to our beliefs about the way that we can create the outcomes that we say we want. I remember pretty early in my time in Barclays, I went to talk to a team, and the leader of that team, a very, very senior leader in Barclays, it was a he, and he said, it'd be great, Ray, if you could just help us get more comfortable with these kinds of conversations. It's just really difficult. It's uncomfortable. We're worried we might say the wrong things. Can you just help us get more comfortable? And I thought about it for just a few moments. And I said, well, I think that might not be the best goal. I think what we might have to aim for is that we just get a bit more comfortable being uncomfortable. And that we give each other the grace and the generosity and the safe spaces in which to say things that might not be the right things, but where we have a chance to learn from each other. We've set out to cultivate multiple fora, multiple events and settings in which people can talk to each other. Very honestly, very openly, in a safe space. Sometimes they're big events and big webcasts that we do around particular ideas or themes. Sometimes they're small rooms, real talk sessions, as we call them, where it's relatively small groups who have a chance to come in and talk about things they otherwise wouldn't talk about, where they have a chance to maybe test their language, their understanding, their perception of what certain things mean in different communities. And that's made a big difference already. It's not a regional application. We've made great progress in this in Asia Pacific, in the UK, across the Americas, and in Europe. And so for me, it's meaningful that we create that opportunity to engage colleagues at every level, right across the bank, in deepening their understanding and appreciation of difference.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Ray. And Lauren.
Yes, I will chime in. And Ray, I just went last because I really just could see you nodding and wanted to hear what you had to share. So I'm glad I waited and listened, because a lot of that really resonated. I think for me, thinking about employee engagement, there's probably a few pieces that just maybe build upon what's already been said here. One is there's a balance, right, of kind of what's grassroots and then what's top down. And I think on employee engagement, a lot is done through community and really valuing the what we call employee advocacy groups. Many companies, call employee resource groups or business resource groups, but giving them the budget and the support, valuing them as a future talent pipeline, and really understanding the solidarity, the learning, the dialogue that they are authentically carrying through the organization with our support. I think in addition to that, the LEGO Group has really been very focused on democratizing leadership. And so we don't have time to get into it, but if you kind of go and look around at our work on the leadership playground, both of you alluded to that. It's really saying to people, what is your role as a leader? Who do you lead, and how do you lead, and how do you role model? And it's not, you are the leader you're waiting for, right? It's not always waiting for your manager to prioritize something or waiting for your leader to prioritize something. If it's important to you, you should act accordingly and embed it into your work. And as part of that playground, we have campfires. They're built of Lego bricks, unsurprisingly, and they're all throughout the offices, and they're safe spaces that people can go and have open, difficult, uncomfortable conversations. And it could be one-to-one, it could be a small team. And we also have campfire guides that our employee advocacy groups have built to really start some of those conversations, ask some provocative questions. But I think having a common space or a visual symbol of that psychological safety has actually been a really helpful tool for us because it's commonly known kind of globally and cross-functionally. So a few things from me, and I think we're coming up on time. So I'll pass it
to you. Perfect. Thank you so much. I mean, I have taken so many notes, and I'm sure the audience has as well, but we've covered a lot of ground, and I did wonder whether we'd have too much time. What was I thinking? But in terms of, if nobody will be in doubt by the end of this 45 minutes that this is core to business performance. License to operate was mentioned, future-proofing business. I think there was a great phrases that really sum up the relevance of DEI today. Lots of challenges around leadership, around local versus global, around in-groups, out-groups, but clearly working hard and great examples of how you're solutionizing for those challenges. And then finally, engagement is core to all that you're doing. I loved the transparency, accountability and engagement point, Ray, probably because I can relate to that myself. But I think, we're all engaging with our people because that makes our strategy stronger, right? And certainly our action plan more relevant to our people. So it goes without saying, it's been a tremendous contribution from all of you. Thank you so much, Parul, Ray and Lauren. It's been great talking to you. Thank you so much. And my final job is just to signpost to the next session and remind anybody who's tuned in that if you are using social media, to tag Dial Global and use the social media handle #MovingTheDial. And then there's going to be a short break next. We're bang on time. And then you'll have an incredible panel coming up shortly after that. How to become truly accessible and inclusive workplace through a focus on ability, not disability. So tune in then. Thank you so much, panel. Thank you.
I have all walks of life that come and sit in my chair, and I love connecting with them clients share their opinion with me, and it's like, oh wow, I didn't even think about it from that perspective. You just want to make sure that what you're talking about is legit. When there is a disagreement, that excites me. I like there to be some flavor.
Alpha is a financial technology company, specifically asset finance. We develop our software here in London, and then we have technical and functional staff on site at our clients helping them move onto it. For example, Mercedes-Benz in the US, if you had a car on a lease or a loan, it'd be our software helping them run their business.
The key thing that makes us stand out is our delivery track record, and we achieve that delivery track record by recruiting people who are positive, engaged, energetic, enthusiastic, people who are willing to learn.
Graduates are important to Alpha because it's genuinely a set of fresh minds bringing in fresh ideas. We're also very keen to expand from the bottom up.
I definitely agree. I think one of the key things that graduates bring to us is the energy. They come into the teams, they're fresh, it's new, it's exciting, and they bring drive and enthusiasm.
Diversity and inclusion is so important to Alpha because we truly believe that people can achieve more when they can be themselves and when they can come to work and be their best selves.
Challenged all of the time to think differently, act differently, be different, and I think that's incredibly important.
I remember the first time I walked into Barclays, and I remember just seeing a vast array of people, both people who looked like me, but then also people who were from all different walks of life. And for me, that essentially just made it an incredibly welcoming environment.
There are so many different factors people differ on. It matters that all these different types of people are represented and have a voice within a group.
Life is so much easier when you can be yourself. There's no putting on a front, there's no expending any effort to be somebody that you're not.
It means I can be really proud of my background, my heritage, my culture, my gender, my ethnicity, and I'm not really trying to fit in.
For me, that sort of feeling of inclusion and being heard, again, especially in the current climate that we live in, is incredibly important, and it's the reason that I've stayed with Barclays for such a long period of time.
It shouldn't feel like anything, if that makes sense. It should feel normal. It shouldn't feel like you have to fight for something.
I am in Barclays because of sponsors and mentors who have gone to bat for me and who have actually put themselves out to support my career development, even when I didn't necessarily know what I was capable of.
For me, I also need to feel that I'm valued, that I'm respected, that I'm given the right opportunities. I wouldn't work for someone who didn't present me with those opportunities, right? Because I wouldn't be able to deliver. I wouldn't be able to do what I wanted to do. I wouldn't feel comfortable.
to say you don't have the skills to reach the top? Who's to say you don't have the power? This how we do it. Who's to say you can't boss it? Who's to say who's best? The best ever? Or the best in the future? She could be huge, trust me. And with this team to inspire us, who's to say what's possible for you? Who's to say you don't have the skills to reach the top? Who's to say you don't have the power? This how we do it. Who's to say you can't boss it? Who's to say who's best? The best ever? Or the best in the future? She could be huge, trust me. And with this team to inspire us, who's to say what's possible for you?
I have all walks of life that come and sit in my chair, and I love connecting with them. Clients share their opinion with me, and it's like, oh wow, I didn't even think about it from that perspective. That's what people's minds were at, but you just want to make sure that what you're talking about is legit. When there is a disagreement, that excites me. I like there to be some flavor. That's what I think.
Alpha is a financial technology company, specifically asset finance. We develop our software here in London, and then we have technical and functional staff on site at our clients helping them move onto it. For example, Mercedes-Benz in the US, if you had a car on a lease or a loan, it'd be our software helping them run their business.
The key thing that makes us stand out is our delivery track record, and we achieve that delivery track record by recruiting people who are positive, engaged, energetic, enthusiastic, people who are willing to learn.
Graduates are important to Alpha because it's genuinely a set of fresh minds bringing in fresh ideas. We're also very keen to expand from the bottom up.
I definitely agree. I think one of the key things that graduates bring to us is the energy. They come into the teams, they're fresh, it's new, it's exciting, and they bring drive and enthusiasm.
Diversity and inclusion is so important to Alpha because we truly believe that people can achieve more when they can be themselves and when they can come to work and be their best selves.
Challenged all of the time to think differently, act differently, be different, and I think that's incredibly important.
I remember the first time I walked into Barclays, and I remember just seeing a vast array of people, both people who looked like me, but then also people who were from all different walks of life. And for me, that essentially just made it an incredibly welcoming environment.
There are so many different factors people differ on. It matters that all these different types of people are represented and have a voice within a group.
Life is so much easier when you can be yourself. There's no putting on a front, there's no expending any effort to be somebody that you're not.
It means I can be really proud of my background, my heritage, my culture, my gender, my ethnicity, and I'm not really trying to fit in.
For me, that sort of feeling of inclusion and being heard, again, especially in the current climate that we live in, is incredibly important, and it's the reason that I've stayed with Barclays for such a long period of time.
It shouldn't feel like anything, if that makes sense. It should feel normal. It shouldn't feel like you have to fight for something.
I am in Barclays because of sponsors and mentors who have gone to bat for me and who have actually put themselves out to support my career development, even when I didn't necessarily know what I was capable of.
For me, I also need to feel that I'm valued, that I'm respected, that I'm given the right opportunities. I wouldn't work for someone who didn't present me with those opportunities, right? Because I wouldn't be able to deliver. I wouldn't be able to do what I wanted to do. I wouldn't feel comfortable.
Hello and welcome back to the DAL Global Virtual Summit. A little bit of housekeeping first and foremost, just to say apologies that some of the tech outside of our control actually went down. It was one of our streaming platforms. So those that are tuning in right now, we are officially live back again inside the summit. But if you are watching on YouTube or on one of our many different streaming platforms, then feel free to head back in to the summit to enjoy some of the networking. Now, without further ado, I am delighted to welcome you all back here for what is going to be an exceptional panel. Some new faces, some faces that I know here very well, but most importantly, we're going to be discussing a subject that is absolutely critical, and that is how to become a truly accessible and inclusive workplace with a focus on ability as opposed to disability. It's a really interesting topic here. We've got three phenomenal individuals. They are Lamondre Pugh, Chief Executive Officer of Billion Strong. Lamondre, it's so good to see you again.
It's good to be here. Thank you.
Sherry Hughes, the UK, and Mia, DE&I Director, Page Group. Fantastic to see you again, Sherry.
Hi, Leila.
Hi there. And last but never least, Adam, it's great to welcome you. Adam Hyland, Director of Accessibility and Inclusion for Diversity and Ability.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
It's wonderful to welcome you here. Thank you so much all for joining us. So just to frame out the panel, before we dive deep into getting to know a little bit more about our panelists. Now, despite hearing about some of the advantages that people with disabilities can offer to employers, too many organizations still hold themselves back when it comes to hiring people with disabilities, visible or invisible. They see that people with disabilities who are being hired as being kind of the right thing to do, but they don't necessarily see it as part of a talent strategy that will benefit the company and outweigh what they see as potential complications, expenses, and even risk. So in today's panel, our leaders are going to be sharing their experience, their lived experience, their experience in the workplace about creating inclusive workplaces for all, those with disabilities, visible and invisible, and discussing some of the real, true benefits that can be gained, whilst also giving pragmatic advice to organisations who want to make change. So let's go into introductions, because it would be wonderful to learn a little bit more about you and why you're so passionate about this subject. My friend Lamondre, I'm going to come to you first.
Thank you so much. And I do appreciate the opportunity. My name is Lamondre Pugh. I'm a Black man with dark skin, with a bald head and a full salt and pepper beard. And I am wearing a pink shirt when there is a purple background with various artworks around me in my home office. I am the CEO of Billion Strong. Billion Strong is a global identity and empowerment movement by people with disabilities. And our goals are really simple in terms of our reach. And that is to unite the global community, the over 1.3 billion people on the planet with disabilities, so that we can speak with a unified voice and really affect positive change. Our mission is really about empowerment through connection, whether that be empowerment through employment, empowerment through socialization. And the idea behind it is that, as I said, we're an identity movement. And identity, we believe, is a two-way street. That it's not just about the way that the world sees you, but it's also about how you see yourself. And our goal is to help not only the world, but the community of people with disabilities to develop a positive disability identity. And we are absolutely pleased to be with you all today. Thank you.
Lamondre, thank you ever so much indeed. Adam, coming to yourself.
I'm Adam Highland. I am the co-founder of Diversity and Ability. I present as a white male with dark hair, and I've got a background that has two placards. I basically say that we need to celebrate the difference, and that is exactly what diversity and ability is. So we are a social enterprise that is led by disabled people, and we work in many areas of society in terms of looking at how we can break down barriers to remove societal barriers that have often been here for years, to create equity. And when we create equity and inclusion, we can then start to celebrate and see the talent that diversity brings, and people don't need to be disabled if we can remove these barriers.
Adam, you've articulated that perfectly, and it is absolutely about removing those barriers so that we can see the talent that is right in front of us. I know you've been doing some incredible work around campaigning, and the organisation that you run has done some phenomenal things, and actually really bringing that talent, which is what it is, that talent to the fore is absolutely critical. And last but never least, Sherry, I'm coming to you.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. I'm Sherry Hughes, UK and MEA DEI Director for Page Group. We're a global recruitment organisation. I present as a white woman. I've got shoulder length brown hair. I followed Lamondre with the pink. I've got a pink and red leopard cardigan over a black top. Look, I think it's a very different world when you're in the recruitment industry, because this isn't just about being an employer and doing right by your own people. Clearly, our clients want us to do the same for them. And we've looked at DE&I for 10 years at Page now, and we've seen enormous change in regards to our own employee base. And being able to support clients with that as well is just an incredible opportunity, because as so beautifully put by Lamondre in regards to positive disability identity, I thought that was just such a lovely phraseology. And what Adam's saying about breaking down barriers, I'm here with you both, and I'm backing you every step of the way. Let's see what we can do from a recruitment perspective as well.
Thanks ever so much, Sherry. And I must follow suit with you all here, absolutely championing disability and ability, more importantly, at the fore. And I shall share myself. I'm a Chinese female millennial, neurodiverse, proudly so dyslexic, wearing a spotted navy dress with large white spots on it. Now, I'm going to come across to you first, Adam, really around what you see as the most exciting and important changes when it comes to working environments. How are you seeing these today for people who have both visible and also invisible disabilities?
Yeah, thank you. So I think one of the most exciting changes that we're seeing at the moment has probably come from the really sad and challenging events of the last couple of years of COVID. But the exciting thing to come out of it, or silver lining, I guess, and the learning from the last 2 years is that we can normalize working in different ways. Now, I've been working with corporates for many years and really encouraging different ways of working, in particular working from home. Now, 5 years ago, I was having a lot of pushback from HR directors. We can't do that. We can't trust our staff. Work from home, they won't get the work done. Yet it takes a pandemic, unfortunately, to go, actually, it can work. Actually, different ways of working not only work, but benefits more people. Different ways of working that actually make people more productive. And I think that's one of the most exciting changes at the moment, is seeing the culture shift, seeing organisations being braver about working in different ways. And now, hopefully we're starting to move into a space where COVID is decreasing, fingers crossed, but we're also seeing a space where we're not going to go back to what was perceived to be the norm of being behind a desk 9 to 5 in the office, because I think organisations have seen it. And I think if we can really expand that thinking and enable people to work using different technology, different hours, just collaborate differently, I think we're going to see more potential coming out of our teams, because barriers will be removed. And I think by normalising different ways of working, we're also breaking down the stigma around working differently. I think stigma is still one of the biggest barriers in terms of being able to put your hand up and say, I need to work differently, I need this technology. If we can normalise it and embed it in our culture, I think we're going to see more change, more barriers being removed, and more people not just surviving in the workplace, but thriving. And there's a big difference there.
Big difference.
Adam, you said some really powerful things there. And if I may, I will loop back to one of them around HR, actually, and some of the battles that you've had in just a moment. But I must say, I must commend you, actually, is where we have seen this change, as you so aptly put it, over the pandemic. Let us not lose some of those normalization, quote unquote, ways of working that have happened during the pandemic. Now that we are moving back into what we're hearing a lot now, be deemed as the hybrid way of working, you've really identified there some of the silver linings of the clouds that we have seen during what has been it has been a challenging time for all, but there are so many positives that have come out of this, as you say, Adam. We've broken down the stigma, as you say, and really ensuring that actually there is less of a fear when it comes to speaking out about this, because it is those stigmas that really are debilitating for many. They feel if they are to speak out in the context of a work environment, then they, perhaps would not be taken seriously. Well, actually, celebrating these different ways of working is absolutely what we need in order to press forward, keep the momentum on in a positive way. And you're absolutely championing that. But I'm going to loop back quickly. Just, you mentioned there some of the battles that you perhaps had with HR directors. And I would love to ask some of your advice, Adam, for those that are listening in from other large organizations. And Sherry, perhaps you can answer some here, answer with some of your thoughts here. How do we go beyond lip service, Adam? Beyond the words and HR sometimes, fantastic individuals that they are, can be seen as blockers on occasion to change. Any advice and pearls of wisdom, Adam?
I think we need to give different things a trial. It would too nervous about making organization-wide changes to be understandable, to trial different ways of working. I mean, listen to your staff and listen to lived experience. I think that's really important when we're trying to create a more inclusive workplace. Because, certainly senior executives that say, "Oh, we generally have many disabled staff." And then my next question is, how many staff do you employ? And often they might say 8,000, 10,000, 60,000. And the fact is, we do have disabled staff, but we don't have the psychological safety for people to define as they want to define. And I think, going back to your questions, making sure we listen to the lived experience in our organizations and give trials for different ways of working.
Indeed, and it is these new ways of working that we really ought to, as you say, Adam, celebrate and implement when it comes to the organisations and the grassroots often as well, listening to the employee voice. Lamondra, anything to add here? Because I know you were nodding in agreement.
Absolutely. I think that I completely agree with what Adam said. I believe that, some of the most exciting changes that we have seen has been that decentralization of work. What does it mean to actually work? And I also think that we have to be careful now because people are trying to return to, quote, normal. And so that means, hey, we're going back in the buildings, we're going and doing these things. But I think that we cannot allow ourselves to forget the advantages that were achieved by that decentralization of power, because many companies realized lower overhead, but much more productivity. Many companies even realized they had better access to people than they had before. And so I think that in our attempts to get back to normal, we cannot forget what we gained in that. And I also believe that allowing people to be in their environments, particularly for the pandemic, what we realize is that we can be really creative in coming up with solutions to accommodate people in their own worlds. I mean, think about it. So many industries were birthed during the pandemic, and so many new leaders emerged because they had to find new ways of getting things done. So it's for me, that has been some of the most interesting things that I've seen them really fighting hard to try to help us not only retain what we've gained, but also push that concept even further. How do we look at the promotion of people with disabilities through that? How do we look at helping new companies emerge out of that? How do we look at mentoring new leaders from around the world that can move up in their organizations or even move to other organizations because of that decentralization? So I think that that's really exciting where we can go now.
That is a wonderful quote. Let's retain what we have gained. And it epitomizes exactly what Adam was saying there. But brilliant, brilliant, Lamondra. Coming across to you, Sherry. Any thoughts at all?
Well, I'm already loving Lamondra's phrases. So far you've got the two buzz ones from the panel so far. So I'm taking those. I was just going to take it a little deeper on a couple of things that have been mentioned already. So psychological safety that Adam mentioned, I think that is number one. I think providing every employee is seen, heard, and understood, then you can work with what they need and you can give them the support they need. But you can't assume you know what they need. And that will only ever come out by creating that environment of psychological safety, by validating each and every person, first off. And then the whole thing around hybrid working and being much more flexible in that. What we've started to see is, yes, hybrid working, brilliant. Let's absolutely keep that. Let's give people choice. But there needs to be choice within the office too. And what we have certainly started to see, and we're actually refitting a lot of our offices, is we're a sales business, okay? We're recruitment. So we have large open plan offices. That's great for some people some of the time, but it's not great for everybody all of the time. So we're being really particular that we've got lots of different options within the office space itself, because you don't necessarily always want to be at home. You want to be able to be part of the business in person in the office, but you might need a quiet area. You might need something different. And I think the more we can give people options, home if you want, office if you want, options within the office if you are there, I think then we are just continuing to follow that message through that everybody is validated and their needs are met wherever they're choosing to work.
Some very valid points here, Sherry. And ultimately what you're saying is actually this is a very personal choice. We cannot be treating everyone equally. Actually, we need to be treating everyone in an equitable manner, rather. I know we were taught, I certainly was taught, I'm not sure whether you all were, when you were younger, you must treat everyone equally. And it's something that's almost been ingrained into the back of your mind. Actually it is, as you start to really experience the idiosyncratic details of, the nuances of the world of work, that actually we must treat everyone in an equitable manner, because we all start from very different places and we have these very, very different experiences. And so what one may have a preference for, another may have an entirely different preference. Now, moving us on into the next subject of conversation, and I'm coming across here to you, Lamondra, in your role now as, oh my goodness, it's probably been quite some while now that you've been at the helm of Billion Strong. I remember when the organisation was being founded and some great things are happening, I know. But what is the focus? Why, I should say, is the focus really very much more on ability, not disability, and why is that so critical as part of a talent strategy? I know you've been doing some very exciting pieces around programs to be able to champion and create more equality and inclusion for those who have disabilities. Tell us more about them.
Absolutely, and I do believe that it's important to focus on ability, but let me tell you how I see it. I think the abilities that we need to focus on, though, is the ability for people to solve the problem that you're hiring for. Because what happens is, and let me be clear, businesses are hiring people, organizations are hiring people to solve a problem for them. if they need widgets made, if they need people managed, whatever it is, they're hiring people to solve that problem. So I think the thing that's important is to focus on the ability to solve that problem, to solve problems for the organization, to bring innovation to the organizations. And the reason that I want to be really clear about focusing on the ability to solve those problems is because the rest of that question was, and why not focus on disability? Well, I really have to step carefully here, all right? Because I know the focus is not disability, but the focus is on people. And if we're talking about the focus being on people, that means that some people have disability. And to say that, hey, I don't see that disability over there at all, this is possibly can create a false sense of equity or a false sense of equality because I see everybody the same. But the truth is everyone is not the same. So my thinking is focus on the ability to problem solve. Focus on specifically on the problem that you're hiring for. Focus on that ability. And we as the community, especially those who are in the work of helping to create a more inclusive environment in the world, we have to be careful that we don't slip back into ways of thinking, oh, no. We don't want to say disability. Because listen, I'm very proud of being a person with a disability. I have spinal muscular atrophy. I'm a full-time wheelchair user, and I'm very proud of that. I'm very proud of the fact that I'm Black. I'm very proud of the fact that I'm male. And so to say that, oh, no, we're not going to see the disability. Honestly, that is a concept that's rooted in ableism because it asserts that there is something wrong with disability, that it's somehow a dirty word. Disability is not a dirty word. There are so many other dirty words that I can throw out there. I won't do this on your program, I promise. But there are so many dirty words that I could throw out there, and disability is not one of them. It is simply a point of diversity. It is simply a part of what makes me me. It's not the defining point, but it's certainly a defining point, just like all of the other things that I mentioned that I'm proud of. And it informs a lot of my perspective. And in many instances, it allows me to see things uniquely so I can solve problems differently. I can solve problems in unique ways. And so I do believe that as a part of your talent strategy, that it is important to focus on the ability to solve the problems that you're looking to hire for, of being solved. And in terms of what we're doing with Billion Strong, there are a number of things that are happening. I mean, we're working with a number of partners. We have over 90 country partners right now under our belt, and we're just over a year old now. But we're working with Access Israel. We're working with Enable India on the Discovery Awards. And when I talk about the Discovery Awards, literally, Enable India is asking folks to submit entries of people with disabilities who are doing innovative things to solve problems. And just to give you a quick example of one of those things, there was a gentleman in India who could not write because of how his hand was. And they didn't have very many resources. So what they started doing was they stuck a pencil on a potato. And he started using that. And as things went on, what they realized is that they kept putting smaller and smaller potatoes on that because his hand became strengthened. And honestly, eventually he didn't need the potato at all. Now, here's the thing. I know that sounds very rudimentary. That sounds very simple. But that was a solution that came in a situation where very few resources were available, and it made a difference in that person's life. See, this is the kind of thing that I'm talking about. Of course, not everything can be solved with a potato and a pencil. But the truth is, we have to start thinking differently, because most people would have thought, oh, there must be some kind of therapy or some kind of apparatus that we have to figure out. We didn't have any of that. So in a true entrepreneurial spirit, they used what was available to make a difference. And I believe that is what we have to start doing when we start thinking about talent acquisition, when we start thinking about how we make more inclusive environments. How do we create environments where people gain a sense of belonging? I think it's about focusing on the ability to solve problems and recognizing that all of you can come to the table and all of you is valuable for us because we want to create an environment where you belong.
Lamondra, it doesn't sound rudimentary at all, the example with the potato. And actually, I'm sure that a number of people are going to be taking that away thinking, do you know what, actually, that shows very clearly that actually those who have a different way of thinking end up being able to find incredibly creative ways to actually solve those issues. And it is something truly to be proud of. And so you're talking about this richness of innovation and this focus on sense of self-identity and the pride that is within that. That is, that's really, really very, very special indeed. And I know that Adam, yourself, Sherry, got a number of comments to make here on why it is so important for us to continue championing this and be creative, problem solving, innovative benefits that Lamondra talks about. Adam, I'm going to come across to you for any comments on your side.
Yeah, I agree with Lamondra. I guess one thing I try to expand on or look at a bit more detail is identity. I think that creates a narrative around this conversation on ability or disability. I define as a disabled person. I've got either cerebral palsy, dyslexic. Am I proud of my diversity? Hell yeah. And does my diversity enable me and has my diversity given me experiences that have enabled me to see things differently, work differently, be very stubborn? And yeah, has. I guess what I would change is the language. I think language can be a barrier. People get caught up in language and then don't want to say anything at all. I just don't want to challenge ourselves about language, people with a disability. The word with almost attaches the label disability to that individual. And I guess when we're trying to create a narrative that's more enabling, where people can bring themselves that they want to bring to work, are we doing a disservice by using words with a disability? Can we do what the Lamondra quite rightly said and be proud of identity and be proud of diversity? Hell yeah, I'm right there. I just wonder whether we can challenge ourselves. We think that it's disability with the individual and it's disability with society. Now, that individual is always going to have their diversity, and we need that. The world is rich with diversity. Nobody should or could take that away from any individual. I'm just challenging ourselves as a global society. It is the base with disability compounding this negative narrative that is to exist.
A huge amount comes down to language, Adam, as you say, and it's really, it's really got me thinking, and I know it's got a lot of people thinking about this. It's the positive challenge of actually we're now coming into a world where saying disability, as you'd said, Lamondra, that is something positive and to be proud of. There were times, when talking about and I give an example here for myself because it's a safe place for me to talk about it, and I'm proud to talk about being dyslexic. But you kind of say in slightly hushed voice, "Oh, I'm dyslexic, you know, that kind of thing, actually. You know, after some time and after really feeling comfortable in one's own skin, at that point, things change significantly. Being proud in that, for the fact that the amount of tenacity, and Sherry, you'll know a lot about tenacity, being in the world of recruitment and sales, you have to be so tenacious to keep having those and keep breaking through those barriers. But actually, it's a real game-changing point, you know, when it comes to really being proud to speak out about these and really identifying with your self-worth and knowing that, you know, you are worthy, and actually being able to talk about those differences with pride. And now, Adam, I just love that you're kind of hell yes. That is like hell yes. You are so proud of it. I just, you know,
That's my brother, and I just met him.
It's so awesome, you know. It's flipping the narrative on the script, and you know, it's flipping the script on narrative. Sorry, rather, and it is. You know, it's also asking people, you know, so we don't have this fear of rebuke. Actually, you know, me saying, "Hey, my friend Lamondre, you know, how would you like me to talk about your you know, the disabilities that you have? How would you like me to talk about spinal muscular atrophy, if that is how I pronounce this correctly, without being
Atrophy,
too critical?
right.
Atrophy, exactly. And that is something really to be proud of. Sherry, coming across to you now, any further thoughts at all?
Only that I think businesses can, you know, take comfort in the fact that when done right, and when recognizing ability over disability and supporting the individual in the way they need to be supported, they will end up being a huge competitive advantage to you as an organization. You know, let's make no bones about this. You know, support done in the right way, perfectly for that individual. And it is a fine line. I was doing a panel yesterday very specifically on neurodiversity, and there is a very fine line within the neurodivergent that actually, if you get it right, and I actually wrote down simple adjustments, because you were talking about the simple thing with the potato and the pen, Lamondre, and I was like, often it is something very simple. But if you get it right, it is the difference between them absolutely flying and potentially crashing and burning.
Right.
And it can be such a minute thing. So, you know, this isn't necessarily about grand gestures. This isn't necessarily about, you know, big statements or bold moves. Bold is important, by the way. But sometimes all you need to do is just make very subtle changes to things. And you find that people are in a position where they will give it back in spades what they can give to you as an organisation. So yes, morally, of course, this is absolutely the right thing to do. There is a clear competitive advantage that goes with it as well.
And on this note, Sherry, tell us a little bit more about the major changes that Page Group has implemented.
We're learning it all the hard way, Layla, so that we're making it easy for our clients, because we can tell them all of the things that we've done. So, okay, there's quite a lot. I think firstly, you've touched on it already. We've taken on the equity. Even when we talk about our own strategy, we always used to be D and I. Now it is very much D, E and I, because we do know we have to do things differently for different people. We know actually what ends up being crucial for certain populations ends up better benefiting everybody anyway. So actually, this is a huge and a really significant way of bettering, you know, usability or functionality or capability for everybody in your organization, not just the people who need it to be able to deliver. We've talked about psychological safety, but I think that's critical in the whole end-to-end process. So we've started to look at what are we doing by way of attraction. So yes, language, Adam, that you touched on. We're using an accessibility toolbar on our website. We're making sure that we are enabling everybody to get involved. So we're looking at everything around the candidate life cycle. Of course, we hope they will end up being an employee as well. So when they come into our business, what does that look like? Have they got full accessibility? So we have a workplace adjustment tool for everybody so that we understand exactly what their situation might be and how we can make sure we support them bespokely. We're building a complete global accessibility framework. So, we're in, let's count how many countries now, but 8,000 people across the globe. So we've got an infrastructure which needs attention across the board. How are we making sure everyone's got the right tools, the right resources? How do we make sure that we talk and listen? I know I said before about everyone being seen, heard and understood, but if you don't ask the people who it's relevant for, you're making it up as you go along. And I'll never forget when we had an intern a couple of years ago, tetraplegic chap, young chap. So he'd had an accident in his teens, and so had never been in the workplace at all. And he joined us on an intern program. And I remember the line manager coming to me saying, "So Sherry, what do I need to do for him?" I mean, I was just like, "Well, have you thought about asking him?" I mean, I'd never even met the chap at that point. I didn't know anything about him, but also I'm not him. So I don't know, but I think there's a big shift in this kind of reassurance for the individuals that it's okay to ask questions. You shouldn't know the answers. That's the whole point. And what is right for one wheelchair user isn't right for another wheelchair user anyway. So let's just kind of, chill a little bit and go, if you don't know, ask. Ask with respect and ask with integrity and ask because you actually then want to be able to deliver on what they tell you. And that's really important because otherwise we're making on assumptions we don't know. So that's a really important part about the focus groups. We've had a fairly recent hire. She has got multiple conditions. She's quite a young woman, but she's got multiple health conditions that can manifest itself in lots of different ways. And she felt instantly safe in the interview process to be really open about her conditions. Yes, she has to be because it is her. It's exactly who she is and it's necessary. But the people in the interview process made her feel safe and she knew she could share. And actually, all of the adjustments that you might think she needs, actually she needs very little. And the reason she needs very little is because she's lived with this condition since she was a child. So she's already got all of her ways of managing it and adjusting, and she knows her triggers and she knows how to optimize her ability to perform. She just needed to know that we got it and that we trust her and that we trust that she will do what is right by her. I mean, you can also just never assume because you've asked somebody once that that's it. We've got a number of people in our business who've acquired disabilities while working for us and have worked with us a really long time. So just because you ask them here doesn't mean you never ask them again, because things change and people feel more comfortable to disclose as time goes on as well.
Thank you, Sherry. And that psychological safety that has been created, certainly knowing your CEO, Steve, right at the top of the organisation, Steve Ingham, for those that are listening, is also a wheelchair user, paralysed from the waist down, is incredibly passionate about spearheading disability and the benefits to that within our wider workforce. But ultimately, as Sherry, you said, to bringing that through in education to clients ultimately. So how do we drive this from a top-down perspective, because it goes faster, but then also implement every single one of those layers of management throughout organisations and to the employees in which we serve. I'd love to loop back, so I know we are running out of time, but last thoughts. We've had such a brilliant panel with so many different jewels of wisdom here, and it always is like this when Lamondra all are on the panel, but I'd love just to come back to you for one final thought for those that are tuning in today. One thing they can do. Lamondra, I'll come to yourself, and then I'll come across to you, Adam, and then finally Sherry before we wrap for the ad break.
Okay. First of all, thank you again for this. Certainly do appreciate the work that you do in your organization. The thing that I would say is be smart, be brave, be kind, and in all of it, look for the potato. Look for the potato. That's it. Thank you.
I think for me, connecting with what Teresa said a minute ago, have the conversation. have a conversation with everyone. Because we need to remember that the intersectionality of a human being is phenomenal. And if we keep using analogy around disability, we're excluding people from different cultures, different languages, maybe from being able to get support and different ways of working. So let's normalise the conversation about what can we do to reach your potential. I think that's what managers all want from their staff.
And I would just, sorry, Adam.
I'm done.
I would just finally say that it's okay not to know. It really is, and never be afraid to ask, because everybody deserves that bit of respect and opportunity to tell you what they need. So yes, definitely be kind, have the conversation, and it's okay to be honest about not knowing.
Thank you all so much. It's been a beautiful panel, this one. I know that those tuning in will have taken away a huge amount. I know I certainly have, is really deep listening to not only the lived experience, but also looking for those silver linings in the clouds, as Adam really made me think about when he was talking about us not losing some of the positives from different ways of working coming out the other side of the pandemic. Lamondre, you're always superb. I could listen to you all day, but it's definitely a new one, looking for the potato. I certainly will remember that. I was going to quote one of the quotes from the research that we did, where you'd said really very much about nothing about us without us. And I thought that was a really, really nice piece there that threaded throughout the conversation today. And Sherry, as ever, it's always brilliant speaking with yourself, and long may recruitment of differently able people, those who have all different identities and choose to identify in different ways, flourish throughout what is ultimately a rich smorgasbord of talent, thriving talent. So thank you all very much. Make sure that you do stay tuned after the ad break, because we have a really wonderful panel which is coming up immediately afterwards. Don't forget to tag in Dial Global and use our social media handle, #MovingTheDial. We're always trying to make our summits more inclusive. So if you would like to view or you would like an annotated version of today's summit, please do reach out and get in touch. You can email us directly at hello@dialglobal.org, and we will look forward to seeing you very soon. So join us after the short break to hear from a panel around racial equity and questioning, have we really moved the dial? Thanks so much. Enjoy.
Thank you.
all walks of life that come and sit in my chair. And I love connecting with them. Clients share their opinion with me, and it's like, oh wow, I didn't even think about it from that perspective. That's what people's minds were at, but you just want to make sure that what you're talking about is legit. When there is a disagreement, that excites me. I like there to be some flavor. That's what I think.
Alpha is a financial technology company, specifically asset finance. We develop our software here in London, and then we have technical and functional staff on site at our clients helping them move onto it. For example, Mercedes-Benz in the US, if you had a car on a lease or a loan, it'd be our software helping them run their business.
The key thing that makes us stand out is our delivery track record, and we achieve that delivery track record by recruiting people who are positive, engaged, energetic, enthusiastic, people who are willing to learn.
Graduates are important to Alpha because it's genuinely a set of fresh minds bringing in fresh ideas. We're also very keen to expand from the bottom up.
I definitely agree. I think one of the key things that graduates bring to us is the energy. They come into the teams, they're fresh, it's new, it's exciting, and they bring drive and enthusiasm.
Diversity and inclusion is so important to Alpha because we truly believe that people can achieve more when they can be themselves and when they can come to work and be their best selves.
Challenged all of the time to think differently, act differently, be different, and I think that's incredibly important.
I remember the first time I walked into Barclays, and I remember just seeing a vast array of people, both people who looked like me, but then also people who were from all different walks of life. And for me, that essentially just made it an incredibly welcoming environment.
There are so many different factors people differ on. It matters that all these different types of people are represented and have a voice within a group.
Life is so much easier when you can be yourself. There's no putting on a front, there's no expending any effort to be somebody that you're not.
It means I can be really proud of my background, my heritage, my culture, my gender, my ethnicity, and I'm not really trying to fit in.
For me, that sort of feeling of inclusion and being heard, again, especially in the current climate that we live in, is incredibly important, and it's the reason that I've stayed with Barclays for such a long period of time.
It shouldn't feel like anything, if that makes sense. It should feel normal. It shouldn't feel like you have to fight for something.
I am in Barclays because of sponsors and mentors who have gone to bat for me and who have actually put themselves out to support my career development, even when I didn't necessarily know what I was capable of.
For me, I also need to feel that I'm valued, that I'm respected, that I'm given the right opportunities. I wouldn't work for someone who didn't present me with those opportunities, right? Because I wouldn't be able to deliver. I wouldn't be able to do what I wanted to do. I wouldn't feel comfortable.
say you don't have the skills to reach the top? Who's to say you don't have the power?
This how we do it.
Who's to say you can't boss it? Who's to say who's best? The best ever? Or the best in the future? She could be huge, trust me. And with this team to inspire us, who's to say what's possible for you?
People will always love travel, even if it's just in their own country. The adventure is just the beginning. So here's a bright idea. Engage family shoppers by helping children love learning through inspiring hands-on play. Our global food supply depends on bees. Where would we be without them? It's a perfect opportunity for brands to create a buzz.
16 national teams have traveled with their delegations to the U20 Women's World Cup.
Philippe joue dans une équipe amateur et ne vit que pour le football.
Una federación de fútbol está construyendo una academia formativa de base con instalaciones de entrenamiento.
Every single human being, regardless of ethnicity, gender, sexuality, needs to feel that they belong in order to optimally function, both in life and at work. And to feel they belong, they need to be seen, heard, and valued. That is just the way it is. My name's Layla Mackenzie-Dellis, and I'm the founder and CEO of DAL Global. DAL stands for Diverse, Inclusive, Aspirational Leaders. And, I guess the business it started just under 2 years ago, born out of my unwavering passion for diversity, inclusion, and belonging. As you know, my brother and I are both adopted by amazing white British parents, and mum and dad tried to have kids basically and couldn't, and went out to Hong Kong
where mum worked for the NHS as a radiographer and dad worked for a guy called Mr. Mock. You know, I suppose we've been brought up very westernised, if that makes sense. So we went to an international school in Hong Kong and then subsequently moved to Harrogate, which is a very northern town in Yorkshire in the UK. When I think about being in a class of pretty much all white Western children, which is all very lovely, and for me not very different, I suppose, seeing different types of children, but for them it was definitely different. They hadn't seen a Chinese child, I don't think, most of them. When you're young, you kind of just want to be like the rest of the crowd, and then I think it wasn't until I kind of got older that I realised how being different actually was a bit of a superpower, and being different was a massive benefit ultimately.
Hello and welcome to Diverse and Inclusive Leaders, a podcast show where I interview the most inspirational and thought-provoking leaders of today and unearth their unique stories of diversity and inclusion to help inspire, educate and motivate others to make the world a better place.
Leadership or leaders, those words aren't reserved these days, in my humble opinion and the team's humble opinion, to those very specific few. Gone are the days when the white ivory towers of leadership and that word was reserved only for those individuals. Actually, in today's modern world, it is about 21st century empowerment of the unrepresented, about those who are different, about ultimately everyone whose voice matters, and everyone's voice does matter. As Lord Simon Woolley once said, it is not a zero-sum game. It's not a case of I'm winning, therefore you're losing. She's winning, therefore he's losing. It's a case of I help you, you help me, we mutually beneficially move the dial in the right direction.
everyone, and welcome back to the Dial Global Virtual Summit. The time to take action is now. This panel is titled Racial Equity, Have We Really Moved the Dial? My name is Mark Lomas. I'm head of culture at Lloyd's of London, and I'm joined by three other phenomenal leaders in this space who I'm delighted to welcome to the Dial Global Virtual stage. They are John Pettis, Vice President, Government Services, GN Resound, Anne Donahue, DEI Partner at Barclays, and Zephaniah Chakwudum, Business Manager, the CEO of Microsoft UK. So after the tragic murder of George Floyd over 2 years on, what has been achieved and how much further do we need to go? We'll be addressing that question today. And how critical is cultural competence within this? Cultural competence, in brief, is the ability to interact effectively with people from different cultures. This ability depends on awareness of your own cultural worldview, knowledge of other cultural practices and worldviews, tolerant attitudes towards cultural differences, and cross-cultural skills. The more different cultures and nationalities work together, the more cultural awareness, curiosity, and sensitivity are essential for teams to thrive. So today, we'll explore what programs have been implemented to create more diverse workforce and to encourage applicants from lower represented work groups. But before we go into detail, it would be great to learn a bit more about each of our esteemed panelists and why you are so passionate about diversity, inclusion, and belonging. So if I could start with John, that would be great. Hi, John. Do you want to give us a quick intro to yourself? Oh, John may have frozen. In that case, we're going to move neatly along to Anne, and we'll come back. Anne, do you want to give us a little intro to yourself?
Very happy to. And Mark, can I just check you can hear me? Perfect, super. Thanks for the thumbs up. Hello, everybody. I'm really pleased to be part of today's panel session with John and with Zeph. I think we've got a really fantastic conversation coming up. As Mark said, I'm part of the Barclays Global Equity, Diversity, Equity and Inclusion team here. And at Barclays, our focus on DEI is about enabling our colleagues, customers, clients and communities to grow. I co-chair our Race at Work colleague task force, which is focused on driving meaningful progress on our Race at Work agenda from a colleague lens. And in addition to our colleague focus, we also have two other pillars for Race at Work, our community pillar and our client and customer pillar. And throughout the conversation today, I'll talk about some of the initiatives that we have as part of that. For me, my passion in diversity, equity and inclusion is partnering with our business leaders globally across all regions and helping to drive a maturity of understanding on DEI across all of our agendas, and particularly the importance of intersectionality. And then it's about using that maturity of understanding and really translating that into making meaningful progress in DEI. That's me.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Zeph, do you want to introduce yourself and then we'll come back to John?
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Checking that you can also hear me as well. I think you can. Yeah, pleasure to be here. So Zeph, work at Microsoft. I have done for the last decade or so across various different roles. And for me, probably there's some that comes along in the focus on diversity just by nature of being a Black man from South London. So that was interesting in a corporate environment. But then it probably took on a more intentional capacity. I've been the chair of what we call the Embrace Employee Resource Group for the last 2 years or so. And that's kind of given me focus. That used to be called the BAME group. So this kind of gave me this focus across, Black, Asian, minority, ethnic, and what that means and how we drive meaningful change, how we tell the story around it, how we educate people, how we celebrate those stories, how we inspire people. And I think that's been like a two-way journey. I think there's been an exchange of value in it for others, of course, but also just for me as well. And I think I've always been an active learner on that journey. So really looking forward to the conversation here today.
Excellent, thank you. And John, over to you to introduce yourself.
Okay, can you hear me now? Excellent. My name is John Pettis. I'm a 10-year veteran of the United States Navy. I have 22 years of employment at GN Resound, and I hold the position of Vice President of Government Services for Resound. I'm also, I have the pleasure of being the founder and chairman of Black at GN, an employee resource group that we started here at Resound. As you mentioned earlier, in the wake of George Floyd's murder, civil unrest and police brutality was obviously a hot topic in the news, but being based here in the Twin Cities in Minneapolis, it really hit home in our workplace here. And many asked the question, should we be doing more? And employee, resource groups are really a great opportunity for us to educate, the employees at our job. And we have 12 amazing change agents that step forward and volunteered their time to do something that I think is pretty amazing. But we're only in our infancy stage. It's only 2 years. So I look forward to sharing some of our experiences and also to hear some of the dialogue and have some real conversation with the panelists today. I just want to say that I'm glad to be here and thank Dow Global for the invitation.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think this is going to be a great conversation. So first, I'll turn to you, Anne. What programs have been implemented to create a more diverse workforce and to encourage applicants from groups that aren't as well represented within the Barclays workforce?
Yeah, thanks, Mark. I'll talk to our own journey from a Barclays perspective in this space, including the approach that we took to setting ambitions, what underpins our progress, as well as some of the initiatives that we have from a colleague perspective, as well as some of the external partnerships that we have. So in terms of our own journey, we were one of the first signatories of the UK's Race at Work Charter. We've voluntarily disclosed our ethnicity pay gaps since 2019. And in order to have further transparency, we've published separate ethnicity pay gaps for colleagues who identify as Asian, Black and multiracial in the UK. We stood up our Race at Work colleague task force in summer 2020, and we published our action plan in October of that year. And then in 2021, we set up our Race at Work ambitions. And I'll talk about our ambitions, and then I'll call out some of the programs from an internal perspective, as well as some of our external partnerships piece. So we talk about ambitions, and the reason we talk about ambitions is the kind of oft-quoted phrase of what gets measured gets done. We use the language of ambitions rather than targets, and this was about having a clear direction of travel rather than a final destination. And for our Race at Work ambitions, it was about recognizing that some ethnicities are underrepresented relative to the potential talent pools that we have available in our regional marketplaces. So our Race at Work ambitions were setting out measurable outcomes, which we could use to assess our progress that we were making to close that representation gap. The regional piece is important. We have 3 ambitions. From a UK perspective, we're aiming to increase the number of underrepresented minority employees by 25% by the end of 2025. We have a US specific one, which is looking for an increase of 20%, again, by the end of 2025. And then we had a more near-term ambition that was focused on senior leaders within the organization. And that is about recognizing the importance of role models. So across the UK and the US, our aim was to at least double the number of Black employees that we had at managing director level by the end of 2022, by the end of this year. And these 3 ambitions, both near term and long term, both regional and senior, gave us measurable outcomes grounded by metrics and milestones that help us to hold ourselves to account. We monitor progress against these ambitions also with a gender diversity in mind, recognizing the importance of intersectionality. We have an ethnicity dashboard that looks at hiring, retention, and promotion. That's shared monthly with our senior leaders and our Race at Work champions, and we use that to monitor progress. So that's our ambitions. And then when we were setting out our plan, there was a couple of key things that underpins the plan that we thought was really critical in order to actually make sure our plan was successful. One is business accountability. We have Race at Work champions in each of our different business areas and functions, and they are empowered to hold their business accountable to delivering their Race at Work action plans for their business area. Data-led insights is also really key for us. We have an annual employee opinion survey, and we ask diverse characteristic questions as part of that across all aspects of diversity, including race and ethnicity. And that helps us pick out specific engagement insights and trends from Black and ethnically diverse colleagues, but also by looking at it across all of our 6 agendas, again, we can take that intersectional lens. Partnership with our ERGs was key. We have got 12 ERGs, and in terms of alignments to race at work, we have an Asian Professionals Resource Group, which is based in the UK and the US, a Latin Professionals Resource Group based in the US, Black Professional Resource Group, UK and US, and a multicultural resource group as well. And our ERGs played a really key part in us, both in terms of shaping the plan to begin with, but also in terms of holding us accountable for really delivering that plan. And I'm sure John and Zeph will talk much more to the journey of ERGs and the really positive impact they can have in the organisation. I'll touch a little bit about the colleague piece first and some of the actions that we're taking as part of that in order to help us achieve our ambitions. Like most organisations, we are absolutely focused on hiring. So how do we increase underrepresented minority candidates into the organisation? But as well as hiring people into the organisation, it's really also about focusing the fantastic diverse talent that we already have in place in the organisation. So how do we make sure that that pipeline of diverse talent is really getting access to career and development opportunities and have the opportunity to really progress their career within the organisation? We've got a number of different initiatives around that, including our Diverse Accelerator programmes. We run that with both an ethnicity lens and a gender lens. But again, all participants to our programs are encouraged to bring their whole selves to that program. So again, that intersectional lens is really key to us. Allyship is really key as well. And I know we're going to touch on that later, so I'll kind of hold on that for now. And then it was about being transparent and measuring our outcomes through our ambitions and through our ethnicity dashboard to see if we're having making progress over time. From an external perspective, there's a couple of things I'll just touch on. One is about supporting diverse founders. So we have a Black Business Founder Program accelerator, which was created with Eagle Labs, which is our network we have within the UK to help early stage digital and tech businesses. And that's our Black Founder Accelerator is targeted for companies with 1 or more Black entrepreneurs in the UK. And the aim is boosting diversity in entrepreneurship. That's done in partnership with FounderVine, which is an award-winning social enterprise specializing in supporting and championing underrepresented founders and communities. We've also just recently announced a 5 million investment in Latitude Ventures, so LatVC, which is a US institutional venture firm investing in Latino entrepreneurs, which again is a fast-growing part of the US economy. And then the final thing I'll just touch on is around supplier diversity. So we have a global head of supplier diversity, Harvey Butler, who works across business areas to increase the use of diverse suppliers. When we talk about diverse suppliers, we talk both in terms of size, but also diversity of ownership. And in terms of that diversity of ownership, it's looking at businesses who are majority owned by underrepresented communities. So women, people of color, LGBT+, veterans, people with disabilities, again, that intersectional lens, and looking at those potential diverse suppliers and getting them in front of the business, in front of decision makers. Specifically for Race at Work, we have made a commitment to double our spend with Black-owned businesses by 2025. So in summary, I think it's about knowing where you want to get to, which for us was setting our ambitions, knowing what will enable progress. So again, for us, that was around business accountability, data-led insights, and partnerships with our ERGs, and then having those tangible initiatives that you can roll out both from a colleague perspective and also around the external piece as well. So I'll pause there and give John and Zeph a chance to jump in, but that's some of the things that we've been focused on.
Excellent, thank you. Some impressive stuff there. John, I'll turn to you for a comment, and then Zeph.
It is just a pleasure to hear a mature organization that's obviously been around longer. We're more of a grassroots, just getting started, so this is music to my ears hearing this. For us, we started out with implementing ERGs, which we didn't have 2 years ago. So right now we have, obviously following our driver side of audio, the Women's Network, then there was Black at GN, and then we have Pride at GN, and we're looking to actually continue more. One of the things, when I recall a dialogue I had with my North American head, Scott Davis, the summer of 2020, I received a phone call And I'll take you on a little quick journey. I've seen this cycle before around election periods to where there's excitement in the media and there's a need to try to calm down the masses. And when I received a phone call to say, hey, as a Black leader in the organization, would you be willing to step forward and actually, support, an ERG group? Admittedly, I really didn't have much interest because I had seen it happen before. There was issues that are happening, and then after election cycle's over with, you don't get the energy that you have. But that conversation was different. And this is a person who has the experience and done it at a previous job that they worked at, and he did a really good job of convincing me that this was worth the effort. And what I was interested in is just starting with the foundation, building the building blocks to get started. And I thought that could be the building blocks that could be used in future ERGs that we implement in the United States. And one of them was, establishing the pillars, and it was recruitment pillar, retention pillar, and affiliation. That's where we started. And we solicited the change agents that I mentioned earlier, and we ended up with people out of that group that became the pillar leads. And the recruitment strategy that we had, we knew that, that's a hard one, because the longest journey is trying to get students from universities. Well, that takes a long time. But we wanted to get started. There were, people at wanting communication on what we were doing. So we sought after, Black historic, colleges and universities. I work for a hearing aid manufacturer, so we were looking at the audiology departments, but eventually wanting to broaden that into other disciplines, business, engineering, finance, et cetera. But we started off, that was a hard one, seeking out, HBCUs that have audiology programs. We found out, well, that's a minority in itself. But we landed on Hampton University, and we liaised with them. We looked for job fair opportunities. We also offered scholarships that were offered to audiologists there, and I'm happy to say that a year after we introduced the ERG, we were able to award 2 scholarships to audiology students there. And we want to go further and make that not just from giving a scholarship. We wanted to create a path from student to entrepreneurship or possibly coming into the audiology field. So we work with University of Pacific so we can go from undergrad to grad. We also worked under our affiliation group. We, have retail ownership. We were looking at how many minority owners do we have under that particular pillar that will be interested in bringing in students after they finish their job to have their first employment, and then potentially having them wean and be trained and potentially have an opportunity to take over that business or go into business for themselves. So from student to entrepreneurship, I thought that was really good so they could help give back. When we looked at how also under recruitment, obviously we looked at, talent conferences. We looked at recruitment firms. Obviously we talked about scholarship for African American minorities. Those are ones that we're in the infancy stages, but we got started. Retention, that's another, internally, we have talent right here that was wondering, how do I, move through the organization? And education was key there. Training, your internal managers, how do we go, to deal with a culturally diverse workforce? We're in the infancy stages of that, but our talent review and making sure we go from appointments to making sure people get opportunities to interview. Mentorship programs, we're in the process of implementing that. Development, making sure everybody understands that it is your responsibility to bring it to your supervisors and managers to let them know what your expectations are, your ambitions are. And then leadership meetings, making sure we educate and communicate effectively. So I'm happy to say that after 2 years, we've implemented quite a bit in getting started, and I'm very proud of the team. But there's so much more work to be done in these particular areas. You touched on a point, and it's actually one of the things that I want to touch on in my topic. It's the next phase that we have. We've done the introduction, we've done the scholarships, we've done the holidays, and we've done all those types of things as far as providing resources to the organization for where they can get wellness benefits or financial support. But now it's time for us for the rubber to meet the road and start identifying some key metrics that we need to follow as an organization. And I think that's the natural next step. I won't steal thunder for a later conversation, but that's the direction that I want to go. I'm very interested in the dialogue of how you got started in that.
Excellent. Thank you. We'll certainly pick that up a little later. And Zeph, what are the biggest issues and obstacles you've had to overcome to ensure everyone feels included and belongs along this journey?
Yeah, no, thanks for the question. I would say, that last question, I think it's great to see some of the things that are happening. I'll say for people that are listening, I think there was two things that stood out for me actually, like this delineation of like what the business. I love how Anne articulated what Barclays is doing as a business and a corporation and their investments, and then an ERG, and not to conflate those two things. And like if you're listening in, your ERG is not these are employees. That's not the vehicle to go and do your business things. I think there should be there should be a delineation between it. And then also I would say if you're listening, and some of the things that are going on, 5 million hair, this hair, if you're listening in, not everyone's got the power, the resources for Barclays or Microsoft or RE Sound. But I always think it's what's meaningful, and meaningful could just be time, or it could just be a space or a place or a resource. One of the things that we did at Microsoft was we run a mentoring program with about 300 external people each day, and then someone from Microsoft gives up time. And I think that's super impactful. And sometimes it's led to jobs and opportunities, but sometimes it just leads to confidence, and that's meaningful. But then to your question, Mark, just about obstacles that I faced, I think there's probably two ways you talk about. I think there's like a personal thing, especially when you're being from a person from a diverse or ethnic background. It could be any kind of thing that's in your mind, if I think about from an ethnicity point of view. And then there's the business point of view. The other day, it was beginning of September, my son, he's 4, so he started reception. He's gone from nursery, he's graduated to reception. And I remember on the first day, took him up to the school gates, and he was excited, which is great, and all these little kids around. And so I just remember that first day feeling. I think sometimes maybe the parents can feel more nervous than the young ones. And it made me reflect on my first day walking into like Microsoft, right? And for him, I think he looks around and sees people like him, or just sees young kids, they're all thing. And I think for me, it kind of made me think about when I walked in, that first day feeling, no matter where you are, right? You could just you've just got the new CEO gig, or you could be, you walk in, there's that feeling of being there on the first day. And then you kind of think, where's my safe spots? Or who can I maybe have a conversation that I'll be comfortable with? And these are the kind of things that when I walked into a corporate environment, 10, 11 years ago, I didn't find those kind of things that maybe would have been those anchors that I could have just been like, oh, that person looks like me, or from my area, or is maybe my age or something like that. So it was all these kind of things were in my head. And so that first day feeling, and that feeling, I think later always talks about belonging and how do you feel welcome. And sometimes when you have that lens and you look around, you see people that look like you, or behave like you, or talk like you, whatever, you can automatically kind of get that feeling of belonging. So one, I think that is also a personal thing, but it's also something that your organization has to like, how does our organization represent where we are? Like, I think it was Anne that talked about regions, like the regions that we're in, like how do we represent where we serve? And so I think for me personally, it was just overcoming that obstacle of where I was from, what I looked like, what people were viewing me as. The first thing that they say was, oh, because I'm quite tall as well, like there's a tall black guy. They've sent this tall black guy to talk about my business. And, and I used to have that in my head a lot. And I had to deal with that. And then you get what I say, you get these mentors or these coaches or these sponsors, or you get these wins, I would say, where you start to really believe that you're there for a reason. Like you're not a token part of something, like you're there because you're competent and you're capable. And so over time, I became like, I'm here because I can deliver, and so I got out of that headspace and I was able to overcome that obstacle that was kind of in my head. So I'd say that there's that personal obstacle, and then I think there's just the obstacle of how we're creating spaces and places and environments that look like the regions and the places that we represent, no matter whether it's black, white. I think the last panel was talking about accessibility. The same feeling, that same feeling can come from someone who's not, who has a disability that comes into an environment. So that's probably one of the things that I think I would just share and answer your question, Mark, conscious of time. I think we could talk about these things for ages.
Yeah, so wonderful. Thank you for that. I'm going to come to John, and then I'm going to put in a couple of questions that we've got coming through the chat. So, John, you talked a little bit about having change agents, and from your kind of perspective, what kind of actions do you need to take to create high-performing teams, taking into account kind of different cultures and nationalities?
You know, I used to think it was solely communication. You know, not getting a message out is really dangerous, because they say the idle mind is the devil's workshop. You know, Zephaniah, you hit a key point. You know, in the communication piece, I was addressing the fact that let's go out and talk about what we're doing and make sure everybody's educated on that. And I felt that was important through town halls and through website updates, activity updates, holiday announcements, education pieces, celebrating employees, job postings, things of that nature. And creating that environment and letting people know where you can go to get that sense of belonging and have that welcoming and seeing faces like you. But now that we've accomplished that, I've moved a step further to where, and I had mentioned it before, and I wanted to point out the fact that key DEI metrics are extremely important. We as a business, we know the impact of a diverse workforce and the impact on the gross domestic product. Published, everybody knows that. But in any business, we measure to what we perform. We measure to what we perform. We hear the phrase where you say you perform to what you measure. I hear it every day. Any meeting that I have with my boss, we have our KPIs we put in front of us. And I just feel that, now the next time is getting to that step where we're talking about a scorecard of things. And I'm thinking about things like, demographics across organizational levels is one. That seems important to me. Retention across employee groups, that seems important to me. Employee turnover, very important. Are we seeing turnover in a specific group more so than other spaces? Candidate demographics. Are we, looking at the candidates that we're bringing in? I love hearing that you have targets for 2025 where you're setting percentages where you're going after certain protected groups. And then I look at the adverse impact or the hiring stats of protected, groups. Is there a need? Do we celebrate when we've hit certain things? And I think celebration is key. And are we just not even on the radar for other things? So I appreciate the question. Like I said, it's one that I see that it's our next step. I'd love to continue this discussion by kicking off and hearing from both Zephaniah and on, what they've adopted. And I'm not ashamed to say I'm willing to steal shamelessly. So there you go.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And it sounds like you're doing some great tracking of progress. How do you, because obviously when you track progress and you put effort into these things, let's face it, not everyone is happy about that. So how do you communicate that success and sort of allow space for the dissenters if there are any?
Yeah, look, I think with all of these things, it's toned from the top, right? D&I is not owned by a group D&I team. D&I is owned by the CEO. It's owned by the exec committee within the organization. And so that tone from that top, the ownership from the top, and just being really clear around what the expectation is really important. And then it's about making sure that if you've put an ambition in place or you've put a target in place, that you've got the initiatives there to help support the business to get there. Ours are 2025, and we've done that because we want to look at this long term. So you need to have your initiatives that will build that long term. So John, I loved your example about HBCUs. We've similarly got some partnerships with HBCUs. You're building a long-term talent pipeline of that, getting people into the business and helping them grow and helping them progress. So I think just having that long-term piece, having the initiatives in place that can back up what you think you're going after or what you want, what you're aspiring to go after, and making sure that's there. So if I'm the line manager and I'm now being held to account for this, I've got a suite of things ready to turn to do, whether that's how I'm hiring, whether that's in terms of development programs that I can nominate for, whether that's in terms of I'm going through my promotion lists for the year. So I think that particular piece is really important. I would keep emphasizing the intersectional piece, because I think, Mark, to your point about kind of dissent, it isn't this piece around, Layla said that in the kind of the VC piece that opens before this, it isn't a zero-sum game. If one group, gets ahead, it does not mean that another group does not get ahead. So that intersectional piece is so important. And, for a lot of organizations right now, the metrics are there in terms of race and ethnicity, the metrics are there in terms of gender, and then other organizations are getting much more mature around what else they're looking to capture. And I think getting an organization to understand that representation, understand relative to their markets in terms of where they are, and how do you start to close the gap? Because if you're only hiring from half the workforce that's out there externally, you're not hiring the best people. It's as simple as that. So kind of framing it in that commercial context, but really having the right initiatives in place. So from a line manager perspective, I know what I need to do to start to get this right, rather than you've given me something, but you haven't helped me how to get there.
Yeah, excellent points. I think from my point of view, in my experience, you're absolutely right. You need the data, you need the insights, and people need to understand what they can actively do to move things forward, and do that and take individual accountability for that too seems very important. So Zeph, turning to Microsoft, how do you engage with the people around you on issues like this, particularly those who might feel that progress is a bit too slow? And I think we're probably all familiar with that challenge. How do you balance those conversations between making steady progress and maybe others who want to see a faster rate of change?
Yeah, I think that's one of the interesting things. It's like just think about basic change management in any scenario, and people change. Because you've got folks that want it to speed up, and then you've got folks that are, hey, you got to slow down. And this is a bit too much. It's a bit scary. I don't really understand. It all feels a bit too much. It's October. It's Black History Month. Some people are, again, we've been doing this. Why do we do this each year? And so for me, and I'll talk about it from an ERG perspective. When I took on the chair of the lead in the ERG, we had about 30 odd members in our group. If I take a UK population in Microsoft UK, and it's about 2,500 people. Today we're about 550 odd in terms of membership. And the way that I thought about it is that typically when people talk about diversity and inclusion, a lot of it is around, they feel like it's educational. They feel like they're being preached to or said something's gone wrong, so you need to fix it. And for me, when I thought about Black culture and being Black and being from London, I would always think about amazing, beautiful things like the food from Black culture or the music. I would think about the figures that inspired me. I would think about when I had the opportunity to travel to Nigeria with my mum or with my family. And so I put down principles, these three things in our ERG that says, whenever you do something, there's three things that I want us to think about. I want us to think about inspiring, celebrating, and educating. I want us to do all of those three things in generally throughout the course of a period. Are we educated? Of course, with Black History Month, we're going to educate. We're going to talk about stuff. But also, I want us to celebrate. I want people to go, wow, that's an amazing culture. I want them to feel like, man, it must be amazing being involved in. It must be amazing to be Black or be involved in Black culture. I want them to know that there's inspirational figures. We watch people like, when we look at the England football team, we see players like Bukayo Saka, or we see Ian Wright commentating on TV, and people are like, wow, these are amazing role models that we just saw what Marcus Rashford did during the lockdown with young people, that these are amazing people. So I want us to tell those stories. So to me, there's always going to be people that aren't going to come on the journey. That's just life. Whatever thing you're going to do. But I think it's like, how do we tell the stories in different ways? And how do we give people the data? How do we give them inspirational people to look at? How do we educate them? How do we get them to be excited about these these things. And for me, that's always been the way that we've approached bringing people on the journey. And we've approached saying to people, the reason why we're going super fast is because of this historical background and this historical context. The reason why we're pushing this initiative is because of that story. And I think that's like with anything, like, you know, some people, I think a lot in our organization, no one has, one of my mentors, like, you assume positive intent. I don't think anyone really has this really like, I don't want to do that, because it's like, mostly it's like a case of like, I don't understand. So I hope that, yeah, that's the way that we think about it. And I think we've seen some really strong progress and really strong building up of allies along that journey as we've gone on that journey, both from a senior leadership all the way through the organization.
That's great to hear. One of the things that I'll turn to John and maybe ask you this question, I think. One of the things that often comes up is certainly after the tragic murder of George Floyd, there was a huge sort of range of activity from organizations all over the globe with commitments, et cetera, et cetera. How 2 years on from that, do you still feel there's that same broad consensus behind and momentum behind racial equality? Or do you think that's subsided in some areas? Obviously not for your organizations, because you're all doing really good work. But do you feel that momentum is still there, or do you believe it's waning slightly?
I think we have an opportunity for a resurgence, but if I'm being completely honest, I would say yes. You know, in the beginning, it was everyone was proactively wanting to get involved. And remember, I started this by saying, you know, once the election cycle is over with and the media is not throwing fire on it every day, it starts to win. And that was the history of the cycle. I've been a 22-year employee, so I've seen it every 4 years here. I've seen it come and go, come and go, come and go. The difference this time is we put some structure to it to where now we can hold on. And we'll be more prepared for the next cycles that happen because we have things in place. It's interesting, you know, these are some of the things that we have to do the good work, right? Zeph, you hit right at my wheelhouse, because we're at the point now to where communication was key. And then when we beyond that, I remember our first town hall meeting. You know, I can recall the anxiety around, you know, people wanting to know, what is Black Aegean up to? But I can say that, you know, we had so many people coming at that time point wanting to lend support. So it was important for us to identify those change agents and set the expectations. And as guys, this is not a sprint, this is a marathon. And it was very clear in the communication that the things that we're volunteering to do right now may not benefit us ourselves in our tenure with Resound. We're planting seeds for the future. And that was captured in our vision, and that was captured in our mission. So those are very important parts for us to know that this is a long game, not a sprint. And then there were other things, you know, challenges we had to deal with. You know, if I go to the dark side, and now we're going to get into some real conversations. I remember being asked multiple times about how they can help. But I also recall that I was approached by a white male, and it was a comment that was provided, and he asked if he should start his own ERG, you know, for his people. Now, how do you respond to that? Right? Now, a lot of the inquiries that we had was around membership to Black Aegean, and I'm a golfer. I try to be a golfer, think about this. I mean, Tiger Woods in our lifetime was denied access to certain golf courses because of the color of his skin. Think about that. One of the greatest golfers we've seen of all time in our lifetime. So I had to make sure, and when you look at the word membership as it applies to golf, you know, and you look at the history of membership when it applies to golf, it's status, it's exclusive, you know, exclusionary rather, not inclusive. It's the opposite of what I wanted. And I realized in the quest to educate that I needed to make sure that identifying what membership means to Black Aegean had to be completely inclusive and welcoming. And we put together tiers for that. We don't use the term membership. You can access our website and express your interest in one support. Someone from our communication affiliation pillar will reach out to you. They will educate you on what the ERG is about, and they will say, and they will ask you based on your interests. If you want just general information to be provided to you, then you can come to the town halls and get that, or you can go to the website. If you want to be more involved, you can be a part of one of the pillars, and we'll direct you to one of those leaders. And then from that, the good work is evaluated, prioritized, and that's how we introduce things. So I know it's a long way of going around, but it's saying, no, we don't have the same level, but we have the right people involved to move the marathon on. And like Zeph, I keep going back to you because that was inspiring, because the next step for us, we have the calendar to where we have Black History Month, we have Juneteenth, we have, Kwanzaa, all those types. That's our pillars on our calendars that we have. We have the scholarship that goes through. The milestones on our calendar. But I'm inspired by Inspire, Celebrate, and definitely the next ones you have for Educate. That's where we bring those other pieces in to keep that work going. So long way of saying there's work to be done. And I think we're still on the right path, but we don't have the same level of engagement as we did in the wake of George Floyd's murder.
Excellent. Fantastic thoughts from each of you. Zeph and Anne, we've got about a minute for each of you to give a final thought or a top tip in 30 seconds, and then I'll wrap up. So Anne, first to you. If there's one top tip you'd give people to keep this momentum going, what would it be?
Yeah, I'm going to be cheeky and do two, and then I'll try and speak really fast with an Irish accent and see how it goes. I think one is kind of to Zeph's point, right? You can have bigger organizations that can throw around numbers that look very impressive, and that's fantastic. But every single organization has suppliers. So look at your supplier base, look at the diversity of your supplier base, and if it is not diverse and doesn't represent the region or the country that you're in, see what you can do about that. Start small, start with 1, start with 2, start with 5, start with 10. So look at your supplier base, because that wealth generation back into the community is super, super important. So that's the first piece. And then the second piece, and I think this has been a really nice panel in terms of the different perspectives, and Zeph, you sort of alluded to this earlier on, there is a partnership between the ERGs and the work that the ERGs do, and that the work that the business needs to do. And do not get your ERGs to do the work that the business should be doing, because there is work that they should be doing in themselves. So that partnership is key, but there is a difference in that responsibility, and the business needs to make sure that they are owning the business part of it.
Excellent. Wonderfully said. Zeph, final thought from you, top tip on keeping the momentum going, and then I'll wrap up because we've got about 40 seconds left.
Yeah, I think for me, the top tip is just to stay really curious about things. That's one thing I've really learned, especially we talk about, I ran the BAME network, but corporates, Black, Asian, and there's different elements, and minority ethnics are different. So I had to really just adopt a posture of curiosity. And then you pair curiosity with bravery. And I think, not coming from a place of like, I'm really trying to understand, and being brave to ask those questions that you might have felt uncomfortable. Because, most of the time the person on the other side would appreciate that. So I'd say pair curiosity with bravery. And then for all the D&I leaders and overall leading, I would say outcome is to give grace, because I always think that people are going to make mistakes. I've made mistakes. Anyone will make mistakes. And then we just allow people, if they're curious, you can make a mistake, and we offer some grace to it. So curiosity, bravery, and offering grace.
What a wonderful thought to wrap up on. So thanks to the panel, wonderful conversation. Don't forget, everyone, to tag Dial Global and use your social media handle on Moving the Dial. And please do join us after this short break to hear from another incredible panel exploring the impact of diversity, inclusion, belonging, and equity on global companies. So thank you again to the panel. Absolutely wonderful job. Fantastic conversation.
Thanks so much, Mark. Thanks, everyone.
Who's to say you don't have the skills to reach the top? Who's to say you don't have the power?
This how we do it.
Who's to say you can't boss it? Who's to say who's best? The best ever? Or the best in the future? She could be huge. Trust me. And with this team to inspire us, Who's to say what's possible for you?
I have all walks of life that come and sit in my chair, and I love connecting with them. Clients share their opinion with me, and it's like, oh wow, I didn't even think about it from that perspective. That's what people's minds were at, but you just want to make sure that what you're talking about is legit. When there is a disagreement, that excites me. I like there to be some flavor.
That's what I think.
Alpha's a financial technology company, specifically asset finance. We develop our software here in London, and then we have technical and functional staff on site at our clients helping them move onto it. For example, Mercedes-Benz in the US, if you had a car on a lease or a loan, it'd be our software helping them run their business.
The key thing that makes us stand out is our delivery track record, and we achieve that delivery track record by recruiting people who are positive, engaged, energetic, enthusiastic, people who are willing to learn.
Graduates are important to Alpha because it's genuinely a set of fresh minds bringing in fresh ideas. We're also very keen to expand from the bottom up.
I definitely agree. I think one of the key things that graduates bring to us is the energy. They come into the teams, they're fresh, it's new, it's exciting, and they bring drive and enthusiasm.
Diversity and inclusion is so important to Alpha because we truly believe that people can achieve more when they can be themselves and when they can come to work and be their best selves.
Challenged all of the time to think differently, act differently, be different, and I think that's incredibly important.
I remember the first time I walked into Barclays, and I remember just seeing a vast array of people, both people who looked like me, but then also people who were from all different walks of life. And for me, that essentially just made it an incredibly welcoming environment.
There are so many different factors people differ on. It matters that all these different types of people are represented and have a voice within a group.
Life is so much easier when you can be yourself. There's no putting on a front, there's no expending any effort to be somebody that you're not.
It means I can be really proud of my background, my heritage, my culture, my gender, my ethnicity, and I'm not really trying to fit in.
For me, that sort of feeling of inclusion and being heard, again, especially in the current climate that we live in, is incredibly important, and it's the reason that I've stayed with Barclays for such a long period of time.
It shouldn't feel like anything, if that makes sense. It should feel normal. It shouldn't feel like you have to fight for something.
I am in Barclays because of sponsors and mentors who have gone to bat for me and who have actually put themselves out to support my career development, even when I didn't necessarily know what I was capable of.
For me, I also need to feel that I'm valued, that I'm respected, that I'm given the right opportunities. I wouldn't work for someone who didn't present me with those opportunities, right? Because I wouldn't be able to deliver. I wouldn't be able to do what I wanted to do. I wouldn't feel comfortable.
My name is Diana Haig, and I am a senior manager at Alpha in Michigan in the United States. I originally started working for the UK company and transferred out here in 2012, and since then I've gotten married and I've got two beautiful boys, a 4-year-old and a 14-month-old.
Hi, my name is James De Silva. I'm a Senior Solutions Architect at Alpha, and I'm based out of Michigan in the United States. I've got a small family with 2 full-time professional parents and 1 very energetic 2-year-old toddler.
My name is Caroline, and I'm a development lead in the engineering department at Alpha. I live in North London with my husband and my 2 children. My son is age 14 and my daughter is now age 12.
Hello, my name's Natalie and I'm here today to talk about balancing working life and family life and just some of the obstacles I've come across over the years as a working parent. I have 2 children, 2 boys, one called Darnell, one called Jack. My eldest, 16, is autistic and also has ADHD and a condition called Pica. And my youngest, Jack, who is 11, has autism and Tourette's. These conditions are very complex, and then to add working on top of all of the meetings and appointments that I have to attend can be quite hard.
Certainly when my children were younger, I would say one of the biggest challenges was in relation to the meeting the demands of the sort of full working day, which necessitated being out of the house for around 11 hours, versus my children's waking hours, which were only around 12 hours. So I was feeling, although having dropped from working a full week to working 3 days a week, I was feeling as though I was missing out on such a large amount of time with my children on those days that I was actually at work. And that meant missing out on things like contact with other parents once they were at school, or just time to just be with them and play with them and be part of their day.
There was a point in my life where I had to quit work because my employer just couldn't understand why I had to have so much time off or why I had to use holiday at such short notice because appointments would come up on a waiting list. I quit work for 2 years and stayed home with my children, and one of the things I vowed to do when I returned to work was to work for a company that was family friendly. I'm very lucky at the moment. I work for Alpha, and family friendly company, I mean, all the way through. There's no questions about it.
Nearly most of our time as parents have been in a world changed by the COVID-19 pandemic. The beginning of the lockdown was an especially painful time when we couldn't use our daycare for months on end and had to juggle our careers and childcare at the same time. At that point, we had to take turns looking after her, and sometimes we just end up having to do both. I remember this one call where I was helping out one of my team, and my daughter was being incredibly cranky about something. It was me saying a sentence and then muting and then trying to finish the sentence later. Luckily, my coworkers are pretty understanding of what we had to go through. Nowadays, it's a lot easier, but some of those lessons from that time are still useful. We still try and run a very tight ship in terms of figuring out who has what deadlines for that week, so we can figure out who is going to take point on grocery shopping or making the meals, etc. And more importantly, being at home has given us far more of an opportunity to watch our daughter grow up than either of our own parents had.
At the moment, my son's daycare is short-staffed, and both of my sons are at the same daycare, so each classroom is closed one afternoon a week over the summer, which has meant that my husband and I have each had to take half a day of leave every week. But Alpha have provided us with carer leave, so that doesn't even impact our holiday balance, and we've managed to make it work.
The way that I sort of came through some of these challenges, I was realising that at the same time, the amount of time I was spending at work seemed long in relation to the Children's Day, but in fact with just 3 days it wasn't giving me enough time to take on challenging projects and make the kind of progress that I wanted to be making. And what I did was I actually came up with a solution that saw me spread my hours, particularly this was useful once my children were at school, but to spread my working hours throughout the working week. So whilst I increased my hours, I actually also retained 2 days a week where I was able to do the school runs both in the morning and the afternoon and really have time to connect with my children and to be part of their day and really very much an active part of their lives. And it's made a huge difference in terms of everybody's well-being and how we manage the week. And it's meant that I was able to make strides at work and to take on the kinds of projects and challenges that I wanted to be taking on, whilst also being present for my children.
There are 2 tips that I would like to give to most working parents. One is to be realistic about your own expectations. Raising a family and managing a household is a full-time job on top of your full-time job, so know when something has to give. And the second thing I would say is to be kind to yourself and your partner and to others. You'll screw up time and time again with both household and work commitments, and it'll be okay. You'll eventually make it work. And with so many jobs going virtual, it's easy to forget there are other parents, working parents in other industries or companies who don't get maybe the same benefits that you do. So be kind and be patient.
One thing I would say is if you are in a situation where your kid wanders into the room when you're in a meeting, welcome them in and invite them to come and sit with you and learn a little bit more about what you do. You'll find that your kids display a lot of interest in your work. And now my son loves to put on a pair of glasses and sit and tap on a keyboard, and he's working. It gives us 5 minutes of peace, if nothing else.
I think flexi working is key as a parent. It really is. And again, I'm fortunate enough to be in a position where I have access to flexi working even before COVID. So yeah, my tip would always be, don't be afraid to ask at an interview, or if you're changing job, don't be afraid to ask about flexi working if you're a parent. It's important, and it's important to you, and it's important you work for a company that allows you to put your family first.
Welcome to being back at the Virtual Summit. The time to take action is now. This panel is titled Exploring the Impact of Diversity, Inclusion, Belonging and Equity on Global Companies. And we're going to particularly look at the impact that has on our global communications. My name is Olivia Brooke. I'm the Marketing and Sales Director here at Dahl Global. And I'm absolutely thrilled to be joined by 3 phenomenal leaders who I'm delighted to welcome to the virtual stage here. We're joined today by Steve Walker, founder and principal of Two Sides Transformational Consultancy. We're also joined by Pete Markey, Chief Marketing Officer at Boots, and by Serhat Akinci, Managing Director at OMG Unite. So before we get to your proper introductions, I'm going to give a very quick overview. In this panel, we're going to be discussing how companies can be seen to be diverse, inclusive, and equitable when there are, let's face it, such varying levels of D&I understanding within countries around the world. How you guys are doing things differently to drive change across markets, but we're also going to be looking at, how we find that balance really between our global brands and what our markets actually need and what our audiences are looking for. So before we get into that detail, I'd love to hear a bit more about each of you, what your journey's been so far in how you've arrived in the positions that you're in, but also specifically why you're so passionate about diversity, inclusion, and belonging. If I can start with you, Pete, please.
Yeah, no problem. Hi, Olivia. Great to be with you all this evening. I am lucky enough to run marketing for Boots in the UK and Ireland. We're a well-known UK retailer, 170 years old. And alongside what I do in my day job in marketing, I'm also the exec sponsor for what we call Marketing for Change within Boots and Walgreens Boots Alliance, which is around how we show up within all of our marketing communications and make sure we reflect the people and communities we serve day in and day out in the UK and in our other markets. And I'm also the exec sponsor for the Pride BRG Business Resource Group within Boots as well. And to answer your question, I think it's so important that within the businesses that we're in, that we create a fantastic inclusive culture where everyone can be celebrated and recognised really for who they are. Every time I've seen that happen, I've seen teams thrive and businesses succeed. It's just the right thing to do. I think it's the right thing for us as leaders to do everything we can to encourage that culture. And on the other side of that, I think from a customer perspective, particularly given the business we serve customers right up and down the UK, all sorts of different communities, people with different lived experiences. And I want to make sure in everything we do, we really reflect that. One of the things we've got, not just exclusive to the UK, but me knowing the UK the best is the market I work in. We have a rich tapestry of amazing cultures and amazing people in the UK. I want to make sure everything we do really reflects that. So I think it's something you just can't walk past. This is a vital part of every part of our day job now to create the right culture and really reflect the communities we serve.
Absolutely, couldn't agree with that more. I'm going to jump now to Steve, if I may.
Yeah, thanks, Olivia, and hi, everybody. I've enjoyed the career from a number of different facets for a number of years as a global leader in large global businesses, among them Sony and Ericsson as CMO, but then more recently running my own business, helping companies to make transformation in their leadership, in their culture, in their brands. And that's seen me working with a number of different global companies, among them GN Group, where I've been acting CMO, but also sitting on their diversity and inclusion executive committee as well, and really helping them to champion more inclusive leadership and a more inclusive way of running their business and engaging with their customers as well. So it's like Pete mentioned, there's many good reasons to believe in this, and I'm sure all of us would say that we're champions for diversity and inclusion, and it's really important for people to give it a very serious amount of energy. From my own personal perspective, I see that coming through all aspects of my work. In other parts of my professional life, I sit on the board of a charity that's trying to provide inclusive access to energy for people in some of the most disadvantaged communities of the world. And I also run a youth football club, which is really trying to promote more girls playing football. And I think what you find once you start to champion these issues, it crops up in every aspect of your working life, and indeed in every aspect of your personal life as well. And just happy to be here and talking about these topics today. So thank you.
Excellent. That's a super introduction. Serhat, last but by no means least, let's hear something from you.
Hi, Liv. So for me, it's a bit of a personal one as well, that I am mixed. I wasn't born and raised here, and then my wife is mixed from a different continent. And having worked in various agencies across various big brands as well, one of the things that really struck me was a lot of the D&I conversation was on the internal people and culture side, whereas the outputs, the marketing outputs, I felt that was not necessarily representative of myself or my wife and my family, or even if it was done in a very stereotypically traditional way. Hence, in 2016, I moved to IMG to set up a specialist division called Unite. So we created it. We focus on sort of moving clients from unconscious exclusion to conscious inclusion by diversifying their marketing activities to be inclusive of their consumers. And I've been here for about 7 years, and it's been an amazing journey. So we do a lot of things around content, media, and insight. And on the side of that, I also sit on the D&I Steering Group and also sponsor the multicultural network that we have internally, so working with the chairs and the committee. And outside of work, also I'm part of a few groups, one of which is MIFA, Media for All, a large network of people of colour from different aspects of media and creative industries, where we do mentoring and various networking events.
Wow. Well, I think what I'm hearing from all of you, and I think it's reflected on a number of the panels from earlier in the day, you know, if you're passionate about diversity and inclusion, it runs through every part of your life, right? This isn't just something that's a day job or it's part of your main role. In many cases, it actually isn't part of your main role, and it's something that you've built in, and it very much is either side of desk or it's personal life or whatever that might be. And it's fantastic that we are making change, but there's clearly a lot more to do, and that everybody's so passionate about it. Right, so I'm gonna get moving on the main part of this panel, and if I may, I'd like to go first to Pete. Could you talk me through what are your biggest challenges when you're embedding diversity, inclusion, belonging, and equity in the various markets and audiences that you work with?
I think it's a challenge and an opportunity, Olivia, in equal measure. I think the hardest part is getting started, isn't it? I think, and also I see some companies almost quite fearful of getting it wrong. So that bit of like, we might get it wrong. And I think it's, there will be mistakes you'll make, almost unconscious things along the way. That's okay. But doing nothing is not an option. So the starting point, I think, is to see where you are, see what has already been achieved, the work done to date, and then set a very clear expectation, ambition of what you want to do. But critically, it's involving the right people. We found establishing, I don't know, other companies have done similar things with inclusion networks. We found that business resource groups have been invaluable to act as a voice back within the business we're in. So you get going, you start to do activities, but you involve the business resource groups, you get their thoughts, their input, because for me, why the BRGs are really important is in any business, you've got a sense of where you want to go to. Actually, it's helpful to check in with members of certain communities and go, look, is this right? We do it a lot on our marketing. For Pride Month, for example, you really want to make sure the Pride BRG are completely involved in shaping the plans and working with you. It's brilliant. That's what partnership looks like, and also avoids any of those inadvertent mistakes you might make along the way. So I think you start with where you're at. Doing nothing's not an option. You build a very clear plan, you establish business resource groups, and you surround yourself with really great people who've got the skill and expertise, either from within the specific community or work with great agency partners who can work with you and challenge you. If I look at the on the LGBT side, for example, we partner and work very closely with Stonewall. It's brilliant to have someone external to act as to challenge you, to prompt you as well, and to set the bar for where you want to get to. So I think that the challenges are in that sort of initial fearful get going, we could get it wrong. Working out who to partner with and finding the right people to bring on the journey with you. But I think, like all these things, once you've got momentum and got going, these things move really quickly. I look back to my last job at TSB, which is a UK bank, part of Sabadell, a Spanish bank, and I started there as the exec sponsor of LGBT, and it had literally a handful of few people. Once I was able to get the right people around us, build activities out, create content, get momentum going, have an activity plan, we had such a powerful impact within the business that grew and grew and grew, and then spread across the other networks, and then spread more into what we're doing as a business. So, the right people, and you've talked about this, Olivia, the right people with the right passion and the right motivation can make an enormous difference. The bit that particularly excites me around this whole topic is the exec teams in any business does has a really important role to play. Not going to dodge that. It's really important. But equally, there's a groundswell of great work coming up through the organisation. So it's not a top-down, it's best to top-down, bottom-up. The two things come together, then it's amazing and powerful. I love that when our BRG groups are with us as an exec team talking through what they're doing. That's brilliant. That connection point is so powerful. So yeah, hardest bit is getting going. Doing nothing is not an option.
Fantastic. That's absolutely superb. There's some great points there. Can I jump to Serhat for you to chip in on this?
Yes, absolutely. I think the bit that we always, when we talk to clients, most of them get scared to do something. But I think that was the key that for me, that doing nothing is not gonna cut it. You know, even if you, even if you put the moral side to one corner, if you think about the size of diverse audiences in the UK, or even if you take multicultural as an example, right, where if you look at census results over the last 2 decades, 80% of the growth came from ethnic minorities, and collectively they represent about 20% of the population, and that's based on a census that's 10 years old. The new results will come out soon. So the size of them is almost, you can't dismiss it. And I think the challenge comes when you talk to clients is that they're scared to make mistakes, and you will make mistakes, but it's not just about diversity either. Across everything you do, there's always not every campaign that you run is perfect. There's always the problems or challenges, but you learn by making mistakes. But one thing I always recommend to clients is you need to define or distill what inclusivity means for you. And the way we do it normally is looking at the brand and or the product, whatever you're doing it, and defining which facets of diversity fits within that. And if there are certain relevancy or differences, be it the way they use your products, or through your marketing activities, whether you're reaching those audiences, or if you're reaching them, is it at the same frequency? And in some cases, it could be a sort of tweaking your brand campaigns to make sure that you reach them, and you reach them at the same, it could be using diverse content and programming in your outreach, using diverse media outlets, which again drives equality, but also it makes business sense from a campaign perspective. And in some cases, you might realize that as a brand, you're not really connecting with certain communities, be it Black African communities or certain groups within LGBTQ groups, that you might need to do more bespoke campaigns to try to engage and win them. And the key that I feel that a lot of brands or a lot of our clients need to understand, and brands need to understand, is it's such a massive spectrum, right? Diversity. Even if you think of certain groups, like take multicultural as an example. I mean, we tend to put them into one group, such as Black, Asian, and minority ethnic, but there's so many differences, intersectionalities. And if you try to think of your marketing process, like how you get from a brief into a campaign, you've got so many different teams involved, and so many, and all these teams are not going to be representative. It's just impossible. You might have an overall company representation, but at an individual team level, you will struggle because it's so diverse. Hence, it's very important, whether it's the BRGs that you get involved, or external partners or specialists. And that's one of the reasons that we exist, to make sure that conscious inclusion is sort of embedded into everything you do. So we work almost side by side with the brands to make sure that the mistakes are minimized. And I think that's what I would say, whether it's the BRGs or get those people from communities to be at the heart of it, leading the decision, versus just being there to check stuff for you, if you know what I mean.
Thanks so much. Yeah, I mean, there's such a valuable resource. It makes absolute sense, to dissipate that fear of making mistakes by using the resources at our fingertips, right, which are often in our own organizations. Steve, in terms of the challenges on embedding across different markets, anything you'd like to add on those points?
Yeah, I think both Pete and Sahar made excellent points, and I would agree, particularly the point Pete made about a bottom-up and a top-down initiative. That's exactly what we've experienced in GN. You 100% need your executive leadership team to be behind the need to take action. Otherwise, nothing really happens. But at the same time, you can't force action downwards in an organization. It has to grow bottom-up. It has to be a grassroots movement. In GM, we call them ERGs, employee resource groups, rather than business resource groups, but it's the same point. One thing that's occurred to me a lot recently is we talk about diversity, inclusion, belonging, and equity, but it's often diversity and inclusion that get mentioned. Now, you can have a diverse workforce, but it doesn't mean that people feel belonging, and it doesn't mean they feel equity. So one of the things we discovered from the ERGs in GN is there has been quite a lot of work done, particularly in certain markets like the US, to have a much more diverse workforce. But when you speak to those ERGs and ask them, do they feel a sense of belonging to the organization, often they still feel very disadvantaged. And I think it's important that we think about all facets of this, not just achieving a more diverse workforce or a more diverse campaign. Is it actually having the outcome of greater sense of inclusivity and belonging for your employees or for your customers?
Yeah, very, very good point, actually. Certainly food for thought. And I think when we're measuring, I don't know whether we're actually measuring on campaigns in those specific audiences. Yes, we can measure whether we've reached them. Are we measuring that sense of, do you feel that this is a brand for you in a specific audience? I mean, obviously, the way that we're measuring and what we're measuring is moving on. But yeah, that's certainly given me a lot of food for thought. If I can move on to the second question, and I'm going to come to you first, Steve, with this. Where we've got markets that are not, let's say, not accepting of certain facets, right? Of certain facets of visible and invisible diversity. How do you manage the balance between, particularly with a global brand, how do you manage the balance between what your global brand wants to be seen as and you know, and everything that goes on within the campaigns and what that stands for, versus local culture and sensitivities that you might find in those cultures? If I can start with you, please, Steve.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the age-old problem for anyone who runs any kind of global marketing network of, you know, do we do everything the same, or do we recognize differences and allow those to propagate within the way that we communicate and in the way that we act? And I think it's exactly the same when we talk about issues of diversity and inclusion. It's just perhaps they're even more exacerbated because of the sensitivity of the topic and the personal nature of it. But to me, at least, the way I always try to address those kinds of issues with all the marketing organizations I've run is, first we need to understand, are people not accepting of the solution, or are they not accepting of the problem? If they're not accepting of the solution, we can always discuss different solutions. But if they're not accepting of the problem in the first place, it's a harder nut to crack. And so I think the first step is always to really collaborate with organizations, both centrally and locally, is to what problem we're trying to solve, what is really the thing that we're trying to achieve. And then we can always debate what is the best solution to overcome that problem. But we've got to get alignment around the core strategy that we're trying to achieve first. And to me, I've always considered that consistency, we often get very hung up on consistency of application. Does everything look the same, or does it look like we want it to look like? To me, that's actually not so important. What's more important is, are we consistently deploying our strategy, and are we consistently living up to our principles? If strategy and principles are set and clear and consistently deployed, you can then actually apply those principles in any number of different ways, with cultural relevance or with relevance to a particular community that you're trying to reach. So I think sometimes we get a bit hung up on the wrong thing. It's not so much if everything looks the same or feels like it comes from the same place, but are we true to the story we're trying to tell? Are we true to the strategy we're trying to deploy? And are we true to the principles of how we said we will conduct ourselves and conduct our business?
I could not agree more. I mean, yeah, that it is very difficult when particularly, you know, your brand identity, your campaign identity, and then running things across different markets. But yeah, it's an interesting approach is looking at, the consistency in not necessarily the look and feel, but actually what's the message, what's the story, and is that true?
Exactly. Are we telling the right story?
Exactly.
However we tell it, are we telling the right story?
Yeah. Okay, fantastic. Pete, let me come to you on that, please.
Yeah, no problem. Steve, I love what you're saying. I think big fan of brand purpose, and I think if your business really knows its purpose and what it's about, it's living and breathing it, you need to do that through the lens of diversity, equity, inclusion, belonging in what you do. And that also means potentially showing up in some markets differently to reflect the important nuance of culture. I also think it's a relevance bit of some things just don't translate, some ideas don't translate very well. So actually having something that fits for a market and is more culturally relevant is really important. I was CMO for a global insurance company, and it was fascinating which ideas just wouldn't carry between markets. So you have to be, this is about really listening to your customer and your audience and tailoring your brand towards it. I think also at the heart of your question, Olivia, is if you're in a market where you as a business stand for advancing diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging, yet the culture or the environment of the country or environment you're in is not in the same space. I guess I come back to my earlier point around, but doing nothing is therefore not an option either. So I'm going to build on what Steve was saying, which is, I think if that's what your brand's about and your storytelling is about, is how do you yourselves help to advance what you want to see, the positivity that your brand brings in the way it does, but also stays true to the cultural sensitivity you're in. It's a bit of a fine line, but I think again, there are things I've seen brands do where they can steadily start to progress an agenda in a good way that's true and authentic to them, but reflects the culture of what they believe is right to see as a brand and shows the influence of what they can do. And if I look at, even in the UK and where the UK has come from and to in the last sort of 20, 30, it's quite incredible when you look back over the last 20 or 30 years. And a lot of that has come from really important moments where people have either created content or advocated for things or stood for things. And so it's back to the bit around, brands can't tread water either. So it is a fight. I'm not going to make it sound, it's all easy. It's not, it's hard. But I think coming back to Steve's wording, if your brand is authentic, has a true story at its core and stands for something, then your brand could also be a positive agent of change in the right way. I think it can be a powerful mechanism for change.
And as you reiterated, doing nothing is not an option. So it's accepting that there are sensitivities and listening to what you're hearing, and again, I would imagine your ERGs can help there in terms of a test bed, in testing out. We have this story. This is how we want to tell it. As you say, doing nothing's not an option, but we do accept that we're going to need to tell this story, which is our authentic, true story and purpose, but in a way that's well received and will land well in that particular audience group.
Everybody said it as well. You're going to make mistakes. It's impossible to get it 100% right, and there's no magic answer here. So I think back to Pete's point, and Serhat said it as well. Better to try and trip over once or twice rather than not do anything.
It's a really important point. Is where I've seen work go wrong is when a creative bit of work particularly tries to represent a certain community. For example, the LGBT plus community, and it just doesn't reflect the real lived experience. So someone who isn't in that community has written a storyline, and you go, but that's not the lived experience. So it's back to what you were saying, both Steve and Olivia, about involving groups like the ERG or BRG is how do you make sure you're reflecting a true lived experience? Don't pretend that you have walked in someone else's shoes when you haven't. That authenticity, that lack of authenticity shines through in the work. The greatest work reflects the authenticity of you understand that lived experience through someone else's eyes, and great work opens the world up to see that lived experience. And that's where great agencies, great creatives, great BRGs, ERGs are so powerful because a lot of this is about storytelling, isn't it? Great advertising is great storytelling. We love amazing, authentic stories. So make them authentic and get them right. Work with people that can make those stories amazing and really connect. And all the mechanisms we talked about really help with that.
I'd say great leadership is great storytelling as well.
Yeah,
so both
to tell
a good story. So.
And interestingly, something that cropped up on a panel earlier today was talking about, authenticity. We were actually talking about leadership, and authenticity is something that certainly customers, when you're advertising, will sniff out a mile off. If it's not authentic, it will actually be more damaging than anything.
It's also as well, Olivia, the bit around. We've seen it particularly in Pride, haven't we? Where there's the rainbow washing of, a brand might do reflect the LGBT plus community in content, but then it's not in the lived experience of the organisation. It comes back, I think, to everything we said of everything. It just has to be authentic. So if you're going to communicate something, you should be living and breathing it in your business and living and breathing it to your customers. And so I think that's part of the difficult bit of businesses, as Steve's saying, you're worried about getting it wrong, is get all those bits right. When I was at TSB, we didn't actively talk externally around what we were doing on inclusion till a year into our program, because we're going to get it to a point where we were in a really good place for our team members and within the business before we go out and talk externally about what we're doing. So I think that's smart. Get your house in order, sort things, really respect, create the right culture for your team members, create those ERGs, BRGs, then go out and do things. But otherwise you will particularly, get called out for it. Authenticity is so vital here. Yeah.
And Sir, I would imagine you've seen quite a bit of this with the various brands that you've worked with over the years, and how you're advising on whether it's media channel or whether it's content itself. So I'd love to hear your views on this.
No, 100%. I think both Pete's and Steve's points were so relevant, and I think it's the general thing, right? Do we go global or local? It's a mixture, but I think what's really important, and when we talk to clients, and one thing that a lot of them make mistakes on is defining why you're doing this. Is it more, we want to make the lives of marginalized communities better. It's almost like creating a global overarching role of and purpose of why you're doing this. Then that can sort of trickle down into more localized versions. So be it, as an example, it could be your purpose is around making the lives of marginalized communities better. Or in some cases, from a marketing perspective, it could be about growth. I know it's more on the commercial side, as in we want to grow our audiences. We haven't been speaking to these audiences, or we haven't been speaking them in the right environment with the right content, or it could be the product usage is different by community. So it's defining why you're doing this, I think, is really key. So whenever we talk to clients, the first question I ask, why you're doing this? Is it more growth? Is it more, you want to more do goods? Is moral aspect of it? And I think then that almost like creates your overarching brand purpose. And that can be applied to various communities across the world. And that becomes a bit like what Pete said, top to bottom. So you get local markets where, in some markets, it will be more of a, let's say, women issue from a gender perspective. And in some markets, they want to back more, let's say, LGBTQ sexuality aspect of things. And in some markets, it could be an ethnicity-driven thing, or in some markets, it's religion. So I think then that's where they tackle it. And you do need to get local knowledge into this. One of the things I think is quite common with the general sort of global, let's say, creative space, right? It's very common that you get a global creatives and the local markets will, or we will this is not relevant, this is not going to resonate with our audiences. And it happens a lot when it comes to sort of inclusive marketing approach, where I think one good example I remember, I won't mention the name of the brand, but a makeup brand as an example, where they've taken something from UAE for Ramadan that they use for Sahur, which is the time where Muslims break fast. But in countries like Dubai, it's said that the life changes during Ramadan. People start going out in the evening, early in the morning, sort of 2 a.m. And that's where they eat before they start fasting. So they use the same creative in the UK. But in the UK, Muslims will be sitting in their pajamas at 2 a.m. when they eat to start their fasting. So it's the same audience, but they're behavior is very different, right? And I think that's the key, where don't make an assumption that, whether it's that's South Asians or certain groups, different diverse audiences, they behave the same. And I think that's very key, where you need to make sure that you talk to local markets before you do something. And that's where the local knowledge plus diverse communities, be it internally or externally, comes into life. But what we usually recommend, once you have an overarching sort of goal, then define your audiences. And that's what it sounds quite fancy, but, look at things with cultural lenses, sort of conscious inclusion. By that we mean, when you're looking at your audiences and everything you do, not just, don't just look at it by general demographics like their age, gender, but look at it by ethnicity, religion, sexuality, and then understand whether your product or brand, the relevancy to certain communities, and that almost helps you define what you need to do. And if you need to do more work towards certain audiences, whether you need to create different products for certain audiences. And in some cases, and this is a common mistake that brands make, as an example, where let's say we work with one of an alcohol brand as an example, and they were trying to target, I think, 24 to 34 audiences. And in the UK, they were using Pakistani and Bangladeshi channels, because by age they do fit into that audience groups, and that's how we buy media, based on age usually. But they don't realize that majority of Pakistani and Bangladeshis won't drink, because and that could be a sort of scandal as well if it came across. And I think that's what we mean by, you need to sort of consciously look at everything with cultural lenses, be it how you define your audiences, what media types you use, and channels, making sure that your plans do reach them. And even if you reach them, is your creative accessible? And that doesn't mean, you need to show an LGBTQ person to an LGBTQ person. It will differ from product to product and relevancy, but make sure that what you're showing them will resonate with these audiences. And in some cases, you might need to create bespoke creators, but again, it will depend on the brief that you're working on. And it sort of leaves through. So it's almost like, you work with influencers, but do you have a diverse set of influencers based on your key audiences? It's almost like defining what inclusivity means for you is key. And one of the things that we do, the reason we call our approach sort of unconscious exclusion to conscious inclusion, is the bias that exists. That a lot of, if you do the things that you normally do, doesn't become inclusive in terms of marketing outputs. So as an example, when you think about research, what nationally representative means is the sample sizes is by age, gender, and location. So what that means is you might have done, let's say, a product research based on a sample that may not have anyone from a different ethnic minority background or LGBTQ background or disabled backgrounds. And the same thing happens, let's say, media measurement platforms. We have that issue in the UK, but in Germany, as an example, it's even worse, where their TV measurement system, where it gives you the ratings of which channels people watch, they actually have no Turkish channels as part of that mix. And Turkish people are the biggest ethnic minority there, and they do consume a lot of Turkish TV. But that's mainly driven by the fact that because the households that they use are not Turkish. But these things, so then you put a plan together that tells you you're reaching 99% of the TV viewers, when in reality you don't. So it's like, look at things with conscious inclusion perspective, and that really, really changes. It takes time, but by time, if you keep constantly doing it, it just becomes the new normal, if that makes sense. A bit like we talk about unconscious bias training, right? It's brilliant to have it, but if you don't apply it on a day-to-day basis, it becomes just one training that you've done and you put it to the side. But yeah, that's pretty much what I would say. There's obviously different aspects to it as well. But looking at things with relevancy to local market and with the people being at the heart of it from those communities.
Brilliant, that's excellent. And you've kind of already touched on this a little bit in the answer that you've given, Serhat, but you know, we were talking about making things relevant and how you do find that balance, but you gave us some really good examples in your response. How do you have you had any learnings where you can actually translate things across markets? So some things worked here and we can actually translate that into other markets as well?
Yeah, certain things. I mean, I think as an example, cultural events are quite like there's certain things that will be relevant. Let's say the makeup brand was a good example, but if you were to, if I take an example, the way that you break iftar during Ramadan is pretty much across the world similar in that it's all about gathering with family and friends to do it together. So it's a time of connectivity and forgiveness. So it's finding what we call commonality. And I think that's where sometimes brands also get scared, because once you start digging deeper into the audiences, you realize that there are too many differences and it becomes too difficult to implement. I give London as an example. Like if we talk about inclusivity for all, but in London alone, technically there's 300 plus languages spoken. And as a marketeer, if I go to the marketing team and say, you need to create 300 different creatives with 300 different representation of people in different languages, it becomes a nightmare to execute. So it's finding the commonality that you can use to connect with those communities. And I think that's what I would say many brands struggle, because when you read stuff externally, it's all about being inclusive of all, which is right thing to do. But what it means from a marketing outputs is very different.
Okay. Yeah, commonality across. I mean, because you're right. 300 types of creative is not going to wash with any client that I would imagine you've ever worked with. Pete, can I just come to you with that? Any particular learnings that you've had that you can translate across, whether it's different audience groups, different markets that you've worked with?
Yeah, I think back to some of the earlier points you raised. You've got the same brand wherever. I mean, I worked in Aviva in the UK. Aviva, big global insurance company. Actually, the brand was the brand, but again, the articulation of how you showed up was really important. There were cultural nuances. Also, even just things like sometimes the products you sell or how they're sold. I'm not going to bore anyone, although I find insurance fascinating, but insurance is sold so differently in different markets and can be quite a different product. I was on the board of a Russian insurance company for a while, and it's so different in Russia to here. And actually, there was a Russian insurance company that tried to copy what Direct Line did, sort of cutting out a middleman and the broker, and actually got in real trouble because the implication was they were putting brokers out of business, and people really liked brokers in Russia. They liked that they were friends with them. They'd have them around for dinner. And again, a cultural bit of, trying to take something from one country and going, oh, everyone wants to save money by cutting the middleman. You take it to someone like Russia, like, no, actually, I quite like the middleman. He comes around to dinner, she comes around to dinner, and I have a great relationship with them, and they look after me. So it's quite different, those nuances. So again, that's a bit about getting the culture and the environment right. But I think my biggest learning is around keeping that brand consistency, that you could put everything up on, theoretically, on a wall or digital wall and go, right, this is still the same business. Throughout, it's still the same core thread of what we're about, what we stand for, but we're choosing to show that up in and evidence that in different ways in different markets, also based on as Serhat saying, the bits that really resonate in those different markets. It might be actually that bit of the brand is really important here. It's like, isn't it? We've all got different facets to our personalities, and when we show up, we'll show different bits to different people. And actually, it's the same with the brand. I want to dial up that bit in this market, that bit and that bit. I want to down that bit, increase that bit. So it's all about knowing yourself, knowing your brand, and tailoring it to that market.
Absolutely wonderful. Thank you. And because I know that we're coming towards the end of this fantastic panel, can I please jump to you, Steve, on that same point about cross markets?
I think both Pete and Sahad have talked very eloquently on the subject. Not much to add from my side, but just to come back to something we've said already, that this is where your ERGs or BRGs can really help you, because they can create a sort of representative sample of the communities that you're trying to reach. And what we've seen in GN at least is things that we've started in one market have cross-pollinated, not because anybody sitting in the center of the company has dictated they should do so, but again, it's creating a movement within the organization has been very, very powerful, and let things grow to some extent themselves. Now, for any global CMO, that's always a little bit nerve-wracking when you let things sort of grow like that across rather than everything coming through the center. But ultimately, I think that is the way to create a more inclusive spirit in the company, is you do allow creativity to occur anywhere within your network. And then, of course, you manage that and you ensure that it's nurtured in the right way. But if you say that all creativity has to happen in one place, then it tends to go wrong. So allow creativity to blossom everywhere, and particularly to bring people within your own company who are representing the people you're trying to reach.
That's just what a lovely note to help to guide us into our wrap comments. I mean, I've found this fascinating. I thought I'm going to have a few key things I'm going to want to talk about. It's really hard to pick. I mean, there's so many key points there, but what I'm loving is doing nothing is not an option. You know, there is a fear of making mistakes, and you should really try to get your house in order. And ERGs can be such a tremendous test bed resource there. People's lived experiences help to drive our authenticity, which feeds back into that kind of consistency. Doesn't have to come in look and feel. It can come in terms of the story we're telling, what we stand for as a business, the story we're telling and how we're telling it. So essentially you were saying strategy, principles, and what you stand for being very positive. We do have to turn up in some markets differently. That's inevitable. But yeah, that consistency and commonality across cultures is a really great starting point. I'm conscious of the time, so I'm going to thank my wonderful panelists here today. I'm sure everybody on the chat has learned a lot. I certainly have. So thank you everybody for joining us today. We're now going to close day one of our September 22 summit. So do leave any questions that you have in the chat box, and one of the team at DAR Global will be in touch. If you are commenting on social, please don't forget to tag DAR Global, and we'd love it if you use our hashtag Moving the Dial. We'd love it if you're joining us day 2 tomorrow. It is actually face-to-face, and there will be footage of it on the hub, on the DAR Global community after the event. I'm now going to hand over to our wonderful CEO and the founder of DAR Global, Layla Mackenzie-Dulles. Thank you, everybody, for joining.
I can't believe it is that time already. I am a little embarrassed here about my baby brain accidentally being on mute. It happened to happen to someone, and that was me this evening. But let me just say what an absolutely phenomenal day that it has been. I can't believe that we're here again. We've had some titans of industry, in particular our finale panel there with chief marketing officers talking about the importance of diversity within the marketing materials, the communities, the customers in which we serve, in addition to the real true gravitas that business, employee and staff network groups can have when it comes to driving change at those grassroots and community levels and beyond. We've heard so many inspirational, educational stories, personal stories that have really resonated with our audience and our brilliant team at Dial Global as well today. And we've heard about intersectionality, brand equity, creativity, blossoming of the creativity throughout the different diverse networks, our customer audiences all around the world, and really inspiring, educating and motivating others is absolutely what we will continue on into tomorrow's in-person event. I've been particularly moved by the sessions on authentic leadership. Culture came up time and time again. And as you know, I'm incredibly passionate about this. It is so inspiring to hear the journeys and the experiences of our peers, our leaders, and our colleagues. I have so much to take away from today. I'm feeling so revitalized and enthusiastic, ready to head into tomorrow, and grateful as ever for our incredible sponsors, because without you, this really would not have been possible. Thank you to Barclays, Alpha Financial, Britvic, GN, and Yahoo, because without you, this would not be possible. So let's look ahead for tomorrow, where we're going to be gathering in person in central London, in real life, or IRL, as the saying goes these days. We'll start with a presentation on safe spaces, a diversity, inclusion, belonging, equity workshop, followed by 2 fascinating sessions on the power of, you've guessed it, employee resource groups and the importance of well-being within the workplace. We're going to be closing the day with a one-on-one fireside chat, where we'll be talking about the importance of ESG initiatives, in particular with the societal aspects of ESG and how this is really coming to the fore. Some may say this will be the next 10 years in comparison to where we have seen the E from ESG over the last decade. So we're going to be talking about supply chain diversity. We're going to be talking about engaging our communities, the importance of marketing within different diverse networks, and most importantly, we are looking forward to seeing each and every one of you back here tomorrow. I encourage you all to keep spreading the word, to keep inspiring, educating, motivating others, because you truly can make a difference. Finally, a huge thank you to the Dial Global team. You have been fantastic. We have come so far in these short couple of years. We might be a relatively small organization, but you know what? We pack a huge punch above our weight, and I'm so proud of you. So proud of you. I can't wait to see you all tomorrow in person or through the Dial Global Hub. In the meantime, have a wonderful evening. Don't forget to visit us at www.dialglobal.org and also visit us in the Dial Global Hub. Thanks so much. Have a great evening wherever you may be in the world.
all walks of life that come and sit in my chair. And I love connecting with them. Clients share their opinion with me, and it's like, oh wow, I didn't even think about it from that perspective. That's what people's minds were at, but you just want to make sure that what you're talking about is legit. When there is a disagreement, that excites me. I like there to be some flavor. That's what I think.
Alpha's a financial technology company, specifically asset finance. We develop our software here in London, and then we have technical and functional staff on site at our clients helping them move onto it. For example, Mercedes-Benz in the US, if you had a car on a lease or a loan, it'd be our software helping them run their business.
The key thing that makes us stand out is our delivery track record, and we achieve that delivery track record by recruiting people who are positive, engaged, energetic, enthusiastic, people who are willing to learn.
Graduates are important to Alpha because it's genuinely a set of fresh minds bringing in fresh ideas. We're also very keen to expand from the bottom up.
I definitely agree. I think one of the key things that graduates bring to us is the energy. They come into the teams, they're fresh, it's new, it's exciting, and they bring drive and enthusiasm.
Diversity and inclusion is so important to Alpha because we truly believe that people can achieve more when they can be themselves and when they can come to work and be their best selves.
Challenged all of the time to think differently, act differently, be different, and I think that's incredibly important.
I remember the first time I walked into Barclays, and I remember just seeing a vast array of people, both people who looked like me, but then also people who were from all different walks of life. And for me, that essentially just made it an incredibly welcoming environment.
There are so many different factors people differ on. It matters that all these different types of people are represented and have a voice within a group.
Life is so much easier when you can be yourself. There's no putting on a front, there's no expending any effort to be somebody that you're not.
It means I can be really proud of my background, my heritage, my culture, my gender, my ethnicity, and I'm not really trying to fit in.
For me, that sort of feeling of inclusion and being heard, again, especially in the current climate that we live in, is incredibly important, and it's the reason that I've stayed with Barclays for such a long period of time.
It shouldn't feel like anything, if that makes sense. It should feel normal. It shouldn't feel like you have to fight for something.
I am in Barclays because of sponsors and mentors who have gone to bat for me and who have actually put themselves out to support my career development, even when I didn't necessarily know what I was capable of.
For me, I also need to feel that I'm valued, that I'm respected, that I'm given the right opportunities. I wouldn't work for someone who didn't present me with those opportunities, right? Because I wouldn't be able to deliver. I wouldn't be able to do what I wanted to do. I wouldn't feel comfortable.
say you don't have the skills to reach the top? Who's to say you don't have the power?
This how we do it.
Who's to say you can't boss it? Who's to say who's best? The best ever? Or the best in the future? She could be huge, trust me. And with this team to inspire us, who's to say what's possible for you?